Welcome, everyone. Dr. Anthony Criniti IV here, also known as Dr. Finance. Folks, we'll be getting started in just a moment. We got an incredible room tonight. Beginning this evening, we're going to have Dan Clark here, folks, one of the Hall of Fame speakers. Welcome, everyone. Can't wait to get started. We're just going to be building the room in the background, folks. This is one of the out there. We have an incredible crew waiting for my co-host to come too. We got the one of the top hosts on Clubhouse, Diamond Diva. She comes and helps me out, and then we're also going to have Tyrone Poole coming today. He's a two-time Super Bowl champion. He's going to be helping out as well today as co-host. So in the meantime, folks, if you can give us just a moment as we build the stage up and get everything ready for you guys. Appreciate that. Hope all is well. We'll be getting started in just a moment. I see Savannah has joined us. So welcome, Savannah. How are you? You want to tell us a little bit about yourself and basically, what your thoughts on the topic as well, while I help to invite everyone in the room, folks. And if you can, help to ping everyone in the room, your friends and family, and everyone you think would be of great interest. I want to welcome again Savannah. Welcome, Savannah. How are you?
Hi, Dr. Finance. It is wonderful being here with you. I can't wait for tonight's discussion. I think this is a really important topic. I'm really excited to be able to connect further with Dan Clark. I know you've had him here a couple times, and he's a phenomenal speaker just overall. I think really for this topic, how to be a great Clubhouse speaker, I think to be a great speaker in general, you start with being yourself. I say this all the time. I think that when you're true to yourself, when you are, stay true to your core of who you are and what you want to accomplish in this world, and you know exactly what your purpose is, that's how you become a great speaker in general, not just on Clubhouse. I think that if you have purpose and you have passion behind what you're doing and what really drives you, that's when you're able to truly move the masses, right? That's when you're truly able to make a positive difference in this world. And if you go into being a speaker and you say, hey, you know what, I want to be a speaker because I want to inspire other people. I want to be a speaker because I want to show other people that they are capable of doing the things that I talk about, the things that I preach about all the time. Then, you stay true to that and you keep pushing forward. And eventually you get to a point where you are a great speaker and everybody knows who you are and everybody knows the topics that you speak on and how much you inspire them and how much of a difference that you make in their lives, as well as the lives of other people in this world. So I think that that's just how to be a great speaker overall, is just show up as yourself. There's a lot of people that, you see them and everybody wants to be everybody because we see, the surface things of what people show on social media and what people talk about and what people say. But, we don't really know what goes on behind closed doors. So I think being true to yourself and showing up as the best version of you and showing people that, being yourself is okay. There's nothing wrong with that. You're perfect exactly as you are. We all start somewhere and we continue to grow and evolve from where we're at. So I hope that that was valuable and I hope that that was helpful. Thank you so much, Dr. Finance. I'm excited to be here, excited for today's topic, and excited for today's guest. This is Savannah and I'm complete.
Wow, thank you so much, Savannah. Appreciate that, Savannah. And that was an excellent share. And may I say, folks, I appreciate you. If you can give Savannah a follow and everyone on stage here a follow, we're going to be building the stage and inviting people up. And we just got started just a moment ago. We got an incredible night lined up. I see Giuseppe join us. Giuseppe, you want to bring up here? Folks, we got actually some other miscellaneous stuff. So Dan Clark is a Hall of Fame speaker. There's only about 170 or 180, I think, that are living. He's come tonight. All his friends are coming tonight. My mentor, Sharon Lecter, might be popping in. And it's her husband, Michael Lecter's birthday tonight. So we might be singing that on stage tonight. Michael Lecter's one of the world's top attorneys out there. So in the meantime, we're getting a little bit of a slow head start here. We're waiting for my co-host, Diamond Diva, to show, and several others. We got Tyrone Poole, who promised to help co-host tonight. Tyrone is a two-time Super Bowl champion. The reason I asked him to co-host because Dan Clark actually started out as a football player. And he started out as a football player that got injured and became a great speaker. They kind of got the reverse stories. So this will be really cool, folks. If you can help me to ping the room out, because it looks like this room might be a little bit out and out at Metaverse right now. So if you can help me to get everyone in here, appreciate that. I want to thank those who have shared so far. Well, actually, only one person shared. Come on, guys, help me bring these guys in here. Bring the crowd. I know they're in the newsroom. They don't know what's going on. We want to get them in here. It's going to be a big room tonight. So thank you, appreciate that. We got 2 shares now. Let's see. We got Giuseppe has shared the room. Thank you, Giuseppe. Appreciate that. And folks, appreciate you all being here. And we're gonna move it on to Deborah. Before we do that, make sure you follow everyone on stage here. They're all part of the Gold Badge Mod Squad. And welcome, Deborah. How are you? Want to tell us about yourself? Maybe 30 seconds or so. Welcome, Deborah.
Thank you, Dr. Finance. Hello, beautiful Savannah and Giuseppe, mia paisana. I am doing well, thank you, just in the scorching heat in Florida. I hope everyone's doing great, and this is going to be a fantastic, as always, Friday night. Thank you, Dr. Finance.
Thank you, Deborah. Deborah, real quick, just your thought on how to be a great Clubhouse speaker. What has transitioned? What has happened for you to help you transition to be a great Clubhouse speaker?
Being myself, being the real me, and leading into what the conversation is and what the people on stage and in the audience they want to know, they want to hear. I open my ears and I listen with my heart, and then I feed and pour into that. And that in itself gives me that inner strength to be a great speaker. And I've learned that through you by watching and observing you and Savannah, and of course, the beautiful Diamond. And it's listening, learning, implementing, and just being myself.
Wow, that's that's incredible, Deborah, and very true to the point. And Deborah, that is a valid, 100% great response. But guys, you got to wait. Can't wait to hear Dan Clark. This guy, he studied the profession of speaking so well. Hall of Fame speaker. Do you know who some Hall of Fame speakers are? Ronald Reagan, Colin Powell. Now, this is not a political room, but Jim Rohn, who was Tony Robbins' mentor. And then you got guys like Dan Clark, and we might even have my friend Jim Cathcart come on tonight, another Hall of Fame speaker. So you might have a rare opportunity to be in the same room as 2 Hall of Fame speakers tonight. So, folks, again, if you're just joining us, we're just getting started here. I'm waiting for my co-host to come here. We're going to have a great room, and in about 25 minutes or so, we're going to have Dan Clark come here. So the room's just getting big. If you can, save your spot and help bring your friends in. I want to welcome. We also got Giuseppe here, and Ed. I invited you up to the stage, and BJ, etc. Ed, so we got Ed Connors here today. Ed Connors become a good friend lately. Ed is actually the former owner of Gold's Gym, who made the gym become one of the largest gyms in the world. This guy knows so many celebrities, so many superstars, and he's helped make a lot of people superstars. He is a superstar. So Ed, I invited you up whenever you're ready. Just come on up. In the meantime, I want to welcome Giuseppe here. Giuseppe, if you want to tell us a little about yourself. Oh, and Tyrone's here as well, our co-host for tonight. So Giuseppe, you want to tell us a little about yourself and actually your thoughts on how to be a great Clubhouse speaker? And Giuseppe he's one of the top Clubhouse speakers here. I mean, this guy he is on every major stage in Clubhouse. So welcome, Giuseppe. Giuseppe, you there? You got it on mute. There you go.
Thank you so much to invite me on the stage. Hi, everyone. I'm living in USA. I live my American dream. I'm an entrepreneur, business owner, and absolutely real estate investor. What I can tell, like advice, like Deborah say, yes, is the only secret that I can share. Be yourself, be unique, be different. Because if you want to be 3%, and everybody, they share with you to be great is on the right, trust me, you need to go on the left. Be the change, don't follow the change. This is me. Everything about myself you can see on Instagram, and that I can share. I can help something to live the American dream. Like today, I live my American dream. This is me. Back to you, Dr. Finance.
Wow, thank you, Giuseppe. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate you being here, and appreciate all you've done for Clubhouse, man. You've really have done amazing things on the stage and helped, I'm sure, a lot of people out. So, welcome, Giuseppe. Appreciate you being here and hanging out. And I want to welcome my next co-host here while we wait for my main co-host, Diamond Diva. And also, Forbes Riley should be popping in today. She's our honorary co-host, one of the only few besides my mentor, Sharon Lecter, that I give that role because she actually, Forbes was part of the longest running room in Clubhouse that first night, which impacted over 1 million people. So she's played a huge, crucial role in this community. So I want to welcome, we got Tyrone Poole here. Tyrone, if you want to tell us a little about yourself, about 30 seconds or so, and also maybe your thoughts on how to be a great clubhouse speaker. Tyrone is actually not only a Hall of Fame, an athlete, two-time Super Bowl champion, played in the NFL over 10 years, I think about 12 or 14 years. He's also a great speaker as well, and on Clubhouse. So welcome, Tyrone. How are you, sir?
Hey, Dr. Finance, how you doing? And you had it right. You the Hall of Fame. I just haven't made the Pro Football Hall of Fame, but I've made College Football Hall of Fame, and yeah, on the level that I played in. So, the Hall of Fame for the NFL. Hopefully that'll be soon. But hello, everybody. Hope you're doing well. It's an honor. Tyrone Poole. I reside in Atlanta, Georgia. So any Georgians on this app in this room, how you doing? How you doing? And to everybody else, hope all is well with you. What I'll share is just cut down the middle. Cut down the middle. I think we see it in politics. We see it in like just anything we look at. When people can cut down the middle, meaning you just come with the truth. Come with the truth. Then people will listen to you. And you don't have to be like a person that has a high, strong personality. Just come with the truth, and make it simple and plain to where people check this out. Make it simple and plain when you come with the truth that people will have to hire someone to help them misunderstand what you're trying to tell them. So that's what I try to do. Sometimes it's long and drawn out, but at the end of the day, you're gonna know I'm talking about green and not yellow. So that's my tip.
That's incredible. Thank you, Tyrone. Appreciate that. And Tyrone, you do some amazing things here in Clubhouse. And folks, stay tuned. I didn't mention this. So we got some amazing guests lined up, not just tonight. Of course, every week. We've been doing this for almost a year now, over a year. And Tyrone, let me just check the schedule because I didn't get to refresh that. So next week, actually, yeah, Tyrone, you're up next week. So wow. So Tyrone is coming next week as the main guest speaker, folks. Stay tuned if you want to learn about what it takes to be a two-time Super Bowl champion, but he's more than just a football player, as he says. I interviewed him a few weeks ago. Incredible. He's just an amazing person. So definitely stay tuned. That's next week. And then Friday, June 10th, we got Tom and Adrian Chenault, one of the top podcasters out there, period, and radio guys, and his son. So Tom and his son, Adrian. And then we got, just to throw just some other names around, we got Mo Rock of the LA Tribune coming. This guy put events together with all the top people in the self-help industry. He'll be there. And I got a friend of mine who's a comedian coming the week before that. Surprise guest. I'll let you guys know in just a bit. But so that's the lineup for the next few weeks. I don't like to tell too much, but I've been made some major connections this week. Got really big superstars also lined up in the back. But Tyrone, appreciate you helping out today. Appreciate your support, man. And yeah, definitely honored to have you here. So I want to introduce our next guest while we're bringing the stage. But before I do that, folks, I just want to encourage everyone, if you can follow everyone on stage, and also don't forget to also share the room. It's very important we share the room because my co-host Diamond hasn't showed up yet. So I'm just waiting on her to get here and a few others. And we got to get the word out to the people, let them all know that everything's going on in this room right here. So we got Rochelle has shared. I want to thank you, Rochelle. We got Lady Jules for sharing. Thank you, Lady Jules. Thank you, Deborah. Thank you, Savannah. Thank you, Giuseppe. We got 8 shares, folks. Can we get 10 or 15 shares to give it a nice start? So Dan will be starting probably in about 15, 20 minutes. His account is here, but he's not actually starting yet. So he's starting about 10, 15 minutes. So maybe 20 minutes. We got to get the room up for him, get him some numbers. So, folks, if you could help me share, we got 9 shares. Can we get a little bit more? We got Tyrone share. Thank you, Tyrone. Appreciate that. All it takes, folks, is to hit that little box at the bottom with the arrow, and then you just hit share, and that will help move everyone into the room. So appreciate that, folks. And with that said, we're going to go to our next person. I want to introduce a special guy. This guy's incredible. We got Ed Connors here. Ed Connors, the former owner of Gold's Gym. He made it the largest gym in the world, him and his 2 partners. And guy's an amazing connector. He was actually our main guest speaker last week. So Ed, thank you for joining us. I know it's hard to get here on a Friday night for a lot of you guys, but a lot of everyone. But it's really it's really amazing to see such amazing talent and influencers that keep consistently coming to the stage. So Ed, maybe in 30 seconds or so, you want to just introduce yourself and what's your thoughts on being a great speaker? I know you're new to Clubhouse, but just thoughts on that. Welcome, Ed.
Great to be here. I'm looking forward to your guest tonight because, as I mentioned to you, I was a big fan of Zig Ziglar, and you say this individual, I guess Dan Clark, was a protege. So really exciting, and I'm enjoying the enthusiasm and on a Friday night that I hear with his group. So happy to be here.
Yeah, thank you, Ed. Absolutely. You are 100% correct. Dan Clark, he's got a fascinating story. And folks, if you want to check his story out, I actually pinged the link to the podcast up top here. Okay, it was an over 2 hour interview, over 2.5 hours. I mean, Dan really graced me with his time there, went through the full story. So, yeah, he was Zig Ziglar's protege. I mean, his story is so connected with Zig's. It's an incredible story. I mean, in a few years, he went from basically an injured athlete to speaking on some of the biggest stages around the country and eventually the world. He spoke for well, I'll let him tell his story, but it's just incredible how fast he climbed and becoming Zig's student. So yeah, I'll let him share that part of the story, but for sure, yeah, excellent, and welcome again, Ed. Appreciate you being here, man. All right, so welcome everyone to the Finance Club. Hit that greenhouse at the top and give it a follow. The title is How to Be a Great Clubhouse Speaker. We got Dan Clark, a Hall of Fame speaker here. Okay, we might have two. Jim Cathcart, our mutual friend, said he might be joining, so he's actually a Hall of Fame speaker too. There's only about 170 alive, 180 alive, and how incredible that would be to have at least two on here. And I invited a few other of our mutual friends like Bob Berg, et cetera, who also I found out was a Hall of Fame speaker. I didn't know that Bob was a Hall of Fame speaker too, but we'll see who joins us. It's going to be a great night. And Sharon Lecter, my mentor, is probably going to pop in. Laurel Langemeyer from The Secret said she'll pop in around 8 o'clock Eastern time, so about an hour or so. So we got an amazing lineup tonight. I want to welcome everyone here and help us to build the room, folks, while we're waiting for my co-host Diamond Diva to show. We got Nancy Summers has shared the room twice. Thank you, Nancy. Appreciate that. And we got 11. We now got 12 shares. Can we get 15 shares? Tyrone has shared again. Thank you, Tyrone. Appreciate that. All right, folks. As the numbers are building, I want to welcome Amanda. Amanda Fetch. Welcome, Amanda. You want to tell us a little about yourself in maybe 30 seconds, as well as tell us your thoughts on how to be a great Clubhouse speaker. Amanda, flash your mic if you're here. Amanda, there she goes.
Hi, sorry, I couldn't get off me. I was trying to share and speak at the same
Yeah, it's
time.
okay. Welcome, Amanda.
Yeah, thank you so much. So, a quick intro on my background. I've seen many of the individuals in the room throughout Clubhouse. So, long story short, my background is more in technology, data analytics, data science, machine learning, and AI. So, you may see me poking around in those rooms more than anything, unless I'm just sort of listening in socially or to business rooms, things like that. Also, another little fun fact about me is I'm really passionate about the educational space. So I'm always taking a course. So if you ever need, insight on a lot of what I do is free. Yes, I do the traditional route as well, but a lot of free courses out there as well. So I could definitely help if anybody's looking into, different courses. Because like I said, that's literally my thing. I'm constantly taking courses. That, and I'm on a few different educational boards as well, one for cybersecurity. So it's not necessarily what I do day to day, but I do have a passion for that as well. So you may see me poking around in cybersecurity rooms as well, as long as a data group through Harvard in my post-grad program I was in. But yeah, so as far as how to be a great speaker on Clubhouse, things like that. So for me personally, I will say that I'm very shy and reserved. I am a coder by trade, so I would rather just hide in the shadows and never talk. That's why you may see me in some rooms where I'm there and I'm listening, but I may not be the one who's always sort of shouting from the rooftops or things like that because I'm very shy and reserved. So for me, what helps me get over that though is trying to stick to rooms that I feel very passionate about, that I know that I can jump in and feel confident. So like, for example, if it's, a pure finance room or something like that, I actually do have a little bit of a financial planning background. I worked in gross margin and things like that at the first part of my career in analytics. But I'm by no means like a Wall Street trader or something like that. So for me, I would stay away from those kind of rooms, getting on the stage and kind of like speaking or again shouting from the rooftop. So for me, the way that I feel confident and comfortable was more or less coming to the rooms and speaking more on the subjects that I feel passionate about or that I feel confident speaking to or contributing to the discussion. So it may sound very basic, but sometimes everyone just kind of wants to get on stage as much as possible, but may have nothing to contribute. And then when it comes to you, you get a little nervous. But yeah, thank you so much for allowing me to come on the stage. Excited to hear the speakers this evening.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Oh, sorry, hold on 1 second. That's oh, wait a minute.
In the meantime, while Dr. Finance, oh yes, okay, I was going to reset for you, Dr. Finance. Go ahead.
Please go ahead, Savannah. Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay, so we are here, you guys, in the Finance Club. If you have not yet clicked that greenhouse at the top, what are you waiting for? We are here to learn, to grow, and to evolve. And tonight we are learning how to be a great clubhouse speaker, or really how to be a great speaker overall. We are going to have special guest Dan Clark here with each and every single one of us. So make sure you have your notepads ready. Make sure that you are ready to ask your questions because he is a wealth of knowledge. And if you have not yet followed these incredible moderators up here, please make sure to do so to show that love right back to them for providing the value that they do. And as you can see right above Dr. Finance's head, you can see the link to his podcast, Dr. Finance Live Podcast. That was episode 60, you guys, with Dan Clark himself. So you definitely want to make sure to subscribe to that YouTube channel, and you definitely want to make sure to check out this podcast interview with Dan Clark. And I'm going to pass it on back to Dr. Finance. This is Savannah, and I'm complete.
Thank you so much, Savannah. I appreciate you jumping in here to help out. It's always good to have a great community like this, folks, because when you do, this is what happens. Sometimes we have to do other things and multitask or even a technical glitch. When we have someone, we have a great team of people that are willing to jump in and help out. That makes things so much better. And that's why we've been building such great rooms for so long. So, folks, if you haven't already checked it out, Diamond Diva's got a room every Wednesday. We collaborate. She runs her room from 4 p.m. Eastern time to about 6 hours later. And then I do the Friday rooms. We've been both doing it over a year now. And, a little bit of a slow start, but we're off to the races now. And Savannah, thank you for jumping in. And I also like to invite Diamond. Welcome, Diamond, here. Diamond, welcome to the stage, Diamond. If you want to tell us a little about yourself, maybe 30 seconds or so. We're warming up, folks. We got Dan Clark, Hall of Fame speaker in the house. He's going to be getting started in about 15 minutes or so, give or take. Just want to get the room a little bit bigger. In the meantime, I want to thank those who have shared. And if you can help us to share as well, appreciate that. Amanda has shared, Compassion has shared, Deborah has shared, Tyrone has shared, Nancy has shared. Appreciate that. And welcome one of the top hosts on Clubhouse, my co-host, Diamond Diva. Welcome, Diamond.
This is Diamond, and thank you so much, Dr. Finance. And I just have to say this first and foremost, guys. If you haven't clicked on the greenhouse yet of the Finance Club, I encourage you to do so right now. I absolutely love coming here every Friday. No matter what's happening in my world, I make space for Dr. Finance in this club. So make sure you're following the club as well as Dr. Finance himself and his team profile for all the great work that he's doing here on Clubhouse. And for those of you who don't know me yet, I'm Diamond Diva, founder and CEO of Diamond Diva Entertainment and the Abundance Mastermind. Mindset is my jam. I'm a mindset coach with background in expert coach, NLP, and timeline therapy. And I absolutely love to empower entrepreneurs, individuals to develop a success mindset in order to achieve their goals with no stress, anxiety, or overwhelm. And I pause on those three things because those are the things that block us and stop us from achieving our goals. And I'm really excited to hear from Dan Clark today. He is certainly someone who has overcome those things in a really tremendous way. Author of, I believe, over 30 some books. And you know how much I love my books. And he's just really someone who motivated the masses, myself included. And so really looking forward to this conversation learning more about how we can use the power of our voice to impact lives, and just grateful to be here. And I do have to publicly apologize for my delay here today. I was actually at a public speaking engagement, living my dream as an international public speaker. And so I'm really grateful that Dr. Finance has held space so I could join with you all today. I'm looking forward to the conversation, and I am complete. This is Diamond. Over to you, Dr. Finance.
All right. Thank you, Diane. Appreciate that. Appreciate your support. Appreciate you being here. And welcome to the stage. What an incredible stage, folks. I actually just got a private text. Folks, I want to let you know something. One of the keys about being a great networker, okay, which ties into speaking, because if you want to be a great speaker, you better learn how to get along with a lot of good people, great people. I had Jeff Hoffman just text me back, and he's interested in coming tonight too to support Dan. We're going to have a lot of people because Dan is a very well connected guy, and that's how you become a great speaker too. Like I said, having great connections, the ability to sustain those connections. Jeff Hoffman, who is the guy who basically co-founded Priceline, he's got all kinds of crazy sports guys as like best friends. For example, Evander Holyfield, etc. So actually, I want to introduce him to you, Tyrone, too, when he gets here. But if he stops in, I'll be happy to share that with you guys. So, folks, stay tuned. It's going to be a great room tonight. We're just getting started. So come on up if you're out there, if you're part of the senior mod squad. I may be inviting 2 or 3 new members to the community at some point, but we're inviting all the general leaders of the community that's been going on for about a year so far. So I want to just introduce a few more people. We got 60 people in here so far. We're just getting built up. I want to thank those who have shared the room. Danielle for sharing the room. Danielle Pachi, thank you, Danielle. Dr. Dooney for sharing the room. Thank you, Dr. Dooney. And Nancy Summers for sharing the room. Savannah shared the room. Thank you, Amanda. And Compassion. So, folks, we got 24. Can we get 50 shares before we get started? Appreciate that. With that said, I want to move on to the next of our amazing guests. We got Lady Jules here. Lady Jules. We got people from all over the world, folks, different time zones, and they come here faithfully every week. It doesn't matter what the time zone is for them, even if it's late in the middle of the night, they still come here. So, Lady Jules is one of those people. So hats off to you, Lady Jules. Appreciate you being here. If you want to just tell us about yourself, maybe 30 seconds or so, and your thoughts on the topic as well. Welcome, Lady Jules. How are you?
I am well. Happy Friday, everybody. It is indeed almost midnight in the UK. Thank you for this wonderful room. Always looking forward to my Friday date with Dr. Finance, Diamond Diva, and everyone else. Yes, this is going to be a great room tonight. I can't wait. Everything about me is on my bio. I'm only passionate about 3 things so far. I'm a humble humanitarian, real estate management and development, and private transformation and coaching. So let's get on with this evening. If you haven't shared the room, please share the room. I'm still staring at 27 shares. This is not good because I know you can do better. So let's do better. Click on that button and share this room. Sharing is caring. God bless you all. This is Lady Jules, and I yield the mic.
Thank you, Lady Jules. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you, Lady Jules. Appreciate you being here, and appreciate your thoughts on this as well. And you're right. We can always do better. I do want to say though, folks, I don't care if there's 5 people in the room. I'm here for you every Friday. I'm over the whole numbers game. We try to make it big. I do this for you guys. I do it for the guest speaker. I want to make them feel comfortable knowing that we have a quality size audience of great people. But the reality is, those who show up, I know is attracted to me. The law of attraction is working. So I'm here for you. So I'll be here every Friday, regardless. And we'll be going when everyone else isn't going. The Energy Bunny will still be going here, folks, because I'm here for you guys. So thank you, appreciate you, Lady Jules. And we got Nancy up next. Welcome, Nancy. Nancy, you were texting me. I'm not sure if you are available, but if you are, I'd love to have you speak, Nancy. Appreciate you being here. Maybe 30 seconds and your thoughts on the topic. Welcome, Nancy.
Yes, hello. Hello, everybody. I always love this room, and what an amazing stage we have here tonight. I am going to jump out shortly, but I just wanted to add my thoughts on what makes a great speaker, especially on Clubhouse. And I think it's energy. I think we have to keep our energy up anyway, as part of the mind, body, and spirit connection, just so that we have the energy to put out there and do the things that we want to do in this world. And I've been on a powerhouse event today with Ed Milet. So it's unbelievable what I was, and it falls right in, of course, like you said, to the law of attraction for us to come together tonight. And it was all about this topic. And what I heard in the dynamic speakers was just that high energy, honesty, believability. You just trust them. You just know, and a lot of that is in the sincerity of what they're talking about. Um, Diamond is a great example of that. She's always amazing. And anyway, I love this room, and thank you so much, Dan.
Wow, thank you so much. Appreciate you, Nancy, and feel free to hang in here. And if you need to leave and come back, always you're always welcome. We'll be running the stage for about 5 or 6 hours tonight, so it'll be really cool. Dan will be the main speaker for about 2 hours, and then we always have an incredible room afterwards. I'm sure there'll be an after party. Laura Langmeyer will probably stop by, and as a fact, Jim Cathcart just stepped in the room. So, folks, the party is just getting started. Jim, I'm going to be inviting you up in just a moment, and folks. If you can, feel free to share the room. We got 71 in here now. I want to thank Sheris for sharing the room, Eric for sharing the room. Welcome, Eric. Thank you for being here. Diamond for sharing the room. Jonathan, his lady Tasha for sharing the room, and Laura and Daniel Pachi. Thank you, folks. If we can get 50 shares, we're up to 34. And Jim, let's see. Did I invite you up? I'm sorry if I didn't. I think I did. Yeah, there he goes. All right, my man Jim. Folks, we got a record here, folks. We've got two Hall of Fame speakers in the house. Two Hall of Fame speakers in the house. I'm actually going to switch microphones here. Okay, here we go. Two Hall of Fame speakers, folks. There's only about 180 on this planet that are alive, and we got two of them in the same room. Folks, do you understand what it takes to be a Hall of Fame speaker? Well, we're going to learn tonight. That's for sure. But it's incredible to get one ever on your stage, and we got two. So, Jim, I want to welcome you to the stage. And then Jim. The third one is Pete. Oh, Deborah, I'm sorry. We got another one? Yeah, I think. Go ahead, Deborah.
No, my apologies, please. Sticky fingers.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you, Deborah. All right. Well, welcome, Jim. Jim Cathcart, folks, Hall of Fame speaker. He was the former president of the National Speakers Association. This guy watched people like Les Brown and Tony Robbins grow up. I mean, he's one of the forerunners of the speaking industry. So, Jim, on the motorcycle. By the way, Jim changed his picture as a side note to put that picture with the bicycle because we had a room for him back in like February on traveling the world and making money. And Jim changed his picture that night and kept it ever since. I love that picture. Welcome, Jim. How are you, sir? Jim, whenever you're ready, just yeah, there you go. Welcome, Jim. Jim, we can't hear you. Jim, you there?
I'm back. It's just did we lose your mic?
There you go.
What's going on? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. There you go.
Hey,
I'm
Tony, you were gone in the matrix for
there
like
you go.
a good lot
Thanks.
of seconds there. We didn't hear anything you said.
Oh, okay.
Same here.
Huh,
Yep.
interesting. Can you hear me now?
Clear as day now. Good stuff.
Okay,
Yep.
great. Thank you. I think that was Eric, right?
It's me, buddy. I'm here for you.
Oh, thanks, brother. Appreciate that. Jim,
Yep.
how are you, sir?
I'm very good, thank you. Happy to be back with you.
Absolutely. Jim, maybe your thoughts, if you want to tell everybody real quickly about yourself, maybe 10, 20 seconds, and what's your thoughts on being a great speaker, let alone a great clubhouse speaker? Before we're
Well,
about to get
first,
started with Dan in a little bit, so welcome.
okay. I've been around this for ever, it seems, and I love it. I've written 24 books. I've delivered 3,300 page speeches. Uh, done all the things that speakers set their goals to grow up to do. Got a TED Talk that's got 2.5 million views, and so I've been truly blessed. And I've known Dan Clark for probably 40 years, 30 years at least. And we've been buds and colleagues and fellow admirers for the longest time. The guy's amazing. I'm really glad you got him on the program tonight. And the way to become a great speaker is become a great person, agree to give speeches. Seriously, work on yourself and be a person of substance. Learn, really go deep in something that people would benefit from knowing about
and then agree to do that for pay. I mean, that's the formula right there. It sounds overly simplistic, but it's the honest truth. What's the number one, head and shoulders above all other causes of success? The commitment to succeed. Seriously, nothing else comes second. The commitment to succeed is everything. That means you'll pay the price, do the time, endure the pain, do your homework, and take whatever steps you have to take ethically to get it done. If you're committed to succeeding, nothing in the world can stop you.
Thank you, Jim. Appreciate that, man, and appreciate you being here. And best of luck, by the way, on that. You have that master class coming up pretty soon, I believe, in South America. I don't know if you had it already, but did you still have it?
No, the Bogota, no, excuse me, the Machu Picchu
Yeah, yeah.
excursion. Yeah, no, that was canceled because they didn't have the infrastructure to make it happen without an awful lot of marketing on this end. And so, although I still like them and respect what they do, I chose not to have to fill every seat personally for the excursion.
Okay, well, thank you, Jim. And Jim, if you have another one, just let us know. I'd be happy to share it to the community. I know a few
You
people
bet. Well, I'm doing
personally.
I do an 8 week long mentor program called Going Pro, where I take a person who wants to choose a lane, a part of their career that they want to go supersonic on. And I'm their mentor with a small group of other people uh, for 8 solid weeks, every week, working with them to get them exponential advancements in that field and to put them in a position where they're operating at a level they've never been at before. And I do that over 8 weeks and then combine that with a mastermind weekend here in Austin, Texas. Just finished the spring cohort, they call it, the spring edition of that, and the summer one I'm enrolling now.
Okay, thank you, Jim. Appreciate that. And maybe one of the moderators, if you guys can put Jim's website in there if they're interested. Jim, what was that website again? We'll put it in the chat for everyone if they are interested.
Cathcart, my last name, CATHCART slash cathcart.com, obviously, slash going pro, one word, going pro.
Okay, cathcart.com/going-pro. Okay, folks. Yeah, we'll
Yep.
put that in the
Thank
chat.
you.
And appreciate you, Jim. If you could stick around, definitely love to. I
You
know you're
bet.
always busy on Friday, but I'll put you first
Well,
in the
bring
queue
us
for.
up to date on your latest accomplishments. You are doing so many things.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we've got some incredible guests lined up over the next few weeks. I mean, I made a few connections this week alone that can probably take it to the highest levels. I mean, but what is the highest levels anyway? I mean, we got two Hall of Fame speakers on this stage.
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, this is where I want to be. So, um, you know what I mean? Like this is really where I want to be. I'm so honored to have you. I got Tyrone Poole sitting up top of the stage here. He's a two-time Super
Cool.
Bowl champion. I mean,
Wow.
yeah, we're friends now. I mean, this is
Wow.
this is this is where I want to be. So I'm happy,
Amen.
Jim. Appreciate you, man.
You bet.
Anything I can do to support. So, folks, welcome. We're going to do a quick reset. Welcome to the Finance Club. I just want to introduce a few more people, and then we're going to get started. We got Dan Clark here. I want to respect his time because Dan actually had a special event that he was supposed to go to. And there was an issue with the flight, and he canceled the whole thing just to be here. He will not miss a speaking engagement. He hasn't since 1982, I think he told me. So he's an amazing person, folks, and just can't wait to get started. But first, I want to welcome everyone. If you guys can share the room out, we got 90 people in here. Had a little bit of a slow start. We started about 20 minutes ago, but we're working our way up now. And I want to thank those who have shared already. We've got 36 shares. Yvette has shared, Sharice has shared, Eric has shared, Diamond has shared. Folks, so we can get some more shares and we get to 50 so we can get started. I also want to say, please give everyone on stage a follow. I don't do the green badge thing. Like that doesn't mean much to me. It's just for administrative purposes. Everyone on stage has what's called an imaginary. So just imagine it's a gold badge. Everyone on stage has a gold badge. They've been highly selected to be here, part of the finance community. And occasionally I invite 2 or 3 new folks from the audience to just to get them involved. But I want to see everyone follow the club if you're interested, and we host these rooms every Friday night. So with that said, folks, oh, by the way, thank you for sharing. Kelly has shared and Danny has shared. Thank you, Kelly and Danny. All right, so I just want to say hello. If you can come off your mic just for 5 seconds, just want to get everyone to just quickly say hello. We left off on Tina. Tina, if you just want to say hi, maybe 5 seconds to Dan before we get started. We're going to give Dan a big welcome in a little bit. But Tina, if you can just say hi and yeah, thank you. Go ahead, Tina.
Hi everybody. Happy Friday. Happy to be here. And briefly, I am a real estate executive, a thought leader, and I am the joy collector. I am spreading and giving joy always and focused on the mindset of love and joy and compassion. So just happy to listen and hear all the great shares, and so glad to see you, Dr. Finance and Diamond and Savannah. Joy to everyone. Happy Friday. This is Tina Laurie, the Joy Collector.
Wow, thank you, Tina. Appreciate you and appreciate your share last week. That was an incredible share. Every week we get to know our community a lot better and we get a little bit stronger and tighter. And that's the whole part of networking and becoming a greater speaker on Clubhouse by becoming friends with the right people. We're in the right frequency. So thank you, Tina Laurie. Appreciate you. And I want to welcome Asia here. We got Asia Jamshidi here. Welcome, Asia. If you want to say hello. Maybe 5 seconds or so. I just want to get a quick hellos from everybody before we get started. Asia, you there? Just flash your mic. Going once, going twice, folks. Just for time reason, if you don't flash, it's okay. Maybe you're walking your steps or something. Health is always important. So I will get back to you. Thank you, Asia. And we got Dr. Dooney here. Welcome, Dr. Dooney. If you want to say hello, just flash your mic. Dr. Dooney, going once, going twice. Every mom is a super mom. Welcome, Dr. Dooney's in the house.
Thank you so much, Dr. Finance. It's such a privilege to be always in this room and hearing, learning, and sharing this space with you. I am Dr. Dinny. I'm the Mom Empowerment Coach, and I am so thrilled that we are here to celebrate each other and to uplift each other. Thank you for the wisdom, thank you for the guidance, and thank you for this amazing space. I'm Dr. Dinny, and I'm done speaking for now.
Thank you, Dr. Dooney. Appreciate you being here and welcome to the stage. And we got Eric up next. Eric Harras, my new friend, even though we knew each other for over a year on Clubhouse, been on so many stages together. Saturday, we chatted for like an hour and a half. So this is the cool thing about Clubhouse. You just like your friendships start deepening as you go on. You find reasons to. And folks, if you're sitting on a stage next to somebody for like a year, just say, hey, let's have a call, even for 20 minutes. Let's deepen that relationship and see how we can help each other out. Welcome, Eric.
What's going on, Tony? I'm Eric E. And clearly the Finance Club is the place to be every Friday. I'm Eric Harras, hailing from the capital of the world here in New York City. My world is all about the real estate and all about the finance. So Dr. Finance is clearly my friend, and just the industry alignment there is incredible. So many things we can talk about. I'm happy to be here with all of our new friends. I'm really happy to see Ed Connor's back. I'm looking forward to a call with him next week around his project. Tyrone's up here, and my sister Diamond, who has been nothing but a energy source for every human that's ever touched Clubhouse. And I'm just happy to be here, my friend, every Friday. Back to you.
Thank you, Eric. Appreciate that, man. And welcome to the stage. Appreciate all your support. And folks, I want to thank those who've been sharing the room. We got Michael Hearn sharing the room. Thank you, Michael. We got my buddy Sergio is in the house from Toronto. Thank you for sharing the room, Sergio. Appreciate you. Thank you, CBN, for sharing the room. John the Bond is sharing the room. Thank you, John. Appreciate you stopping by. Kelly, Danny, thank you for sharing the room. All right, folks, we got 43 shares. Oh, somebody else just shared. Michael shared. Can we get 50 shares before Dan Clark gets started here? And folks, Dan Clark, one of the top speakers in the world, folks. They can't pay you enough to pay Dan Clark to be on a stage. And Jim Cathcart is here on the same stage at the same time. This is absolutely amazing. You know how much this would cost in real life to do? According to Jim, about 3 months ago when he was the main guest speaker, stages like this, they don't have a price. They're basically priceless. You could say $1 million, but really it's so difficult to get everybody on stage like this. So thank you everyone for being here. And I want to welcome real quick, Danielle, if you can just say hello, maybe 5 seconds. We're just trying to get hellos from everybody. So welcome, Danielle.
Of course, of course. Thanks, Dr. Finance, for always having me. I love popping in your rooms, and I'm excited for the conversation tonight. I'm interested to see what Dan has to say, and I see Tyrone. I was able to interview him as well, and he's an incredible human, as well as Savannah and Diamond, and I just appreciate what you put in this room and this community. So I'm excited to listen. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Danielle. Appreciate you being here, folks. Give Danielle a follow. She's another amazing Clubhouse speaker. These are everyone on here for the most part. I am inviting maybe two or three from the audience. It might be their first time, but most people here are Clubhouse speakers, major influencers here, so they know the formula here. So welcome, Danielle, and we got Katsuhiro here. Welcome, Katsuhiro. Katsuhiro, how are you, sir? Certified public accountant, new to the stage. But I wanted to give you a chance. How are you, sir? You want to quickly say hello, maybe 5 seconds? Katsuhiro? Now, folks, if I call your name just twice, then we're going to move on to the next person for time's sake. Dan's about to start in a few minutes. So welcome, Katsuhiro. Whenever you're ready, just let us know. We got Fred Moskowitz here, folks. Fred Moskowitz, one of the leaders of this community. So Fred, from Philadelphia as well. I'm from Philadelphia. He's from Philadelphia. We support each other a lot. Fred's an incredible guy. I met him in New York, actually, last summer. But he's dancing around with a lot of major influencers, doing things with Forbes Riley and many others. So welcome, Fred. How are you, sir?
Hello, Dr. Finance, doing fantastic. It's great to be here in the Finance Club on a Friday night. Really looking forward to tonight's discussion, talking about becoming a great speaker. And let me tell you something. No matter where you are, I don't think anyone's ever gone up to any individual before and said, "Hey, you're too good of a speaker. You better tone it down a little bit." And what I mean by that is there's always room to improve. There's always a new skill, a new thing that you want to tighten up in your technique. And so always seek to improve. That's what I encourage, and I invite each and every one of you tonight to focus on that as we learn from the great speakers in the club. This is Fred, and I'm finished speaking.
Thank you, Fred. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you always being here to support. Fred is an outstanding member of this community, folks. Definitely give him a follow. And yeah, thanks again, Fred. So, folks, we're going to get started in about 3 minutes or less. So, with that said, we're just getting quick hellos. So, if you want to come off real quick, I want to say hello to a few more friends. And then don't worry, folks, if we don't get to say hello to everyone on stage, don't worry. We're going to have a Q&A section where you can ask some questions. So, you'll have opportunities to speak. And then when the major speaker, Dan, is finished in about 2 hours, then we'll have another opportunity for everyone to. That's when the fun really kicks in, because then everyone gets to dissect what we learn from listening to the main guest speaker, and really just get a great conversation going. So, Benita, if you want to say hi real quick, maybe 5 seconds or so. Welcome, Benita. How are you?
Hi, hello, Dr. Finance, and everyone in the room. I'm just really excited about tonight's meeting, and I just want to thank you, Dr. Finance, for all of the value and valuable speakers and wonderful people that you have in your rooms. And I just wanted to thank you for this space.
Thank you, Benita. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate your support. All right, we got Laura up next. We got Laura Hearn. Welcome, Laura. How are you? You want to say hello? Welcome.
Hey, Dr. Finance, thanks so much. Hi, Diamond. Hi, Savannah. Hi, Tyrone. I'm just so excited for this room. And I love all the rooms you hold, Dr. Finance. As someone that works in the financial services industry and has my MBA in finance, I just love learning about everything you're up to. So I'm excited to be here.
Thank you, Laura. Appreciate you. And Laura, I saw it. I wasn't following you. I know that you may be a little bit new to these stages, so I gave you a follow, Laura, and welcome to the Finance Club. You're more than welcome to come here. We got this stage happening every Friday night, folks, between about 6:30 p.m. roughly, give or speak, to about 6 hours later, midnight. That's Eastern time, okay? And the main guest speaker usually starts between around roughly 7 and 9 p.m. A little bit late start today, but appreciate you, Laura. Welcome to the stage. We've got CBN up next. CBN, you want to say hello real quick? We're starting in about 2 minutes, so maybe 5 seconds. Welcome, CBN.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Dr. Finance. Hello to everyone. Yeah, just thanks for the invite up. I think Fred said it perfectly right. There's always room for improvement. So here to support the space, and I'll sit back, listen, and take notes. I'm out.
Oh, that's incredible. Thank you. Short and sweet, CBN. Appreciate you being here. Welcome to the stage. All right, we got Sharon up next. Sharon Huang, how are you, Sharon? You want to say hi? Come off your mic if you want to say hello. Welcome, Sharon. Sharon Huang. Sharon, if you're there, give me going once, going twice. All right, Danny. Welcome, Danny. How are you? Danny Calfell. He's one of the partners with Grant Cardone. Welcome, Danny. How are you, sir?
I'm good, man. How about
Oh,
you?
I'm doing great. Doing great. Love it. Memorial Day weekend. By the way, happy Memorial Day weekend to those living in the United States. And happy Memorial Day weekend to the world. Like memorial of
Indeed.
memory of everything, memory of humanity, right? Like if you don't know your past, you can't move forward and learn your future, all that kind of stuff. Like happy Memorial Day, it's just in general stuff. Peace and love in the world. Welcome, Danny. How are you?
Yeah, man, I'm good. No, I'm hoping they do the air show. I gotta see if they're doing they were doing it, they stopped it because of COVID, but I'm hoping they do the air show here. I go every year with my father, so
Okay, sounds good, Danny. Appreciate
for
you
the
being here, man. And
yeah, man. But always coming in here to support you, man. You know it.
yeah, absolutely, Danny. Appreciate you. And by the way, Danny, you'll like in about 3 weeks from now. I know you were a former boxer. I got a buddy of mine who's in the martial arts, big star. He's going to be here. He's also a comedian too. So I'll introduce you to him if you want to come on stage. I believe that's the third Friday in June. So
Okay.
yeah, I think you'll like
Yeah,
that one.
man, for sure.
All right, thank you, Danny. Appreciate you being here, man.
Anytime, man. Always.
All right. Welcome, and welcome, Sergio. Sergio, my good buddy from Toronto, Hollywood director, folks. This guy is incredible. So, Sergio, folks, how are you, Sergio? Sergio, I don't know. Sergio was actually a little bit busy, but I invited him in. He came. He just wanted to hang out. Oh, there he goes. He's there. Welcome, Sergio. How are you, sir?
Dr. Finance, it's always an honor and a pleasure to be here. And I see my mentor and friend, Jim Cathcart. I just completed an incredible Going Pro session with him in Austin, Texas. It was transformative. And I have to thank you, Dr. Finance, for introducing us and for creating this beautiful space.
Yeah,
Wow.
absolutely, Sergio. Oh, go ahead, Jim. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. And hello, Sergio.
Hey, Jim.
Wow. Nice. Yeah, I appreciate that.
Folks, what you
Cool.
just witnessed is an example of what happens here every single Friday. People meet on the stage. Life relationships are forged. Like best friends are made. Business partners are made. Like this is
Hmm.
incredible stuff. We've had meltdowns on the stage. We've had billionaires connecting with billionaires on the stage. Folks, you're going to watch it tonight. Watch the people that I connect on stage, folks. I got an amazing lineup of people. This is what connections is about. This is what networking is about. Finding the right people that you think are a good fit and try to forge that relationship. You never know the magic that can happen. So, Sergio, commend you, man, and hooking up with Jim. Jim is an amazing guy. Jim, Sergio, I give my hats off to him. Sergio is doing great things in his space too. So, thank you guys for
Truly.
connecting.
Yep.
Thank you, Dr. Finance.
Thank you, Sergio. Appreciate you being here. All right, real quick, folks, we're going to start in about 1 minute. I just want to say hello quickly to Josh Payne. Josh, if you want to come off just quickly, like 5 seconds, just say hi. Welcome, Josh.
Dr. Finance, it's a pleasure, man. Pleasure to be here. And Josh Payne, 14-year industry leader, entrepreneur in the financial space. If you want to learn about our mission and purpose, feel free to jump into the bio there. It's a pleasure to be here, Dr. Finance, and appreciate everything you do. Cheers, man.
Thank you, Josh. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate the support. Welcome, everyone, folks. We're about to get started in 1 minute. We got Hall of Fame speaker Dan Clark in the house. Can I get a yes if you in the chats if you want to see a Hall of Fame speaker, folks? Do you know how hard it is to be a Hall of Fame speaker? It's the elite of the elite. It's the Super Bowl of speaking, and there's only about 180 living, and you got two of them on stage today. Now, Dan Clark is the main speaker, but Jim Cathcart is here to support. Jim is also a Hall of Fame speaker. So, can I get a yes in the chat if you want to see a Hall of Fame speaker speak tonight and learn about how to speak on Clubhouse? We got speakers on the stage, speakers all over Clubhouse, but are they Hall of Fame speakers? Do you know what it means to be a Hall of Fame speaker? I mean, like a lot of people go on stages, these big stages, these newsrooms and stuff. But folks, that's not speaking. What is speaking? We're going to learn what speaking is today. We got a lot of yeses in the chat. Look at that, starting with Dan. Oh wow, this goes way deep. Got Tyrone says yes. His lady says yes. Daniel says yes. Ella says yes. Deborah, Benita, Nathalia, Jim Cardi, Cathcart even says yes. Folks, we got a lot of yeses going here. It looks like everyone wants to meet a Hall of Fame speaker. So this is incredible. All right, folks. So I want to introduce real quick, just 5 seconds, if you can come off the mic. We got Nathalia, if you want to say hi. Nathalia, just 5 seconds, real quick. Welcome, Nathalia.
Sure. Thank you so much, Dr. Finance. I appreciate to be here. Looking forward to Dan Clark because as an ex-co-founder of Toastmasters, I know the value of being a great speaker. Thank you so much, and I look forward to the room. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalia. Appreciate that, folks. We just passed 100 in the room. I think it's about time to get started, but I do want to say hello real quick to a few more folks. So we got Rocky here. Rocky, welcome, Rocky. How are you? Nice to see you. Rocky, if you want to just come off real quick and just say hi, maybe 5 seconds. Rocky, I think you're new to this stage, but you got an impressive resume here. Welcome, Rocky. How are you?
Hello, thanks for having me, Dr. Finance. It is my first time on the stage, but it's so amazing. It's been such a beautiful space with all my Clubhouse family, a lot of friends on the stage. Looking forward to the conversation. You can always learn how to be a better speaker, and you have an amazing guest. So thanks for having me.
Thank you, Rocky. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate your support. And I hope you enjoy this club every Friday night. We are the club that has been going. We were the original Friday night room, folks. All those newsrooms and rooms that you see out there, with just talking news and whatnot, they came from here, folks. This room attracts people who want to learn. You want to learn, you come here. You want to meet great people, you come here. We learn about money, we learn about speaking, writing, you name it. This is where it happens every Friday night. So just stay tuned. We're going to get started. Thank you, Rocky. Welcome to the stage. And folks, I'm just going to point a few people out because I don't want to, be disrespectful to Dan's time because we do need to get started. So I just want to quickly point a few people out. I want to welcome Shanique. Shanique, I'm just going to say hello. If you want to flash your mic, welcome Shaniqua. Appreciate you being here. Mitchell, welcome Mitchell. I'm going to go through this a little bit faster, folks. So we do need to get started. Welcome Mitchell. Appreciate you being here, man. Mitchell Feldman. Welcome. We got Antonia here. Welcome Antonia. And then we got Sharon. Sharon Shannon, one of my favorite people on Clubhouse. She actually helped me to run the longest running room on Clubhouse the first day, okay, which turned in over 1 million people. So Sharon and I'm really good friends with Sharon. Sharon, you're always welcome to this community. Sharon, if you want to come off real quick and say hi, welcome, Sharon. Appreciate you.
Hey, Dr. Finance, old time. This is what it reminds me of, old times with you. And I want to thank you for this room. I'm glad I was able to come up today. Sharon, the faith coach, let's get it going.
Right on. Thank you, Sharon. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate your support. And we got Dan, the man, Monahan up. Welcome, Dan. Flash your mic if you're here, Dan. I'm going through this real quick, folks. We're about to start in like 30 seconds. Welcome, Ella's here. Welcome, Ella. And folks, if you don't get a chance to speak, don't worry. We got plenty of time for questions a little bit. But we got Ella here. Welcome, Ella. Thank you for your support, Ella. And then we got Marco. Welcome, Marco. Welcome, Nathaniel. Welcome, Kyle. Welcome, Suzanne. And then we got Lady Jules. I believe she already, I think I already introduced Lady, but welcome, Lady Jules, again. And then we got Doria Cordova here, folks. So real quick, I just want to just say hello to Doria here. Doria's good friends with a lot of the crew up here. She's actually a superstar in her space. She was the former partner of actually Robert Kiyosaki. The owner of the Money and You program, which basically has led a lot of many major celebrities have graduated from this program, like Tony Robbins and Mark Victor Hansen, who sold the most number one nonfiction books in history, Chicken Soup for the Soul. By the way, Dan Clark was a major contributor to that book. So this guy, Dan, is just incredible. Let's get a real quick hello from Dory, and then we're gonna get started. Welcome, Dory.
Aloha, everyone. Just wanted to say hi. You are my Friday night date. When I can be here, just a really big date with all of you. I always learn so much, and when I can, I contribute a little. I can hardly wait until I hear Dan and the other masters. Aloha, everyone. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Dory, and always glad to have you here. And a lot of Dory's friends will be stopping by later, including Mo Rock, who will be a guest speaker in about a month. Mo Rock is one of the major event guys out there, so he should be popping in pretty soon. But anyway, welcome, Dory. And folks, we're going to hit it off. We're going to get this party started. Can I get a yes in the chat if you want to get this Friday night party started? Folks, we're going to learn and have fun. That's what Friday's about, right? Having fun. Well, why can't we learn at the same time? Can everyone say yes if you want to learn and have fun at the same time on a Friday night? How many yeses can we get? Mina says yes. Miriam says yes. Savannah says yes. Consuelo says clapping the hands. That's a yes. Laura, heck yes. We got Sharice. Now, Danielle says yes. Christine says yes. Diamond Diva says yes. Natalia says yes. Troy says yes. Nancy Summers says yes. This is incredible, folks. Now, let's do it with the shares. How many people want to learn and have fun and learn how to be a great clubhouse speaker? If you want to learn and be a great clubhouse speaker tonight, share this room and say yes. Just say yes. Just put the word yes in. Just share the room and
Yes.
say yes. And then we're going to get started in about 20 seconds. So let's see how many shares we get with the words yes in it. We got Money Penny says yes. Nancy says yes. Angela says yes. Sharing the room. Doria says yes. Oh, wow, this is incredible. Ella shared the room. Thank you for sharing the room and saying yes. David Wyatt says yes. Oh, this is incredible, folks. We got 65 shares. These numbers are going up. 118. Here we go. I feel like we're at an auction. All right, folks. Last task before we start with Dan. I want to do a quick reset. Diamond, if you can do a quick reset, and then we're going to introduce the main guest tonight. Welcome, Diamond Diva, one of the top hosts on Clubhouse, folks. Tell the owners of Clubhouse what we're doing here. They really need to know. We've impacted millions of people. Welcome, Diamond. How are you?
This is Diamond, and I'm super excited. You got me fired up, Dr. Finance. Welcome, everyone, to the Finance Club. Click on that greenhouse and become a member of the club today. We're having a great evening on how to be great on Clubhouse with the one and only Dan Clark. If you haven't yet, make sure you're subscribed to the Dr. Finance Live podcast where you can see the full length interview with Dan Clark himself. The link is available at the top of the room. And as you just heard from Dr. Finance, keep on sharing the room and inviting in your friends, saying a big yes to Dan Clark and all the great value that he brings. Take the time to follow Dan Clark himself, Dr. Finance, and every single moderator and speaker and guest in the room. You're in the right place at the right time. And welcome everyone to the Finance Club. This is Diamond, and I'm complete. Over to you, Dr. Finance.
Wow, thank you so much, Diamond.
Woo-wee.
Appreciate that. And real quick, folks, I just want to say hello to some newcomers to the room. We got Consuela here, Angela here, Suzanne here, and Clubhouse Jeff, man. Appreciate you stopping by tonight. Clubhouse Jeff, real quick, before we get to Dan, we're going to get started in just a second. I just want to say hi to Jeff because Jeff is an amazing Clubhouse speaker. Clubhouse Jeff, come on. Welcome, Clubhouse Jeff.
Thank
How
you,
are you, sir?
brother. Hey, everybody. Yeah, no, I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Clubhouse Jeff. And Jeff, just for the record, what is your thoughts on what it takes to be an amazing speaker here on Clubhouse?
I think it just takes being very attentive, listening, and then when the time is right, you can chime in. But just thinking about how you can contribute to the room and how you can help the other people and help everybody grow, because it's really about the community. That's
Wow,
it.
thank you, Jeff. You said it well said. All right, folks, here's the time. So if we could all come off the mic and give a warm round of applause. Let me just tell you about this guy, Hall of Fame speaker. Okay, one of only like 170, 180 alive. He was the New York Times best-selling author of 37 books, a primary contributing author to The Chicken Soup for the Soul. You know how many books that sold? Over 500 million books. Is the number one book, nonfiction book in history, and he was the primary contributor to that. Award-winning athlete. That's why we got Tyrone Poole. I'm going to introduce him to Tyrone Poole, two-time Super Bowl champion. These guys are actually they ran a little bit of their life was kind of in reverse. You know, Tyrone went the full track, and now he's getting engaged in the speaking world. Dan was a superstar athlete. His injury in football is what led him to become a Hall of Fame speaker. So we got two amazing speakers here coming from the opposite ends of the spectrum, and we all meet at this point right now. Folks, Dan Clark is a CEO of a multi-million-dollar international communications company, a university professor, podcast host, gold record songwriter. Folks, he went to outer space. He's a pilot. He flew 90,000 feet in the air with just one other person in outer space. You actually got to see what the world looked like from up there in the stratosphere. So he'll correct me with that, I'm sure. He said he didn't go that high, but still, as far as I'm concerned, that's pretty high. Well, anyway, folks, we'll come off the mic and just give Dan Clark an amazing round of applause.
Bravo, 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 bravo.
Love
Let's
that.
go.
Thank you so much. Thank
Welcome, Dan.
Pew, pew,
you.
pew, pew.
All right, all right. Welcome, welcome. Dan Clark, how are you, sir?
So good, Tony. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing well, man. Friday night, hanging out with the friends, hanging out with the family. This is the family. This is the second family here. Like Clubhouse has become my second family. I am so happy to be here, and with legends like you and Jim Cathcart, and we got Tyrone Poole here, Diamond, David Doria Cordova, and so many others. Ed, by the way, Ed also is here. Ed Connors is just a few rows below you. I want to introduce you to Ed Connors. This guy's a superstar as well. Was the main guest speaker last week. Guy, Gold's Gym founder, who made it the largest gym franchise in the world. I mean, we can go person by person. We just got an incredible dynamic stage and only here in the Finance Club. Dan, I'm doing great. How are you, sir?
Great. Thanks for having me. And excuse me, Dr. Jim Rome. Let's just cut right to the foundation that brings us all together. He's so famous for saying, we, excuse me, we become the average of the five people we associate with the most, and which means we must be willing to pay any price and travel any distance to associate with extraordinary human beings, especially on Clubhouse, even online. So it's an honor to be here and share the stage with all of your amazing experts. Hi, Jim Cathcart, my hero, my mentor. What a hoot.
You.
Absolutely.
Wow.
There he goes, Jim.
That was beautiful. Thank you for that. I appreciate that.
So let's get started. If I may. I know you're a great interviewer, um, Tony, but let's just for those of you who are late coming in, you didn't hear Jim Cathcart's wisdom, excuse me, about being a speaker. And what he said was the goal is to become a great human being. Remember, in the law of attraction, we don't attract who we want, we attract who we are. And Cathcart reminded us that the idea is to become the best version of ourselves, an extraordinary human being, and then figure out a way to take our message so deep in our vulnerability that people want to hear from us and bask in our knowledge and experience and wisdom, with the attitude that when the water in the lake goes up, all the boats rise together.
Hmm.
So a friend of ours, Dr. Herb True, who
Wow.
I met way back in 1982 at our first NSA convention in Chicago there, Cathcart,
Yep.
he was a professor at Notre Dame University. And from what I understand,
Wow.
he was the first individual, he taught marketing at Notre Dame, and he was the first individual that put analytics to the sales profession. And what
Hmm.
Dr. True helped us understand through a massive study and survey, 44% of sales professionals quit after the first sales call, 24% quit after the second sales call, 14% quit after the third sales call, and 12% of sales professionals quit after the fourth sales call. That's 94% of sales professionals who quit by the fourth sales call. And yet 85% of our sales are closed between the fifth and the 12th sales call. What does that have to do with becoming a great speaker and a great communicator? Well, what we have to do is make ourselves more compelling to be around, more fascinating to listen to, more inspirational to, to emulate, so that everyone in our life, personal and professional relationships, trust us enough and are empowered enough to invite us into their inner circle at least 5 to 12 times until we can close the deal. And the deal just might be developing a trusting relationship. We're not selling a product or a service, but we're definitely selling our personality, our character, our kindness, giving people a reason to want to become our friends, not just acquaintances, not just associates, but true friends. And in the lyrics of one of my songs, isn't the goal in every relationship to have everybody leave us saying, I like me best when I'm with you, I want to see you again. I like
Hmm.
me best when I'm with you, I want to see you again. So to Cathcart's initial wisdom, let's just start right out of the chutes. When I was given opportunities to speak as I recovered from my football accident, and I'll share that in detail, I finally went to my dad. I loved him. He was a great orator. And I said, Dad, what kind of a speaker should I be? And without even missing a beat, he said, be the kind of speaker that you want to listen to.
Hmm.
I was on a panel at the Maui Writers Conference in Hawaii. and I'm on the panel with Steven Spielberg and Matt Damien's mother. And finally, it got to the question and answer session, and this guy asked Steven Spielberg, "How do you decide what movies to make? How, when you get thousands of manuscripts and treatments, how do you decide what movies you want to make?" And Steven Spielberg says, "I only make movies that I want to see, that I want to watch, that I would pay money to sit in a theater and watch." And he described how fun it was to make E.T., where he's there with all the animatronic engineers. And in the middle of the script, he says, "Hey, I think I want his head to go up." And so, like little kids with childlike wonderment and curiosity, they're like, "Okay, let's figure out how to do that. What would his voice sound like?" They became children creating this amazing, iconic figure because they were true to what motivated them and what interested them. And so I really think that was God sent, Cathcart, for you to illuminate that one simple, blatant reality that what connects us in the law of attraction is authenticity. And once we commit to becoming the best version of ourselves, the same off stage as we are on stage, may I just conclude this little preamble by saying the difference between a professional presenter who writes a speech and memorizes that speech and then shows up and delivers it in the same mindset as a Shakespearean actor or a Broadway star versus a true professional speaker, and then the next level, the Hall of Fame speakers. What we all agree on is the goal, the mission, the purpose is to seek to bless, not impress. What we have to do is make sure that it's always about the audience and never about ourselves. So if you're nervous before you speak, it means you think it's about you. But if you're excited before you speak, it means you now believe and understand it's about the audience. And when we can take that privilege of the platform, a great line from our dear friend Naomi Rhodey when she was president of NSA, when we can inculcate that privilege of the platform mindset into our lives and realize it's not about an adrenaline rush, it's not about paying to play and trying to get on a stage so you can, have that ego boost. If you're serious about service before self and saying something that would save a life, keeping someone from killing themselves, say something that would save a marriage or an intimate relationship, say something that would inspire someone with tenacity to never say never and keep their business dream alive until it becomes a reality. Whatever you can possibly do when your purpose is to change the world one story, one speech at a time, you become a Hall of Fame speaker, regardless if you have the title and the accolades or not. So that's my preamble to this evening's discussion. I hope it made sense, and I'll stop talking right now, Tony, and turn it back over to you, brother.
Well, Tony, can I speak
Woo!
for a moment?
Woo!
Absolutely, Jim. Absolutely, Jim. But Jim, I just want to give Dan a hats off
Bravo.
to that because that was absolutely incredible. Thank you, Dan. Appreciate that. And Jim, before you get started, because Jim, you're definitely up next. I want to thank the action takers. We got Dee Medrano for sharing the room. We got Sharice for sharing the room. Treasury Rarity, Suzanne has shared the room. Deborah shared the room. Folks, we got 83 shares. Can we get more shares for the share the room? Thank you. And go ahead, Jim. Definitely off to you, Jim Cathcart, another Hall of Fame speaker. Welcome, Jim.
Thank you. I just wanted to add my voice to what Dan was saying and to say to everyone what you got in those few golden moments with Dan just a moment ago was absolute distilled pure wisdom. There were so many life lessons in that. And Dan and I share a common background in that we came through the profession in parallel to each other. And we knew and still know a lot of the same people. One of the people that he referred to was Bill Gove, the first president of the National Speakers Association. And Bill was known for half of the statement that Dan shared, and that was, I like me best when I'm with you. Oh my gosh, what a beautiful statement that is. If that were our sole goal in life, just yours or mine, to make every person we care about, every person we meet, to make them say, I like me better when I'm with you, good heavens, everything we ever dreamed about will come true. Thank you, Dan. That was brilliant.
Thanks, Jim.
Thank you, Jim. Incredible, incredible, folks. Jim Cathcart and Dan Clark here, folks. It's an incredible honor to have two amazing Hall of Fame speakers on stage. And yeah, thank you, Jim. Appreciate that. So, Dan, I just want to move briefly into the interview because, as you know, I don't want to spend too much time on me asking you questions. Folks, if you want to hear the full Dan Clark story, just click the link above. And this link above will take you to the podcast episode for Dr. Finance Live podcast. Dan Clark interview over 2.5 hours. He tells the whole story of his life and speaking world and so many great questions. I do want to have more time with our incredible panel asking questions. And by the way, folks, and as an addition to that, check out Jim Cathcart's interview on that same podcast. Jim has actually gave an incredible historical breakdown of the self help industry. I mean, he went all the way back to Napoleon Hill and beyond, and
Hmm.
he showed the ancestryhood of everyone, the lineage of the teacher student relationship, and he gave an incredible overview on his bookshelf, which has some of the best books in this space. So that was one of my favorite interviews. Thank you, appreciate that, Jim. All
Thank
right.
you. I'm going to go silent now. I'll see you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Jim.
Okay.
Appreciate that. All right. So Dan, moving on to the first question I have for you, sir. I'm just going to ask you maybe 2 or 3 questions, and then I want to introduce you to a few folks on stage too. So really, the title of the room. I'd like to get your response to that. I know you're sort of new to Clubhouse, but how do you be a great Clubhouse speaker? Dan Clark.
Well, someone already mentioned it was probably Clubhouse Jeff. You always,
Fuck Clubhouse Jeff.
we don't listen to interrupt. We listen to we listen to contribute. And because I'm a storyteller, in my experience on Clubhouse, a lot of people they chime in and they tell a story, and the question is why do they need to tell that story? What's the purpose in sharing that specific story? And most importantly, have you figured out what the life lesson is from that experience that is worth sharing, that will help someone change their mindset, up level their belief, and jump off the clubhouse room with enough inspiration to make a move, to take a chance, to take a risk, to roll the dice, to become that person that they dream to be. So the idea in becoming a great clubhouse speaker is no different than just becoming a great human being who focuses in on our ability to communicate and our responsibility to become the best communicators we can possibly be so that people want to listen to us. So maybe what we could do in this room, Tony, is, I have this online course that I've sold a gajillion of. I call it Speak Like a Pro, and I would be willing to just give the insight, the wisdom, that 40 years experience I've had as a professional speaker, and just take people through the key elements of how to craft a speech that listeners love, and how to make your stories funny and evocative by adding a quote and emotional. As a songwriter, I learned you must edit so every word pays its own way. So we can't be Baptist preachers where we tell them what we're going to tell them and then tell them and then tell them what we told them. What we have to do is really get into the essence of communication. And I would love to share whatever I can in that aspect. And let me just share something that would get everybody's juices flowing so that I know you're on my same page. Knowledge is power, but knowledge has no heart. Think about it. We don't learn to know, we learn to do. All the information in the world is going to make a person successful. Ha. It's like the guy who has 3 PhDs, one in philosophy, one in psychology, one in sociology. He doesn't have a job, but at least he can explain why. What's my point? Reason leads to conclusions, but it is emotion that leads to action. Let me repeat that. Reason leads to conclusions, but it is emotion that leads to action. So anyone who believes they have to have slides and they're committed to death by PowerPoint, shame on all of us. Shame on every single person in this room. Our science and our art and science of public speaking, I've taught it 11 years now at the university level, the MBA level. We should have no more than 12 slides in a 60-minute, 1 hour long speech. And that means we must have a total of 24 slides. So every time you put up a slide, you follow that slide with a black slide so that all the eyes go from the screen back to you as the presenter, never behind a podium. You want to eliminate every barrier, every barricade that would get between you and the listener, you and the participant or audience member. So what we have to do is put that black slide up so that all the eyes that once were looking at the slide now go from the screen back to you so you can communicate heart to heart, spirit to spirit. And then when it comes time for the next slide, you put it up and then you follow that with another black slide. Most people try to cram so much information on the same slide that no one can read it past the fifth row. And they use really goofy, uh, harsh colors and small type font that you can't read or don't allow our eyes to focus on. So I'm old school. I just give me the microphone. I have no slides. If somebody needs to have slides, most of the time they're unprepared and they stand on stage and they narrate the slides that keeps them on task. That's ridiculous. That means you're a professional presenter, not a professional speaker, and definitely not in line to become a Hall of Fame speaker. The idea is to communicate, seek to bless, not impress. So I'm old school. Give me a handheld microphone. So if I decide to walk off the stage and interact, I don't have to have someone lean up in my lapel microphone and ask a question as if they're whispering in my ear. And because reason leads to conclusions, and it's emotion that leads to action, we have got to become master storytellers because no one remembers the facts and figures. Email those slides to me. Email the slides to your audience. Let them show up in their library at 2 o'clock in the morning in their flannel so they can read them, reread them, study them, analyze them, and let it incubate and percolate in their souls and in their minds and hearts to figure out what that information means to them. We don't remember the facts and figures. We remember the interpretation of the facts and figures. So I'm suggesting that in order to become a great clubhouse speaker and a great on-stage live speaker and a great speaker in Zoom in our remote economy, we all need to become extraordinary storytellers. And in that process, become extraordinary master story sellers. It's the name of my last book that I wrote during COVID as I was battling my throat cancer and my surgery, Story Selling. And I'm really proud of that, where I distilled how we can choose the right story that will trigger one of the 6 brain chemicals that actually can influence someone's buying decisions, influence someone's thought process, that will actually inspire them to change their behavior. There is real science and medicine and physiology behind the art and science of storytelling. So I would hope we can really dive into that and really talk about how you make every story funny and evocative with the quote and emotional, and the 3 ways that we start a speech and the 8 key elements of crafting a speech that listeners love. My speaker's triangle. I want to give my free online course that's worth a lot of money to just give back to this clubhouse room in every possible way I can, because I care so much about you, Tony, and everybody who's jumped on tonight to learn and grow on a Friday.
Dan, that is an incredible response. Always over delivering. I want to, first of all, I also want to thank you, Dan, for being here. I know there was some challenges to get here today, but as a man of your word, you did whatever you had to do to get here and serve this community. Currently, over 558 people in this room, and you're just an inspiration to so many. I have my next question for you. I'm only going to ask maybe two or three more, and then we're going to move on because I want to introduce you to some people, and I want to get some questions from our panel. And this is a question that I think that most people would ask. So what was it like being mentored by Zig Ziglar?
You know, he has such a distinct cadence, and he was so clever in his ability to paint word pictures. You know, Dr. Finance, his smile was so wide he could have eaten a banana sideways. I mean, you can visualize that smile. Those are classic Zig Zigisms. Uh, he's the one that brought to the world you can get anything in this life that you want if you're willing to help enough other people get what they want. And that ties in with one of the resources that we have available to each of us in this clubhouse room to get the interviews of with the celebrities and the superstars that we dream to interview, to give us more information, cooler stories to tell in our speeches, deeper insights into the wisdom of the ages. So Zig, he, I think the influence he had on me was he was the master storyteller. And yet he wasn't just Mother Goosing it where he would tell a story. He would always quote the statistical background. He would give the credibility. If he was talking about divorce, for example, he would say that according to the National Institute on Families, 50% of marriages in America right now end in divorce. 64% of second, I mean, yeah, 64% of second marriages, 72% of third marriages end up in divorce, and 90% of fourth marriages end up in divorce. And he would give the credible source so that we didn't think it was just hearsay. Remember, we're supposed to seek counsel, not opinion. So when we speak, what everybody needs to understand is that some things are true whether you believe them or not. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion, but nobody's entitled to the wrong facts. And we shouldn't believe everything that we think. So if we're going to make that statement, that trifecta statement, which I obviously have made many times over the years, we have to illustrate what I just suggested with a compelling, powerful story. So Zig, he was the one that took me under his wing. He sponsored me in the National Speakers Association way back in 1982. So I was his little guy. He introduced me to all the biggest name speakers, the Jim Cathcarts, the Jeannie Robertsons, the Robert Henrys, the Dr. Robert Schulers, Ty Boyds. I had the privilege of being on several of those huge PMA rally stages back in the day, and to meet the superstars, all because of Zig, and he believed in me. And because you brought it up, Tony, let's just talk about the 6 degrees of separation. When you do your best and become the best version of yourself, and then do everything in your power to share your message because you know there's at least one man and one woman in every audience that is hurting as badly as you were when you were injured, or when you were going through recovery, or when you were trying to figure out the steps of resiliency to be an entrepreneur, or whatever your message is. When you know that your message is going to change someone's life and save someone's life, you'll never miss a speech. And I've never missed a speech since 1982 when I started this gig. I've had flights cancel. I've rented cars and driven 7 hours through the Badlands of Nebraska to show up at Rapid City, South Dakota as the final speaker of a 3-day conference sponsored by the entire state healthcare world. And as I showed up at the door of the ballroom on the end of the 3rd day, the gentleman and lady, the event planners, were sobbing. They hugged me. I was the only speaker who showed up in a 3-day conference because of inclement weather and flights being canceled. And that wasn't an option for me because it's a calling. So when I have people say, Clark, I want to become a speaker, I ask them 2 questions. What would you drive 5 hours one way to say to somebody for free? And if you wouldn't, you're not called to be that communicator to change the world. Your passion and purpose isn't big enough, and you'll just be a professional presenter your whole life seeking an ego rush or an adrenaline rush from a stage when people give you a standing ovation. And the second question, which really takes us to the tip of the spear, if you had 1 hour to live, what would you say? Not what would you do? Professor Randy Pausch, he coined the phrase last lecture, and he was dying of cancer, had 2 young children. He videotaped his speech to his colleagues at a university. And basically on stage, he wanted to record stories and experiences and counsel so that his 2 little girls could see their dad and learn what he thought it took to become an extraordinary human being. And then he passed away, died a short time after that recording. So as a university professor for 11 years, that's my final examination, the last lecture. If you had 1 hour to live, what would you say? And that helps you crystallize your thinking and really come up with what messages you really feel called to share with the world. And then you reverse engineer and figure out what life experiences you've had that will help you teach those life lessons from an eyewitness first person narrative response instead of just being an anchor man or an anchor woman reporting somebody else. Your speaker's fee goes up and your impact goes deeper than you can imagine when you tell your own stories and share your own experiences. And Zig Ziglar, he's the one that taught me that, guided me through the process of how we find our own stories, how we write our own stories, the power of a quote, and how we need to tie a quote into a story, and how we need to use that story to illustrate the quote. I would love to give an example of that, but I'll stop speaking and you can ask me another question, bro.
Thank you, Dan. Dan, that's incredible share. Folks, I think, Dan, before we get, I'm just going to ask you 2 more quick questions. My second question will tie into an special introduction I want to make today. But before we do that, Clubhouse, Dan, is a little bit different than the physical speaking world. We got people popping in and out. They can't just get up out of a seat like in a regular stadium or an event where they can just, it's a lot easier, what I'm trying to say, to leave a room than than
Yep.
another physical event. So everything's in sound bites here, and it's just a different way of speaking on Clubhouse. So with that said, I want to do a quick reset. So we got Diamond. Flash your mic if you're available. Diamond's one of the top hosts on Clubhouse. We're gonna do a quick reset. I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna ask 2 quick questions to Dan, and we're gonna pivot to get our amazing panel to ask questions, folks. This is $1 billion plus stage. Diamond Diva, one of the top hosts on Clubhouse. She hosts every single Friday with me, and she has her own room on Wednesday as well. So we collaborate, folks. 2 options a week if you want to join the room. Well, welcome, Diamond Diva. If you want to do a quick reset, off to you, Diamond.
This is Diamond and absolutely Dr. Finance. Welcome everyone to the Finance Club. If you haven't yet, click on that green house and become a member today. We're having absolutely amazing conversation today about how to be a great clubhouse speaker with Dan Clark. And I will tell you, he's dropping so much more gems. I already have 5 pages of notes. So get your pens and pads out and be ready to take notes as well. We also encourage you to click on that link at the top and subscribe to the Dr. Finance Live podcast, where you can go on a deep dive on episode 60 with Dan Clark himself and find about all of the wonderful shares that he has provided for us regarding his journey as a professional and world-renowned public speaker. We also encourage you to take the time to connect with Dr. Finance, Team Dr. Finance, and Dan Clark himself, as well as every single moderator and speaker on the panel here today. We also ask you to go to that bottom square with an arrow pointing up. It now says 101 and continue to share this room. Leave a note in the hallway about what Dan has already shared with you that resonates. Invite in your your friends. Keep tweeting out the room and sharing this absolutely incredible space here today. Thank you and welcome everyone to the Finance Club. This is Diamond and I'm complete. Over to you, Dr. Finance.
All right. Thank you so much, Diamond. Appreciate that, folks. I also want to just let you know, if you can, check out the rules. The stage is starting to get a little bit big, so we got to have some order here. When you click that greenhouse at the top, after you follow, there is a rule section. And one of the major things that we don't do here is pitch or to DM other people to other people's clubs. This is the room on Friday night. There is no other room. All the other rooms out there, a lot of them have come through this room originally. So this is the place to be. Don't get it twisted. Every Friday night, well, it might be morning because we got a global stage. I got to stop saying Friday nights. Friday night Eastern time, but you could be like so many of the people on stage here. And we have everybody here is from, I'd say probably at least 5 continents on this stage alone. Folks, where are you from, as a fact? Let's put it in the chats. Tell everybody where you're from. I know we got people from Europe here. We got some of my fans from Facebook. They're from Africa and Southeast Asia, from Canada, from Mexico. We also have some Australian folks here. So basically, it's 6 continents. We just need some folks from Antarctica to round the bases off. So any of the 2,000 scientists that live in Antarctica, if you happen to be on Clubhouse, please let us know. We want to have the 7 continents here on Clubhouse. So, and I know Dan and Jim. Jim's an awesome, a big traveler. We had a whole room on traveling and making money. So Dan and Jim, if you guys stick around long enough on Clubhouse, come here every week, you can easily say you've been to speaking on all 7 continents, at least virtually. So that's an incredible task. All right, with that said, folks, I want to thank the action takers. Noah has shared the room, Lauren has shared the room, Ench has shared the room, Maximilian shared the room, Anastasia shares the room, Ida, CBN. We got 102 shares, folks. Can we get 125? Can we get 105? Can we get 110? Can we get 125? Who's the next to share? You hit that little that little box at the bottom with the arrow pointing up, and just hit invite all your friends or share on Clubhouse. With that said, Dan, next question for you, sir. And just 2 more questions, like I promised. How does it feel to be a Hall of Fame speaker? Maybe 2 minutes or less.
No way I can do that in 2 minutes, you hot dog.
I
Oh, how
put the
does that
pressure on
feel?
you, Dan.
No, you crack. You're such a good human being. You know what? Uh, how about if I alter that question to not how do I feel, because I don't really take any accolades seriously. Um, how about if we just cut right to the chase, and I can give a little bit of wisdom and counsel, and maybe teach folks on this call something that I've learned that they might be able to benefit from to take themselves to the next level in every aspect of speaking, especially to be that great clubhouse speaker, which, as you said, is more sound bites and more succinct. Can I do that, Tony? Is that okay? Because there's 3 ways to start a speech, and I want to just share that and have a little bit of fun and have a little bit of emotional connection here before we get any further into the call, any further into the room. Is that okay, brother?
Yeah, absolutely, Dan. But before you do that, I just want to let everyone know, folks. Can anyone guess how many Hall of Fame speakers there are? Anyone guess? Can you put in the chat? Take a guess how many, and then put your second number right after that. How many are alive? Right. I learned this from Dan, by the way. I mean, he gave me the average. I went and looked it up. It's incredible. And we got 2 of them here on stage tonight, folks. You know who some of the speakers are? Again, I learned it from Dan. I didn't know Ronald Reagan was a Hall of Fame speaker. And this is not a political room. I didn't know Colin Powell was a Hall of Fame speaker. Jim Rohn, and I learned about this from Jim Cathcart. I didn't know who he was. Og Mandino, who was the richest guy in the world, another Hall of Fame speaker. Jim Rohn is Tony Robbins' mentor. I mean, the list just goes on, but there's only like 180 or something. I think that's alive. And we got 2 of them on this stage. Folks, this is an epic night. Will go down in history. So, Dan, I just wanted to highlight that, but definitely your take on that question for sure.
Yeah. So, as we talked about earlier, if you if you hear Celine Dion sing "God Bless America," and she's a French Canadian, and then you hear a national karaoke champion sing the same song and hit the same notes, clearly you can see the difference between an extraordinary performing artist and just somebody who's basically a Shakespearean artist, a Shakespearean actor. So the idea is to take communication to the highest level possible and the deepest connection. Does that make sense? Again, seek to bless, not impress. So in my experience, what I teach for whatever, whatever value I can add tonight, there are three ways to start every speech. Number one, with a joke. Now you have to ask yourself, are you naturally funny or not? And what I always teach is you don't tell a joke to tell a joke and get a laugh, because if no one laughs, you bomb. And that's a horrible way to start your speech. So you always tell a joke that has a message. So if no one laughs, you don't bomb. They still learn, and they get kind of used to your sarcasm, used to your sense of humor, used to your dry wit. And during the course of the process that you take them on, the evolutionary process that you take every audience member on in an emotional roller coaster ride, eventually they'll start to laugh because they get who you are and why you say what you say with the timing and cadence that you use. Classic example. You can start your speech like this. I have before, and let me just illustrate how you do it. When my Aunt Lucy was 63 years old, she started walking 5 miles every day. Now she's 91 and we don't know where she is. Ha! We laugh. But the number one limiting belief that holds us back as leaders and as organizations, as parents, as sports team coaches, is thinking that our role is to create a strategic direction and always talk about where we're going and what it's going to look like when we get there. When in reality, you think about it, the only question we really can answer is, where are you right now? It's like ordering an Uber ride that requires that you enter in your current location. And if you lie about where you are, the directions won't work. End of example. You see what I did? I started with a joke. It's obviously funny. It's a time-tested joke. I brought out the message and the reason why I told the joke. And then I gave them a powerful analogy that everyone in every language, in every country can understand, because we know what Uber rides are in most of the countries wherein we speak. And it helped us focus in on the reality of right now. Now you think about it. Now that I've got everybody's attention and focused in on what we can do right now, I have an option to use a quote illustrated by a story. The second way that you can start a speech is to give a quote and then illustrate it with a story. Well, because I'm speaking now on Clubhouse, maybe we could actually link what I just talked about with my Aunt Lucy joke to the next step in a continuity format, sequential order, to make sure I have begun my process, my evolutionary process, to take my audience members to where I want them to be at the end of my 60-minute keynote. Does that make sense? So here's the second way to start a speech, or the second phase of this speech that I've already begun. So right now really matters, does it not? Think about it, ladies and gentlemen. Today you've never been this old before, and today you'll never be this young again. So right now matters, and every right now matters, which means no matter what your past has been, you have a spotless future, which means you can't always control what happens, but you can always control what happens next. Are you with me? So here's the question that I would ask the audience that I'm asking you here on Clubhouse. Do you believe that one moment in time can change you forever? Do you believe that we can actually talk about some things on a Friday night in a Clubhouse room that would change our stars, that would change our attitude, up level our mindset, change us forever? I do. Proof. Now here's where you come in with an illustrative story that people will remember for the rest of their lives, proving true that one moment in time can change you forever. I was on the program with Henry Winkler, Fonzie from Happy Days, clearly one of the funniest guys I've ever met. Now you have to define who he is because so many people on this clubhouse call are so young you don't even know who I'm talking about. He started a 1970s television sitcom called Happy Days, and Henry Winkler played the character Fonzie, the coolest guy who ever lived. Hey, whoa. Henry Winkler and I, we finished our speeches, and he decides he wants to take some time off, treat himself to a matinee movie. So we slide in through the side exit door of the theater, and as we shuffle ourselves through the aisle, we find ourselves vacant seats. As we turn to sit to as we turn around to sit down in our chairs to look up at the movie screen, the little girl sitting right behind us smiles this giant smile. She points her finger and she slowly says, "Fonzie." Henry Winkler immediately snaps into the Fonzie character from Happy Days. He swivels his hips, he shakes his hair, he says, "Hey, whoa," points his finger, "Hey, whoa." And the lady sitting next to the little girl passes out. Henry Winkler milks the moment. "Whoa, I thought this only happened on TV drama. Hey, how cool is this? Whoa." Theater manager comes out, takes care of the woman's needs. She's lying in the aisle, cold pack on her forehead. She's asked one question: "Why did you pass out?" She said, "My little girl is autistic." And that is the very first word she has ever spoken in her entire life. You gotta believe that one moment in time, that one clubhouse room that's moderated by Diamond, that has brought all of us together in the fame and passion and compassion and empathy of Tony Criniti. We have to believe that when we gather together because of the sanctity, sacredness of time, if we talk about the right things and become master storytellers so that they become humorous, evocative with the quote, and emotional so we remember them, we become great clubhouse speakers. We become great human beings in communicating in parties, in events, and being, sought after to be a paid speaker. And to my promise, so you don't think I forgot, there's 3 ways to start every speech. And the third one is to deliver a factoid, some startling statement that gets everybody's attention. Classic example, uh, national and world workforce surveys indicate that 80% of the workforce in the world are not working in their dream job. And the surveys go on to indicate that most people hate their jobs. They only look forward to Friday instead of Monday. They think they're paid by the hour, when in reality, we're paid for the value we bring to that hour. So, ladies and gentlemen, the question of every day is, how could we make ourselves more valuable? How can we bring and add more value to a clubhouse room? How can we add more value to a meeting? How could we add more value as a keynote speaker to the organization and the theme of the meeting? So everybody leaves saying, "I like me best when I'm with you. I want to see you again." Enough of my rambling, but I wanted to make sure we got that out because everybody needs to understand that what people remember most about a speech is how we begin and how we end. And those are the 3 most powerful, compelling, engaging ways to start every speech. And I hope that that was of value. Back to you, Tony.
Dan, that is incredible, folks. We got Hall of Fame speaker Dan Clark in the house, folks. That is absolutely incredible, folks. If you can definitely give Dan a follow, this guy is amazing. There's only, I think someone put the number in the chat, roughly 170 or 180 living Hall of Fame speakers in this world, which include people like President Reagan, Jim Rohn, Colin Powell. Bob Berg is actually on that list, Dan. I don't know if you know that. I just found that out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
go
uh,
giver.
Jack Canfield. So the list goes on, and we had 2 of them here tonight. Jim Cathcart just stepped out. He might be stepping back in later. We also got several other people. And Dan, in this room, is $1 billion plus stage. Last question, then we're going to turn it over to our amazing panel here. So Dan, last question. I want to introduce you to someone while we do this. So we got Tyrone Poole here on the stage. I asked him to co-host with me tonight. Tyrone Poole is a 2-time Super Bowl champion. He was in the NFL, I believe, 12 or 14 years. I'll let him state that. But he was on the New England Patriots when he won the Super Bowl, and he beat the Eagles, my team, Philadelphia. And Dan, you actually were ironically about to get drafted to the Raiders, who also beat the Eagles in that same year, 1980. So you guys, two great friends now, and you both were almost on the same. We're on the opposing teams, or almost on the same opposing team. But the reason I also brought Tyrone up is because you guys both said in the interview something that was very similar. And here's the question I have for you. I love to hear Tyrone stand on this too. Are we what we do? And the reason I asked you that question is because Tyrone said, I'm not a football player. And it sounds crazy, a two-time Super Bowl champion. I'm not a football player. I'm so much more than that. And Dan, you said the same thing. I realized when I got my injury, for my football injury, I'm not a football player. I'm so much more. And you became your resume is gone from becoming a gold record singer, Hall of Fame speaker, touching outer space pretty much, with just another man in a plane going to as far as I'm concerned, the stratosphere. I mean, you've done so many amazing things. You're more than a football player. You're more than a speaker. It's so the question I pose for both of you, actually, and we'll start with Dan, are we what we do? I mean, it's a great question here because it's about speaking. Speaking isn't just about being a speaker. And as Jim Cathcart said in an interview with him, one time he talked about how, we are so much more than what we do. I mean, we are beyond. When I asked him what a great speaker, the qualities of a great speaker was, he said a great speaker is not an actor. A great speaker is a real leader, a great leader, not an actor. This is not acting. And Dan, you were saying this too in similar ways. So Dan, off to you again. Are we what we do? Thanks, Dan.
It's a great question, Tony. Um, my flagship book is called The Art of Significance: Achieving the Level Beyond Success, published by Penguin Random House. And when I finished my book tour, I realized that one of the most frequently asked questions was, Clark, what's the difference between success and significance? Do you have to be successful before you can be significant? The answer is yes, so you recognize the difference. And it answers your question in a powerful way. Again, true to my communication style, we remember the stories. So I'm in a conversation with one of my old football teammates. He's drafted in the second round in the NFL by the Philadelphia Eagles. After 2 years with the Eagles, he's traded to my Oakland Raiders. After 4 years in the league, playing at the highest Pro Bowl level, one day he walks out of practice, quits, never to play again. Why? He loved being a football player, but he hated playing football. He loved the celebrity perks and the fame and fortune that allowed him to live this life we call successful, which is always about competing against others. Nice house, nice car, nice income, nice title, nice holiday, nice toys. But because his inner voice was misaligned with who he was and his true purpose in life, his calling, he would never live a life of significance, and he would die with his dreams and his goals and his music still in him. So successful people get what they think they want. Those of us who are striving to live lives of significance, making a difference, are those who want what we get so we don't die with our music still in us. So when we identify ourselves in terms of what we do instead of who we are, we become a human doing instead of a human being. Unacceptable of significance is what we seek. To my point, I just told you a story, and now I just gave you a quote. When you can couple quotes and illustrations and quotes and illustrations, it will allow you to deepen your understanding and your ability to communicate and take yourself to the Hall of Fame level. But I also have this idea to throw into the conversation. Do we become what we no, are we what we are we what we are we what we do? Does that make sense? And I say yes. You know why? Because if the things you think about are different than the things you do, you'll never be happy. You're a walking contradiction. You're walking hypocrisy. So our actions speak louder than our words. I'd rather see a sermon preached than hear one any day. I'd rather you would walk with me than merely point the way. I've got to be the same off stage as I am on stage, or I have absolutely no credibility. So yes, we really are who we are what we do. Thanks. I finally figured that one out. My cholesterol count's higher than my SAT scores. Yes, we are what we do, but it begins with belief. It begins with who are you really? I'd like to hear what Tyrone has to say. How are you, my friend?
So thank you, Dan. Welcome, Tyrone. And Tyrone, meet Dan. Dan, meet Tyrone Poole, two-time Super Bowl champion. And he was also on a famous show. Can anyone guess what other show he was on? I'll let Tyrone say it. Welcome, Tyrone.
Yeah, American Ninja Warrior. So I am an American Ninja Warrior. Can you believe
Man, I
that?
thought for sure you were going to say you were on The Bachelor or something.
No, I didn't want to go that deep into it. So,
I'm
but
looking at
no,
I'm looking at your profile, and as a songwriter, I'd write a song about you, but I don't know what rhymes with stud muffin hunk of burning love.
yeah, I think you know what, Dan. I think Erica Badu already beat you to it. I think you better call Tyrone. So she already beat you to it, Dan. But no, man, it's an honor, man. It's an honor, to listen to your wisdom. And again, thank you, Dr. Finance. He and I, man, we're putting together. I like to call it a 4x1 team. So Dr. Finance is the first leg, and you got Diamond. She's running the second leg. May put her in the curve, and I'm just trying to fit in on the team. Maybe I run the anchor. Maybe I run second leg. I don't know, but I do know this: when you put together great people, you're gonna win great races. So it's an honor to listen to wisdom. A wise man surrounds himself with wise counsel. Iron sharpens iron. I'm all about that. And just listen to you, Dan, and I'm gonna answer that question as well. I'm gonna start out with answering that question with a question. Okay. When I talk to people, or when I've heard people talk, and this is probably centered around the females, the women here tonight. If you had an opportunity to get a knight in shining armor, would you want a knight in shining armor, or would you want a knight with some battle scars? And most of the time we think about it, we say, you know what, I want that knight in shining armor. But me, if I'm a female, I have a daughter, she's 21 years old. I tell her, take that knight that has all the battle wounds, because that person has been tested. They have shown that they can overcome. And when I look at the question, now going back to the question, are we what we do? And I tell my kids, okay, first and foremost, you got to know who you are. Because if you know who you are, you know what you can do and what you have. That will help you pick yourself back up when you fall down. Because in this life, you're going to fall down, but you got to get back up. But if you don't know who you are, what you have, and what you can do, that's why I believe some people fall down and they don't know how to get back up. And they're grabbing any hand that will pull them up. Sometimes you got to wait for that particular hand. So for me, yes, I am what I do, but that's what I do is not who I am. If that makes any sense, I'm gonna clear it up. Yes, I play professional football, but I'm not a football player. I am an athletic human being. So football was what I did, but my athletic ability allowed me to show who I am. And that's why with me, and you mentioned something, Dan, I wrote it down. You're gonna be impressed with this, buddy. Everybody gonna be impressed with this. At 7:43 p.m. Eastern Time, where are we now? We're like at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time. At 7:43 p.m. Eastern Time, you use the word authenticity. Authenticity. That's what I believe, how I try to connect with people. I try to connect with people with authenticity. I try to, I know life is a different experience for people, but the principles of life never change. We're going to go through trials, we're going to go through tests, and we're going to go through some type of temptation. And I've learned this: the student is only as good as the teacher, and the teacher is only as good as the experience that the teacher has been exposed to. So that's why I go back. Do you want a knight in shining armor? Or do you want that knight that has a few little battle scars and living to tell you about it? Because if you want to be a knight yourself, believe me, you're going to have to fight that dragon too. So you want to listen to people who have fought the dragon and overcome the dragon. Maybe the dragon probably burned up the toes, probably got a little smoke on the shield, but they live to tell about it because that is who you are. This is what you're going to face. And most people feel like, hey, I want the elevator. I don't want to go through the process. But if you want to be a Hall of Famer, like you saying, Dan, in speaking or in anything, you got to go through the process. You got to go through the process. There is no microwave type of quickness when you want to be a Hall of Famer. You got to go through the process. So that's how I try to connect with people. I'll close with this. I try to my purpose is to expose people to principal information so that they can overcome their experience. The principal information to overcome their experience because the principles never change. Our experiences are different. Give them principal information so that they can overcome their experience and graduate with ultimate success in the school of life. Because in the school of life, no one is exempt. You may not take English, but you're going to take some type of class in school. So the best thing to do is to find somebody who's taking that class. Go find that book, somebody who's already marked up that book and highlighted. Now, it makes it easier for you. So my job is to make sure that nobody lives up under that which I have overcome. So if I stopped at 12, the next person that comes in contact with Tyrone Poole, they should hear about 1 through 12, but they should start at 13. So that's my purpose. And to answer the question, yes, I do believe we are what we do, but what we do is not who we are. So I'm a football player. I played football, but that's not who I was. I'm an athletic person. So that's why I tell my kids, tell me 5 things about who you are. Ooh, I'm humorous. I love family. I'm athletic. So if you know who you are, then you know what you're not. And you won't answer to everything people call you. Only hit dogs holler. But man, it's an honor. I appreciate it. Dan, man, I'm just sitting here soaking up the information. A lot of stuff you saying resonates. I'm like, whoa, I'm right on point. I'm right on point because Hall of Famer Dan is saying it. It's just like listening to the Hall of Famer Deion Sanders. If he's saying what I'm thinking and he's saying it, I know I'm on the right track. So listen to you, Dan. Man, I appreciate your athletics and football. I appreciate your gift to society and humanity. And man, look at here. I'm just looking for the train smoke and I'm following your smoke. So thank you, Dan. Thank you, Dr. Finance and everybody. Appreciate it. Blessings. This is Tyrone. I have worked that thing and I am done. I'm not like Diamond. This is Diamond. No, I'm not like that. I'll just say I worked that thing. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Tyrone. By the way, folks, Tyrone Poole will be the main guest speaker next week, folks. We're going to have a 2-time Super Bowl champion. This guy's incredible. He knows so many people in the athletic world, and he's here speaking now, making a difference in a different way. And as he said, it's not about like when you define yourself, are we what we do? He's more than a football player, even though people say, oh, that football player. No, he's an incredible person. So thank you, Tyrone. Appreciate it. Dan, any thoughts on that before we go to the next question?
Yeah, when he reiterated the word authenticity, one of the things that happens when people jump in any kind of a meeting or a room, and there's speakers who make a living. I've been doing this forever, 6,000 speeches in 73 countries to millions of people. A lot of people might feel intimidated. Oh, my story doesn't matter, or they think they have to get hit by a bus and survive in order to have a story that's compelling, that can change the world. And that's complete false. You have a story. Everybody in this room has a message that will change someone's life, and you have a unique ability to communicate and share that healing message. And I challenge you to do it. If I can help as a speaker coach, I'd love that. If you'll follow me, and unashamedly, because I don't sell on Clubhouse, obviously. If you want to follow me on Instagram at Dan Clark Speak, I have a program that I just tell stories on video. I call it Master the Morning, so you own the day. And you can kind of see what my philosophy in storytelling and story selling has evolved into. And I think you would appreciate the 5-minute videos, and you can steal my stories. You can see the power of connecting a quote with a story, the power of humor, and following that with emotion. So you can take every person who hears your speech, who reads your words, who's around you on an emotional roller coaster ride. So that'd be fun to have you join my personal tribe, not just follow me here on Clubhouse, but on Instagram, Dan Clark Speak, Master the Morning, so you own the day. And I think that would be of great value, Tony, so they could see what I'm talking about and use that as a catalyst to inspire everybody in this Clubhouse room to finely tune and perfect the art of storytelling. I think it's so important. It's the critical piece in being a great TED Talk speaker, in figuring out how to get paid to speak. And because this is you, Dr. Finance, because this room really attracts people who want to know about the economics of life, yeah, you can make millions and millions of dollars as a paid speaker if you first and foremost focus in on being authentically you. My dad always said, be the best you can be. You'll make a lousy somebody else. And then maybe that's the perfect transition into suggesting the 4 places, the 4 sources in every one of our lives wherein we can find our own personal material, our own stories, our own experiences that have changed our stars and given us these life lessons that we can share. First source is just your life. Chronicle your life. What has happened in your life? How did you grow up? Single parent, double, you know, what has your life experience been? The second source of material is called transitional experiences, where you change schools, where you graduate and move on, your first job, or changing jobs, or changing professions, any transition where if your dad and mom were in the military and you moved every 2.5 years, somehow those transitions taught you life lessons that are worth sharing. The third source is called significant emotional events. Psychologists call them SEEC experiences. A significant emotional event is an actual experience where you can quantify and measure exactly how you thought and believed and behaved before it occurred, and how you now think differently and behave differently because it occurred. So the 2 operative words are before and because. Before and because. So I was paralyzed playing football. Played football for 13 years, paralyzed for 14 months, went to 16 doctors, 15 of whom told me I would never get any better. The birth of my first child, or the birth of all 4 of my children. Someone goes through a devastating divorce, the loss of a loved one, the loss of a job. These are significant emotional events that change us forever. And we have to pause long enough to extract what life lessons we learned that are worth sharing. And then the fourth source is you have a bucket list. Who do you want to interview? Who would you want to meet? What celebrity would you like to become friends with? How can you get into the inner circle? Well, it's always about service before self. What can you do for them? Back to what I learned from my mentor, Zig Ziglar. You can get anything in this life that you want if you're just willing to help enough other people get what they want. I've flown all the fighter jets in the Air Force, all the bombers, F-18 with the Navy, uh, KC-135 refuelers, C-5, C-17, every aircraft you can imagine. And I soared to the edge of space in a U-2 reconnaissance aircraft. So to clarify what Tony's been saying, when Jeff Bezos and Sir Richard Branson went soared into space, from launch to landing it only took 11 minutes and they only saw the curvature of the earth for 1 minute. And it cost them billions of dollars. But because I've given over 350 free speeches to the military, and when they finally know what my speaker's fee is, and I've created that moral obligation, they finally say, hey, Clark, you've given and given and given so much of your time and talent to the United States military. What can we do for you? Ha! I unashamedly say, hey, I want to fly the B-2 bomber out of Whiteman Air Force Base, the stealth bomber. I want to fly with the Thunderbirds. I did the air show, the entire air show, caught 9.4 Gs, went Mach 2, twice the speed of sound with my hair on fire. I've had so many extraordinary experiences. Been downrange to Iraq, Afghanistan, Qatar, Asia, Africa, 8 times on military tribute tours, all because I gave and gave and gave with a service before self mentality. So, this fourth source of material, dream a mighty dream. Figure out who you want to meet, and then figure out what you have to do through service before self to get invited into their inner circle. And eventually they'll say, what can I do for you? And suddenly you got awesome stories and awesome quotes and incredible experiences that you can share in your speeches, in your conversation, that will take people to the next level. So there you go, Tony.
Dan, that is absolutely incredible, folks. Incredible, folks. Can we give it a round of applause, folks? We got Dan Clark here in the house. Dan Clark, Hall of
Ooh,
Fame
yeah.
speaker,
Come
folks.
on with it.
Woo!
Come on with it.
Yes,
Whoa!
yes, yes, yes.
Bravo!
Bravo,
Wow!
bravo, bravo, bravo,
All right,
bravo.
Dan.
Dan the man.
Dan.
That's incredible.
Hall of
Thank you,
Fame
Dan.
right
I
there.
Thank
appreciate
Hall,
that.
you.
Folks,
Hall of
this is
Fame.
definitely, they got the club Breakfast with Champions. I got a lot of great friends that are over there. But this is definitely, at least in the Eastern time, dinner with champions. We got Tyrone Poole here, 2-time Super Bowl champion. We had Jim Cathcart recently just stepped in to say hello. Folks, a Hall of Fame speaker. We had 2 Hall of Fame speakers on the stage at the same time. Dan Clark, Hall of Fame speaker. There's only about 180 Hall of Fame speakers, and Dan is one of them. Among so many amazing, how many people do you know that actually went into space? I mean, he touched the Dan. Where did you go in space? 90,000 feet up. Can
Yeah,
you
let me
clear
let
my
me
language up, please? Thank you.
yeah, because it's a classified mission. I can only tell you that at 70,000 feet above the Earth's surface, you see 2/3 of the state of California. At 80,000 feet, you see mapped outlines of America. And at 90,000 feet, over 17 miles above the Earth's surface, you actually feel like you can reach out and touch the face of God. It was a spiritual experience I wish everyone in this clubhouse room could have. For over 5 hours, I sat in the sounds of silence, looking at the curvature of the earth, gazing into the endless blackness of the universe. I could see the delicateness of the ozone where the blue turned to black, pondering eternity. And I love in my speeches, I talk about what I learned from that experience. When we landed, what occurred to me is that everything we can take with us when we die, I had aboard with me on that aircraft. And I have a 15-minute documentary on YouTube. You can Google it, YouTube Dan Clark, YouTube spy plane. And because it was on YouTube, the 4-star general, he made me dumb it down and said my sortie lasted 3.5 hours and I went above 70,000 feet. But I just came clean. And that's pretty amusing. 15 minutes, you can see me walking in my spacesuit and see the curvature of the earth in my reflection of the visor on my space helmet. But I'm telling you, I was given that opportunity. It required a presidential signature. I trained for 2 months, lost 37 pounds because of service before self. So, everyone in this clubhouse room, if you can figure out a way to make a list of people that you want to get close to, and the sky's the limit. Every huge celebrity has a heart. They put on pants just like we do. They went to somebody's high school. They grew up in somebody's neighborhood. And when we can treat them as human beings, not as human doings, and not want something from them, suddenly we create a real relationship based on authenticity. What can I do for you and your spouse and your significant other and your family and your children? And when you develop that real, authentic relationship, eventually it becomes fun. What can I do for you? Yeah, I'd love to fly the B-1 bomber out of Edwards Air Force Base and do an aileron roll at 46,000 feet going Mach 2. Yeah, I've had some awesome experiences. When you watch the new movie Maverick, the new Top Gun movie, and I challenge all of you to go to that movie, that's my favorite all-time film. I've flown 6 different F-16s. And as I said before, I flew with the Thunderbirds, did the entire air show. And when we landed, a journalist says, "Okay, Clark, did you pop your cookies?" And I said, "Yeah." I said, "I was upside down so long, I think I'm the only human being who's ever thrown down." Ha! And we laughed. But there's a lesson in there that we need to teach. Otherwise, that experience was only entertainment. And because we want to be the best speakers, the best communicators, and I want to be a professional speaker, I took the time to make sure I could milk from that one experience the life lesson to share with others that applies to sales, that applies to leadership, that applies to parenting and coaching and being an athlete in any aspect of our lives. So when we landed after the air show, I said to my pilot, "How did we fly this magnificent supersonic jet?" And he said, "By feel." I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "You became the plane." I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "When you climbed up that ladder and slid into the cockpit, did you strap into the F 16 or did you strap the F 16 onto you?" Bam. So we have some people who have already identified themselves as being in the high tech world in this clubhouse room tonight. I'm sorry, I couldn't remember what your name was, ma'am. But if you think about it, you're talking to a high tech organization and it's all about AI. We still have to put the human touch in there. And so I would point out that when I climbed into that F 16, that cockpit was crammed full of gauges and gadgets, high technology, state of the art technology. And yet we go supersonic and take it and ourselves to the highest level possible, not with the left brain cognitive psychobabbling neurotechnical side. We go supersonic. We take ourselves and our relationships to the highest level possible with the right brain, the relational, creative, passionate, imaginative, laughing, crying, touchy, feely side of the brain. Bam! We need to engage both sides of the brain in order for us to become the best version of ourselves, knowing that everyone in our audience is in either one or the other's learning styles. Left brain, they want the facts. Right brain, they want the story. Why not amalgamate those in every part of your speech, in your conversation? Again, to make it funny, evocative by adding a quote, and emotional by sharing an illustrative and illuminating story. Back to you, Tony.
Wow. Thank you so much, Dan. Appreciate that, folks. We're going to do a quick reset because we have so many new people coming into the room. We got an incredible community here. I just want to let you guys know what's going on. You're in the Finance Club, little greenhouse at the top. Give it a follow, folks. And also don't forget to read the rules as well. The title of this room is How to Be a Great Clubhouse Speaker with Dan Clark. Now, why would we title such a title? We would need great speakers to make this title worthy. Well, so happens we do. We have Dan Clark here, Hall of Fame speaker. We had another Hall of Fame speaker here a moment ago, Jim Cathcart. That was 2. We've got a stage full of great speakers. Let me name a few. Tyrone Poole, Super Bowl champion twice. We got Dory Cordova, CEO of Money and You. We got Paul here. Paul Nadeau is here helping out. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate your support. Diamond Diva, one of the top hosts on Clubhouse, my buddy. We hang out every Friday on stage and Wednesday in her room. Then we got Alex Stern has stopped by to say hello. What an incredible man. This guy is a co-founder of so many amazing businesses, including, has anyone ever used Constant Contact? Well, he co-founded that. This guy is the extreme entrepreneur, and he's here, an amazing speaker. And the list goes on and on. Ed Connors here, folks, is also here, new to Clubhouse. We had him in our room last week, and I want to introduce Ed to Alec and Dan in a little bit. But Ed is actually, Alec, you'll appreciate this. He was the one of the leading owners of Gold's Gym, the guy who basically, along with 2 partners, turned it into the largest gym in the world. So incredible, incredible, amazing person as well. And we got just this full stage of people. I want to thank everyone for being here. I want to thank all these people. Can you give them all a follow because they've been hand selected to be here, and also share the room. We have an amazing amount, 130 shares so far. I want to thank John Eckert's in the house. Wow, John is here. Thank you, John. Appreciate that. John has shared the room. We got Brenda shared the room. Jennifer has shared the room. I see Tariq has just entered the building. Tariq, I'm gonna invite you up. This is called multitasking on steroids. Ed, you would like that joke. Ed is an amazing person. So I want to thank Jennifer Kuvit, who shared the room. Brenda Small has shared the room. Deborah shared the room. Roshi, can we get 200 shares, folks? Can we get 200 shares? We got 138. I want to thank those new shares, Glenn Davis, Tazi, and Georgina. Okay, great. So that's good, folks. I want to thank everyone for being here. We're moving to our next phase. But I want to thank you guys. If you can, check out Dan's. Dan, what is your major books that you have? I want to get some people to read your number one.
Yeah,
And you got so many
my
books. Yeah, go ahead,
yeah,
Dan.
I've written 37 books, but you know, Health Communications published all the Chicken Soup books. They gave me two of my own books. So I have Soul Food, 250 of my own short stories, some of which were the most famous in the Chicken Soup series, obviously. But my flagship book is called The Art of Significance, Achieving the Level Beyond Success. And then I have The Art of Significant Leadership, The Art of Significant Team Building, The Art of Significant Selling. I have a whole joke book. We've got to talk about humor before we close out the clubhouse room tonight because every time we speak, we need to share humor with a message. So one of my books is called the Dan Clark Humor File. I have a quote book. Most popular stories in Chicken Soup for the Soul is the primary contributing author. Puppies for Sale, The Bellman, The Broken Doll. Some of the most iconic, famous stories that you will remember from the Chicken Soup series, Rose.
Dan,
The
sorry to interrupt you. Did you
I
say
went
you're
to
the
Collinsworth.
primary contributor for the Chicken Soup for the Soul, the number one nonfiction book of all time that sold over 500 million copies? Did you say you're a primary contributor?
Yeah, that just means I had more stories than anybody. But Mark and Jack, they had their ugly mugs on every volume because they franchised it, but they didn't really write a lot of the stories. And so I think I was the first guy they called from Mark Victor, and was in Jack's office way back in 1992. And I was always known as the storyteller, as a songwriter. The hook remembers when the hook is what sells the song. So the art and science of editing, so every word pays its own way, and creating a short story is very, very significant. And they came up with the anthology collection titled Chicken Soup for the Soul. And by 1993, we'd sold our first million copies. And I always had about three of the most popular stories in each of the first 12 volumes. Woman's Soul, Mother's Soul, Second Helping, Sports Soul, Country Soul. The list goes on and on. But again, to the point of this clubhouse room, what we need to do is understand the art and science of writing a real story, a true story that teaches, and writing fiction that teaches uh, guiding principles and life changing experiences as well. So, maybe we could dissect that for a second if anybody's curious about that. I really want to just share whatever I've learned. I'm an open book. And again, you can go online and find my Speak Like a Pro course at my website, danclark.com, under training. But I'm trying to give away a free seminar and just disseminate everything I've learned in 40 years because I honor every one of you on Clubhouse. This is such an extraordinary platform where everybody jumps on and gives. My buddy Alex Stern hops on. He's one of the busiest guys on the planet, one of the most brilliant entrepreneurial minds you'll ever meet, and a phenomenal speaker. And he's not here basically to learn anything from Danny Boy. He jumped on to support me, and that's why I jump on, and that's why we're all here to support each other. And to that point, let me share one of my iconic stories that illustrates support. A mother encourages her daughter to come home as soon as school is over. The time comes, the time goes. 30 minutes late, her daughter walks in through the front door of her home, and her mother scolds her. "Where have you been? I've been worried sick." She says, "Oh, mommy, I walked my friend Sally home. She dropped her doll on the sidewalk and broke all to pieces. It was awful." Her mother said, "So you're late because you stayed to help your friend pick up the pieces of the doll and put it back together again?" She said, "Oh no, mommy, I didn't know how to fix the doll. I just stayed to help her cry." You see how you can teach a powerful principle and truth using an emotional story. Back to you, Tony.
Thank you so much, Dan. And Dan, I just want to add to your former quote. You know, I actually posted it as a share. So, folks, if you want to check out the share that I just posted, it's a spin on what Dan said. Did you strap into Clubhouse tonight, or did Clubhouse strap into you? you know,
That's so
he was,
good.
you know, Dan was talking about when he got in the plane. Did he strap into the plane, or did the plane strap in him? In other words, and I say this in my last book, The Survival of the Richest, a lot of our material stuff, we're actually as an extension of us. And that's exactly what happened when you're a speaker in this room or on any stage, really. You know, are you the person who's strapping in the Clubhouse, or is Clubhouse strapping into you? Like, which are you, the speaker? Is this microphone an extension of you, or are you an extension of the microphone? So I just wanted to add that, Dan, because you had a brilliant point, and sometimes just by
Yeah.
modifying it a little bit, it really brings it to a different level. So thank you, Dan. Appreciate that. And Dan, we got tons of people though that really want to say hello to you. So I do want to start spending some time to introduce some other folks and giving them a chance to ask you a question. Figure about 1 to 2 minutes each person, so we can get everyone. We got tons of people, Dan. I'm really interested. So I want to just skip around real quick. I want to get to Alec, because Alec's here, founder of Constant Contact. Alec, I appreciate you being here, man. And Dan was giving you a lot of great praise, and I always give you praise, Alex. You're an amazing guy, especially being an entrepreneur, such a successful entrepreneur. You are one of the less than 1% of people that really become a successful entrepreneur. You're a dream to what an entrepreneur wants to aspire to become. How to go from startup stage to like $1 billion in sales. I mean, that's amazing. So, Alec, just want to welcome you. And if you have a question for Dan or just want to say hello, welcome, Alex Stern.
Wow, thank you both for your kind words. I couldn't miss the room. My dear friend Dan, uh, always learning from him. And, I always like to, anytime he tells a story, I have an analogy, which I love. Like when he's telling his stories of, being in every fighter jet and seeing space. And I just can reflect on flying commercial and looking out the window and seeing the beautiful clouds, and so I can just come around to to associate with all the thing, identify with all the things that he's saying. So it's just so fun to be able to do that. So just keep telling us those stories, Dan, so that we can compare our what we're doing in our lives to to all the amazing things that you've accomplished. But all kidding aside, I love you, brother, and I'm
This
here to serve and here to support, and wouldn't miss this room for with you obviously being the featured speaker, and I do always learn from you, and I haven't figured out if I like following you on stage or speaking ahead of you on stage, which we've done both many times, and
you're so fun.
do look forward to the next time we can break some bread together at a conference near you.
Yes, sir. I when you go on my website, you see I've interviewed most of the, I've dined with sheikhs and presidents and the billionaires of the world. And Alex Stern, you're still at the top of the top five list, bro, of geniuses with a personality who have influenced my life for good. I love you, bro. Thank you so much for your friendship.
Yeah, thank you, and it's mutual, my friend.
Thanks.
I got to put you on the top five of my website as well. I'll get to that. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Alec. Appreciate you supporting tonight, folks. Definitely give Alex Stern a follow. Alex, amazing guy. You know, these are people that can be easily spending their Friday nights anywhere in the world doing anything they want. They're financially independent. They're just success at the highest levels, but they have a kind heart and they want to support community because that actually makes them feel more better. So, folks, this is the kind of community I'm trying to attract here. You know, and here there's no politics. We don't care about politics. We don't care about any of that stuff. We care about people. That's what we care about. We want to make sure that we're uplifting this community and rising it up from people all over the world. I mean, just look
Yep.
around the stage, folks. We got people here from every single continent except Antarctica. And if there's someone from Antarctica here, please let us know in the chats because I really want to round the bases with that one. But other than that, folks, give everyone a follow. And I want to thank those who've been sharing the room so far. We got GB shared the room. Gail has shared the room. Elvis shared the room. Darlene shared the room. Yvonne has shared the room. Diplomat has shared the room. Mariana, Tanique, Faith, Laura, Glenn Davis shared the room. Thank you, Georgina Chang, for sharing the room. And I want to thank everyone for being here. Please give everyone on stage a follow. They've been hand selected. We got 231 people here. Over 1,000 people have been in the room so far. And we just got started about an hour ago. So with that said, I would like to quickly pass the mic to, and folks, we're only doing about a minute to 2 minutes. If you just want to say hello or have a quick question, because I got a lot of people that have questions for Dan, and we want to respect his time. So we got Doria Cordova up next. So Doria, welcome, Doria. How are you? Do you want to say hello to Dan, ask a question for Dan? And Doria, folks, is an amazing person. She's actually the CEO of Money and You program, which had a lot of graduates there. People you might know. You ever hear Tony Robbins or Mark Victor Hansen? Yeah. So welcome, Dory.
Thank
How are you?
you. Thank you. And my favorite, Jack Canfield. But I was just going to say, oh my God, I love that so much, Dan. I've been learning so much. And I don't know if you know this, but Jack Canfield likes to start his talk with a bunch of cartoons and jokes. Have you ever seen that, Dan?
Yeah, and I almost used that as an example. I'm so glad you brought that up because, he's a genius. He graduated second in his class from Harvard, and he has absolutely no sense of humor. But because he knows the value of making learning fun, we retain when we laugh and enjoy it. That's what he does is he'll say, hey, I saw this slide. Yeah, I saw this picture, and he'll put it up on the screen, and we all laugh. I mean, a belly
Yes.
laugh. And then he'll say, that doesn't have anything to do with my speech, but I just wanted you to have a good time, a good laugh. And now let's get into my message.
Absolutely. So I just wonder whether you had seen that. And I just wanted to share with you that I turned into a transformational leader speaker out of being a training company business owner. And I had to train my team. And then all of a sudden, people wanted me to speak. And I speak sometime, but I mostly do trainings in my own company. But one of the things, that distinctions that I learned, and I wonder whether you know them, is that it depends on what conversation you're going to have, what audience, obviously the age and all that. And then, the different things, like whether is it going to be information, where you're sharing information? Is it going to be inspirational, where you're going to be, speaking to inspire people? And is it motivational? Is it to just get people to do things? And then, of course, my favorite is transformational speaking. And I wanted to let you know that I was actually walking in a pier just in San Diego as I was listening to you. And I realized that you have all those components in yours. And I just wonder whether you are aware of that. And I know that you and I could speak for hours, but I just wanted to how you kind of have integrated all those different aspects. And that is how we train our trainers. We have our own trainers that are extremely successful business people that train the Money and You program, our business school, and all that. And some of them do go and speak, but when they are in front of our room, they have to create miracles at times, open people's hearts that have never opened their hearts. So just wonder whether you were aware of that. And thank you so much. I learned so much from you.
Yeah, no,
It's
thank you.
Historia.
And all of you in this room, you can DM me if you want, and we can have a personal conversation. I'm really here for you. And I really believe that if I'm ever going to leave a legacy of love and leadership behind, I've got to inspire more people to want to get on more stages and share their stories. And I can coach you and I can help you. But to your point, my friend, uh, so as I said, I played football for 13 years. I was in a tackling drill in practice. Two of us ran into each other full speed. Only parts of our bodies that made contact. Lyle's helmet crashed into my helmet in a violent head-on collision. My right shoulder was smashed into the cutting edge of my fiberglass pads, and we slammed to the ground. And when Lyle got off of me, my eye drooped. I had loss of speech. I couldn't talk anymore. My right side was paralyzed, and my arm dangled helplessly at my side. Fast forward, I was paralyzed for 14 months, went to 16 doctors, 15 of whom told me I would never get any better. I don't know how many of you have ever heard that. What happens if you believe it? You never get any better. And my life hit a fast moving downward spiral until I hit what I thought was rock bottom. Now, let me cut to the chase. Now that I've completely recovered, as I started to get better, I was asked to speak, and that's how I became a speaker and an author and a songwriter. But now that I've recovered, the two most frequently asked questions are, Clark, why did you go to so many different doctors? And the answer is I kept going from doctor to doctor until I found one who believed I would get better. So my buddy and colleague Simon Sinek, he reminds us the goal is not to do business with everybody who wants what you have. The goal is to do business only with those who believe what you believe, so they choose you, not just somebody who does what you do. So I'm not trying to be a speaker to everybody. And if we're there, if somebody wants me to come and just teach them and give them information, remember, I'm anti-slide. Email me the information. I will email you the information so you, in your own learning style and in your own learning time frame, sometimes I have to read something 2 or 3 times before I get it. Let them study and learn on their own time. The purpose of getting together in a room of any kind is to persuade and to inspire, to motivate, nothing else. And when we know that that's our purpose in coming together so that everybody is inspired to take it to the next level, not because it's expected by others, but because it's demanded of ourselves, it changes our desire to always be a transformational speaker, a transformational leader, which ties into the educational part of what happened. The second question I'm asked now that I've recovered from my football injury, what took me so long to change? What took me so long to recover and get better? And here's the answer, my friends. I was asking the wrong questions. I was asking the doctors how to get better when I should have been asking myself why. And once we answer why, figuring out the how to becomes clear and simple, not easy. We still have to do hard things and put in the work. But once we identify once we identify why and clarify our why, figuring out the how to becomes clear and simple. And here's the direct answer to your question and comment. You think about it. My recovery was not a rah, you can if you think you can, superficial process. It's based in physiology and biology, which is the same physiology and biology of transformational speaking, transformational leadership, which is what it's really all about. The purpose of us interacting with anyone personally and professionally is to say something and to connect so they leave us saying, I like me best when I'm with you. I want to see you again. So here's what we learn from physiology and biology. When we only identify a how and a what, we only engage our brain, we only engage the mind. But when we add to that a passionate why and a compelling want, which is a meaningful goal, it connects our head with our heart, it connects our brain with our heart. And physiologically and biologically proven that when we connect our head with our heart, our blood pumps more rapidly, our brains fire, and our muscles engage. And when we only identify a how or a what, no such emotional experience occurs. So, in order for us to actually impact someone as a presenter, no, as a speaker, no, as a Hall of Fame communicator, let's just take it to the highest level possible, seeking to bless, not impress. We can't just disseminate information. We can't just narrate slides. We can't just tell somebody else's stories. We got to create our own stories. We got to find our own significant emotional events that have transformed our lives, that make us an expert who happens to speak, and then practice and craft those stories to make them funny, evocative with a quote, and emotional. Again, my book, Story Selling, can help you take it to the next level. If you'll just follow me on Instagram at Dan Clark Speak so you can see what I'm talking about. Fun little short stories with a quote that draw out emotion and humor so we communicate. That's what this clubhouse room is about to me, because as we said at the very beginning, Tony reiterated, we have to give sound bites. We have to make our answers succinct and know why we're going to tell the story, that it's going to transform someone's lives. We're not just sharing some narrative that happened to me. I got in, riding my bus. I mean, riding in a bus or riding my bike. No, what's the life lesson? Let's take it as deep as we possibly can and as high and as broad as we can, which means every speech can be a transformational experience. And it must be if we're serious about seeking to bless, not impress. We must connect the head with the heart and engage the left brain and the right brain. And that's how we become a Hall of Fame presenter, Hall of Fame speaker, more than a Shakespearean actor that just whips off speech A. And again, back to storytelling. It's so critically important that everybody understands that this is the secret sauce. And I'm so glad you brought up the idea of being a transformational speaker, transformational leader, because any other kind of presentation, in my mind, is a waste of time when we're belly to belly or Zoom in a remote economy. When we get together, screw the flipping slides, screw the information, because we got to connect emotionally and understand what that information means to us. And if we need to disseminate the information, we can't just give them the facts and figures. We must give them the interpretation of the facts and figures so they leave with a call to action. What does this mean to me, and how did this conversation make me a better human being, so that now I take that torch and in turn make everybody around me a better human being? Does that make sense?
Totally. Thank you. Thank you.
Woo!
Oh, can we all unmute and just cheer? Can we all unmute?
Folks,
Woohoo!
let's give Dan
Woo!
Bravo. Thank you, Dan.
Wow. Thank
My
you,
man. Dan
God.
the
Wow.
man. Bravo,
Woo!
bravo.
Good stuff.
Wow, Dan, that was an incredible share. Thank you, Dan. Appreciate it. Dan, Clubhouse style, we have so many new people entering the room for you. Folks, if you just stepped in, we got Dan Clark, Hall of Fame speaker here, folks. There's only about 175 or 180 living Hall of Fame speakers, which that list of the original list of Hall of Fame speakers include about 280, including presidents like President Ronald Reagan, Jim Rohn, Tony Robbins, his mentor, Colin Powell, Jack Canfield, Bob Burke. I mean, and Dan is on stage. We had Jim Cathcart, another Hall of Fame speaker, two on stage today. But this stage is full of champions. It's not just about Hall of Fame speaker.
Dr. Finance
Champions. I
is
mean,
cutting out.
Oh, Diamond? Go ahead, Diamond. Diamond, you there? Okay. Diamond, just flash your mic whenever you're ready. So, yeah, thank you, folks. Appreciate that. I hope everyone hear me loud and clearly. Folks, can we,
Yes, we
here,
can.
am I
No,
heard?
he's in the
Dr. Finance, you're in
matrix.
the matrix. Can anyone else hear
I
Dr.
can hear you
Finance?
perfectly.
Yes.
You can hear me,
We
Yeah,
hear
I
Savannah?
you
can
just
hear you
fine.
perfectly, but the
Now
other
we can.
mods I can't hear.
Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe you guys were in the Matrix. There you go. Thank you. Well, yeah, I was getting spotty reception earlier, so thank you, Dan. Appreciate it. Dan. Yeah, Dan, we got some people that want to say hello to you on stage. So before we do that, I want to thank everyone for being here. And folks, thank you for sharing the room if you can. Um, please give the room a share. Michael has shared the room. Anxiety has shared the room. Super Mario shared the room. Thank you, folks. And I want to just introduce you, Dan, to an amazing person. We got Ed Connors, who came here tonight. He's on stage. Ed Connors was the founder of, well, not the founder, but the owner of Gold's Gym. He's the guy, though, responsible, along with two other partners, for making it the longest, I'm sorry, the largest gym in the world. Gold's Gym, where Arnold Schwarzenegger was there and all the famous celebrities, the early 80s, when the fitness movement was taking off. Dan, I want to introduce you to Ed real quick. And Ed, if you want to come off your mic and say hi, and maybe ask a question for Dan, and let's try to keep these questions about a minute or two, because we've got so many people on stage, Dan. I mean, you are really tearing up the house. Everybody loves you here. So, Ed, off to you, Ed.
Well, hello, Dan. When you were talking about how you need to act as a speaker, where you need to come from, I could relate, having just finished my book, which is a memoir basically. But you have to tell the story in your own words. So everything you said regarding what you need to do as a speaker, I could relate to for my book, and I totally agree. Thank you.
Thanks, Ed. You know what's so crazy is I played football and baseball at the University of Utah. My foster father was Bob Rice, who created the European Health Spa and obviously Spa Fitness. And his son, Ren Rice, runs the financial wing of his enterprise and is highly involved with the Gold's Gym. So I'm so aware of who you are and the magnificent story and entrepreneurial story of Gold's Gym, and What an honor to meet you, my friend. I want you to DM. We got to connect off this outside of this club because I need to hear your story, bro. I want to interview you. Oh my gosh, what an honor. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Ed. Appreciate you being here. And Dan, Ed, he's an amazing guy. Dan, this guy he actually helped so many major like wrestlers and bodybuilders become successful. For example, John Cena, he helped connect him to I think Jim McMahon. And John Cena, 54 million followers on like Facebook alone. The guy wrote the foreword to Ed's new book. Folks, and if you haven't
Wow.
checked it out already, yeah, it's called The Three Musketeers. Thank you, Ed, for sending me that extra copy too, signed. I appreciate that. It's called The Three Musketeers. Yeah, John Cena. I mean, it's just so many legends. You know what, Dan? You'll like this one. Do you know the Ultimate Warrior? I don't know if you're. I think you're a big wrestling fan. You remember the Ultimate Warrior and
Yeah,
Sting? Yeah,
yeah.
that's him. He connected him. That's his guys.
So, Ed, you know Diamond Dallas Page? DDP is one of my dearest friends on the planet.
I know of him. I don't know him well, but there are about 22 guys I got into pro wrestling, and Ultimate Warrior, John Cena, and Sting, Kurt Angle are probably the most well known.
Wow. Wow. So, how long have you been in therapy?
Well, I just know that if half the people I met believed as much in themselves as I believed in them, they would be a lot farther ahead in life. But some people take the encouragement and run with it, and it's been great to see.
Yes, sir. Wow. What an honor.
Well,
Can I
thank you.
say? Can I say this? You know, it's funny how this world is. But the Dallas Diamond Page, you know, he's doing the yoga thing, right?
Yep.
How about the chiropractor that I went to, that I was going to, when we still know each other? I used to hear all the stories about how he and Dallas Diamond Page, how they're putting together this yoga thing. So, yeah, I'm just sitting back listening. I'm like, you know what? When you swim in the deep water, then you meet a lot of other whales and sharks that swim out there too. So, yeah, it's a small world, as they say.
What a hoot.
Thank you, Tyrone. Folks, that was Tyrone Poole, two-time Super Bowl champion. Dan, I want to check your time because I want to make sure I honor you, respect your time. So many people on stage for you, but
Yeah. You know what?
you're the man.
I've changed my flight a couple of times. I'm here in L.A., Los Angeles. I had to fly in here late last night to renew my passport because it expired, and I've got to go to Europe on Monday. So I'm here in LA, still at my hotel, and I changed my flight. I have to catch my flight in a little bit. So maybe we could take one more question or something because I've got to get rolling. And again, everybody, you honor me, but I know you're on this clubhouse, in this clubhouse room, not for me, but for Tony, and for showing our support for you, bro. You're such an extraordinary human being, and you're the great connector. You brought us all together. And again, if I can serve any of you, again, and I'll speak like a pro. We can do coaching calls, whatever. I don't ever want to be that sales pitch. I want to be a serve pitcher. So DM me if I can help you in any way. Let me know. And Dr. Rowe, she just joined, and we had this conversation before Dr. Rowe, and we still have not connected because I offered to help you personally. And I want you to know I did not forget that. I don't want anyone in this room thinking I'm just blowing smoke. But follow me on Instagram, Dan Clark Speak, and you can see what I talk about and see if I can spark an interest in you to become a storyteller, a story seller. And if I can do anything, let me know. My website's danclark.com, and you can go on training to find my Speak Like a Pro course and figure out what I can do to help you. So, having said that, hopefully you took that as a serve pitch. And how about one more question, Tony, and then I got to bail.
Yeah, absolutely, Dan. And also maybe just real quick want to introduce, just say quick hellos. So, but one question I think would be great for you. I brought Paul up here, Paul Nadeau. He's actually a former hostage negotiator.
Paul,
Yeah,
baby Paul.
Dan.
he's a TEDx speaker, and the thing about negotiating, it's communication, right, at its purest form. So there's a lot of similarities between that and speaking like a champion like yourself. So I wanted to see maybe if there's similarities, we could find that Venn diagram, that overlap between negotiating, communicating, and then Hall of Fame speaking. So Paul, take it away. If you could ask just one quick question and just say hello to Dan. Welcome, Paul Nadeau. Welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Anthony. Oh, Dan, it's so nice to hear your voice again, my friend. I've missed you. I just want to say this is that, yes, there is a connection between being a hostage negotiator and a speaker, and it's about the intent. It's about what you intend to deliver to the recipient. As speakers, we all intend to deliver a great story, a great message, and to make a great connection. As a hostage negotiator, my intent is to make sure that I connect with the hostage takers and make sure that they're listening to what I have to say. But first, I want to listen to what they have to say. What we're in here, this wonderful room, if you're not following the Finance Club, please do. Tap on that little greenhouse and follow them. We're talking about how to be a great clubhouse speaker with Dan Clark, and Dan is such a great storyteller. What I remember so much, Dan, every time that you and I shared rooms months ago, is how you made me feel. And this is the big thing, is that Maya Angelou once said, people may forget what you said, but they won't forget how you made them feel. And as speakers, I believe that that is also very, very true. Our content, of course, must be very, very important, but our delivery and the way in which we deliver it, the passion in which we deliver it with, the tone of voice, the pauses, everything that goes into a great talk needs to be there so that the audience feels what you're feeling. If you're telling a story, a funny story, and you're laughing, they'll laugh with you as long as you're authentic. If you're telling a sad story and you start to cry, they'll start to cry with you because they are feeling the roller coaster emotions that you're bringing in. So there is a connection between being a great speaker and being a great negotiator, and that is connecting with the person that you're engaging with and making them feel important and delivering the best that you possibly can. And Dan, you do that. You gave a masterclass. I want to give a little shout out to Tyrone, because Tyrone, you said something that resonated with me: knight in shining armor as opposed to knight with scars. And I think that was amazing too. But Dan, I salute you. And Dr. Anthony, thank you for giving me this moment. And Diamond, thank you for supporting this room as much as you do. And over to you, Dan. I miss you like crazy, buddy.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Paul. And Diamond, again, I publicly, we all love you. I admire you so much. And to see, just scrolling through here to see so many people that I recognize that I haven't been on Clubhouse for so long. And as you can tell, I'm still battling back from my throat surgery. It's getting stronger every day, but I didn't want to miss this Clubhouse for anything. Thanks so much for having me, Tony. I love you. I honor you. I think the greatest compliment anyone can use is the word admire. I admire you, Tony. We all do. And I admire all of you for spending a little bit of time on a Friday night to try and become a better communicator. Hopefully, I added some value to your life. And please DM me. Again, I'm in that service before self mood. And I want to help everybody I possibly can and try to make the world a better place, one story at a time. So I'll just sign off, Tony. I've got to roll to the airport, see if I can catch my flight. But God bless all of you. God bless America. God bless you, Valley. Uvalde, Texas. Those families that are reeling in sorrow and pain right now. And let's just see if we can come together in the best way and easiest way and most powerful, significant way we can help each other heal is through compassionate communication and becoming a better storyteller, a better speaker. And I would hope that all of us will take that challenge seriously and step it up when we get a chance to do so.
Amen.
God bless. Not
Dan, before you go, Dan, where you go? You can't go without a round of applause, folks.
God bless you,
Dan
Dan.
Amen,
God
Clark for
bless.
Dan.
Come
sharing
on.
God
what
Let's
bless
Dan
you, Dan.
Clark
Yeah.
does.
Amen.
Incredible.
Thank
Thank
you,
you,
Dan
Dan.
Yeah,
Clark.
man.
Thank
We've
you.
Yay.
missed you.
Dan,
Incredible.
the man.
Thank you.
Bravo, bravo,
Yes,
bravo.
be the
Bravo,
ripple effect, everyone.
All right,
Love
Dan.
you,
Dan the
lot.
Pew, pew,
man.
pew.
Yay.
come on.
Bravo.
Yay. Woohoo.
DMA, love you all. Good
Thank you,
night.
Dan. Appreciate that. Nice seeing you. Thank you for being here, folks. That was Dan Clark, folks, Hall of Fame speaker. What a great evening we had so far. And we got so much more. So stay tuned. We still have an entire stage full of champions, folks. So stay tuned to the Finance Club. We got Diamond Diva in the house, one of the top co-hosts on Clubhouse and top hosts on Clubhouse. She hosts her own room every Wednesday night. We got two options for you, Wednesday and Friday. So we're going to do a quick reset. Diamond, flash your mic if you're there. All right. Thank you, Diamond. Take it down.
This is Diamond, and welcome everyone to the Finance Club. Click on that green house and become a member today. And we just had an amazing conversation on how to be a great clubhouse speaker with Dan Clark, the Hall of Fame speaker here today. And boy, that he dropped gems. I literally have 10 pages plus of notes, and every single word out of his mouth was absolutely amazing. And so we just want to honor and thank Dan and Dr. Finance for making this event possible here today. So please take a moment to join the club. Click on that link and subscribe to the Dr. Finance Live podcast so you can get that in-depth interview with Dan Clark and hear more about his fascinating stories, his travels this space, all the wonderful things he's accomplished in his life, and so much more. Also, connect with Dr. Finance himself, as well as Tyrone, Doria, Doctor's Profile, Paul, Alec, C-Rock, and every single speaker on the panel here today. Each and every one of them have been hand selected to bring you nothing but value. And we'd love for you to honor them with a follow, as well as ringing those bells to always, you can always be notified when Dr. Finance and all the amazing guests and speakers are hosting their rooms as well. But don't just stop on Clubhouse. Make sure you're connecting on Instagram, on Twitter. Read those bios, slide into those DMs, and make those meaningful connections happen here today. We also encourage you to keep on sharing the room. We're not done yet. We're just getting started. So if you go to the bottom of your screen, you're going to see a square with an arrow pointing up and the number 190. Absolutely phenomenal. 190 shares in the room. Click on that with me right now and share the room on Clubhouse. What was your takeaway from what Dan shared? What questions do you have about what it takes to be a great Clubhouse speaker? We want to hear each and every one of you here today. So take a moment to share the room and leave a comment. Also, invite in some friends, ping in a friend, and continue to stay active in the chat. 211 action takers in the chat. I see you, Dee and James and Angela, and just continue to grow and share this room. Welcome, everyone. You are in the Finance Club. This is Diamond, and I am complete. Over to you, Dr. Finance.
Wow, thank you so much, Diamond. Appreciate that. As Diamond said, folks, you were in the Finance Club. Yeah, the Diamond Club. We're in the Finance Club. Diamond Diva's got her room every Wednesday. I'll see you in there on Wednesday nights as well. So 2 times you got the option. And on Fridays we host these rooms between about 6:30 p.m. Eastern time and roughly midnight every single Friday for over a year, folks. Over a year. So, folks, this is an incredible room. We've already had major superstars that come to the room like Jim Cathcart and Dan Clark today, but we also have a stage full of amazing champions like Tyrone Poole and Paul and Doria and Alec and C-Rock and so many others. I want to thank Diamond Diva also for supporting tonight. Appreciate Savannah. Appreciate Deborah and Nancy, Tina. We got Sheris in the house, Asia, Dr. Dooney. Folks, stay tuned. We're going to hear from these amazing people in just a moment. We got Eric Haras in the building. We got Danielle Pachi here. Welcome. We got Katsuhiro. We got Fred Moskowitz. We got Benita. Folks, flash your mics when I call your name so I know that you are ready to rock and roll to the next segment on Friday night. Hey, it's Friday. We need some fun, right? Sharon is here. Sharon Huang. Nathalia. Nathalia, you're sitting next to Nathaniel. And say that twice fast. Nathalia and Nathaniel, thank you. Welcome, guys. And welcome Sharon. Shannon as well. One of my favorite Clubhouse superstars here. Welcome, Ella. Welcome, Marco. We got Kyle in the building. Angela in the building. Consuelo. We got Dee Madrano, folks. If you need a realtor in Texas, that's your girl. We got Kamakayism, folks. One of the real good friends with Marie Diamond, who's a superstar from The Secret. We got Megan in the house, Megan DiMartino. By the way, Megan, I've anointed you officially the ambassador of the Finance Club. Megan, Megan is awesome. So welcome, Keisha. Megan, by the way, has she promotes offline, off the room, this Finance Club. So thank you, Megan. Appreciate that. Welcome, Linda Sunshine's in the house. Wow, I believe we are co-authors. Linda, that's incredible. Love that profile. Sully, welcome, Sully. Welcome, Sandeep. America's Supermom is here, folks. Welcome, America's Supermom. One amazing Clubhouse speakers as well. Bronwyn, we got Ann in here. Ann Landstrom is one of the top photography people on the app. Definitely give her a follow. Welcome, Chris, as well. Chris Samuels, realtor. Thank you, Chris, for being here. We got Dave in the house, also amazing Clubhouse speaker. We got anxiety in the house. Welcome, Anxiety Coach. Anxiety Coach. Welcome, Anita. Welcome, Pitbull in the house. We got Georgina. Welcome, Georgina. Thank you for being here. Elvis is in the building. We got GB here. We got Cheryl here. We got Brenda. We got Jennifer and John Eckert. Wow, in the house. John Eckert's 57.5 thousand followers. Amazing. I heard good things about you, John. Welcome. We got Judy Foster here. Welcome, Judy. Thank you for being here. Tell Ken I said hi. Love Judy Foster, folks. If you're not giving her a follow, definitely give her a follow. Her and Ken doing some amazing things in the background. They have amazing entrepreneurial business going on. So check them out. One of the big radio guys out there as well. So many other amazing stuff. So welcome, Judy. And we got Betty in the house. We got BJ in the house. Welcome, BJ. Thank you for being here. Lori Lee's here. Welcome, Lori. And we got some new folks coming to our stage here. I like to keep an open mind and bring new folks who haven't been in the community here for the first time. So if you're on stage, this is your first time here, folks. You guys been here. This happens every Friday. It's been happening over a year. Where you been? We've had every major speaker on Clubhouse here pretty much, from Grant Cardone to Les Brown, you name it. So welcome, Lori Lee. Welcome, Krista. Welcome, Hardy. And Tracy's here. Welcome, Tracy Wariomi. Appreciate you being here. Dr. NC Coaching. Sir Jude is in the house. Sir Jude, we just need the other Jude here, and we'll have a royal flush. I pinged her in. Hopefully she'll come in pretty soon. Welcome, Sir Jude. Curtis is here. Welcome, Curtis. Heidi's in the building. Well, Heidi is actually going to be Heidi, I'd like to hear from you later because I know you're doing some amazing things with a Clubhouse book. So we'll definitely save that conversation for later if you're around. Welcome, Heidi. Welcome, Dr. Laura. Appreciate you, Dr. Laura. Lady, Ayana. We got Nicola. Oh, by the way, folks, if you're wearing a profile from another club, just please change that for this community, just to go with the vibe, because it's when you go in someone else's room, you always want to make sure you have the right profile. It's kind of like going to the Eagles game and you're wearing Dallas Cowboys shirt. So thank you, everyone. And we got Iana here. We got Nicola. We got Lori Moreno in the house. Welcome, Lori. We got Sarai here. And we got Renee Nora. Wow, Renee, thank you for supporting our community. Renee is doing amazing things in Breakfast with Champions. Definitely give her a follow. We got Suzanne here. We got Shakina here. Welcome, Shakina. Appreciate you being here. And Camille in the house as well. Thank you, Camille. And all right, folks. So give all these amazing Gold Badge Mod Squad members a follow, and also to share the room as well. I want to thank those who've shared: Deborah, Curtis, Soraya, and Tizy, etc. So I would like to hear. We have some people on the stage I'd like to hear from. Let's see. We've got Sharon. Shannon, if you're around, because I know you were in the. I had a little queue going. So Sharon, flash your mic. Maybe you have maybe a question or just a different way to view the. Maybe I'd love to hear your response on the question of the room, folks, and which is how to be a great Clubhouse speaker. And Sharon has some good experience. So we're going to do a little ping pong style. We're going to go back and forth here and create amazing conversation. Wait till you hear these amazing speakers. Welcome, Sharon Shannon.
Thank you, Dr. Finance. And I just want to remind everyone, follow the Finance Club, okay? You're going to get more than finance. Just saying. Yes. So anyway, yes, I wanted to just make this observation. Number one, Dan has interviewed Les Brown. And I wanted to ask him really what they had in common besides speaking. I'm going to listen to the podcast episode, and I'm sure it's really enlightening. So I wanted to ask him a little bit more about that exchange. Nevertheless, though, I like what he said. So many things regarding speaking, like stories sell, facts tell. He didn't say that per se, but in gist, he was saying that. So I just want to encourage all of us to tell our stories. He really delved into that, Dr. Finance, and that was one of the many takeaways I got. Sharon Dunn.
Wow, thank you, Sharon. Appreciate that. No, that was a very, very great point. Folks, by the way, if you haven't heard Dan Clark, definitely the great thing about these recordings is you can go back and listen to them in the Finance Club and check them out tomorrow. Definitely do that because what he said, and by the way, if you want to watch the podcast episode of the story, I got it pinned to the top, 2.5 hours. I mean, I was taking notes. I went back and listened to it like 2 or 3 times because there's so many. He talks fast because he's got years of experience. Remember, he was Zig Ziglar's mentee, right? Zig Ziglar was his mentor. He went on planes with him everywhere. Like he's been exposed to like the greatest speakers of this planet ever. And so they have these one-liners. I know Dr. Dennis Waitley did this a lot. They have these one-liners that you can literally sit for a whole night and just reflect on, especially on a Friday night. And he hits you with like 4 or 5 one-liners in a row. And by the time you get to the second or third one, you're still thinking about the first one. That's why you have to go back and listen to the recording. So thank you, Sharon. Appreciate that. Excellent share. Welcome to the stage again. And Tyrone, I also had you in the queue, and then Savannah was up after that. Savannah was in the queue as well. So Tyrone.
Hey, thank you, Dr. Finance. Actually, I proposed this question to the room. I was eager to see what Dan response would be, but I'll propose it to the room because he did touch on it a little bit. We touched on it a lot, but as they say, it takes a village, right? So it takes a village to make great speakers, and I always appreciate Dan. Man, that was so awesome. Okay, he mentioned distinctive cadence of Zig Ziglar. Okay, and he mentioned other people that he has heard talk, and they had their distinction. So my question was going to be kind of centered around finding your voice, finding your voice. So many of us are trying to be like other people, trying to be like other people, like Stephen A. Smith, right? ESPN. Everybody want to come out and start talking loud and screaming and everything like that, instead of, like Dan said, being yourself, because that's the authenticity. People can tell when you're faking. People can tell when you've actually been to the moon and when you have probably just seen some videos or heard somebody else talk about it. All right. So, how to find your voice. Now, I'm a firm believer in principles. I do believe that everyone, if you're going to be a speaker, there are just certain things that you have to do. Those are principles. But the experience is what separates us from everybody else. That's why some command such a high figure when it comes to speaking, because they do the same thing, but they do it from their experience. So my question is, uh, how can someone elaborate more on how to find your voice? So for those who probably are trying to like find their niche, what's my niche? What's your voice? So if anybody want to chime in on that, I got my perspective, but I wanted to hear what other people's perspectives were about that, finding your voice.
Okay, great. Yeah, we'll take one or two people on that great question. Paul, I see you flashing. Go ahead, Paul.
Oh, yes. Yeah. What a great question, because it's very true. What is our story? We learned tonight that there are different things that we can talk about: our life experiences, our transitional experiences, or our significant emotional challenges and changes. When you find a story, ask yourself, how can I make this resonate with my audience? What is it about this story that I can share that will leave my audience thinking something? And you can look into your life and find those moments where something happened to you, or you felt a transition in your life, or there was a significant event in your life that taught you a lesson and brought you to another place. You just got to put it into words. And I'll give you this as an example, and I won't go into the story, but when I was a patrol sergeant and I was working as a single man unit as a patrol sergeant, I was called to a 911 call. And the 911 call was a man in distress. And when I got to the residence, I slowly moved cautiously to the door and I opened it, and I could hear somebody's voice calling me in, "Come on in, officer, come on in, officer." And I won't go through the whole story, but when I got to the staircase and I started to look up, I saw this chair on the top of the landing, and then I saw this guy's feet. And when I looked up even further, then I saw his whole frame. He had his neck in a noose. In his left hand, he had a bottle of Jack Daniels. In his right hand, he had a box cutter. And he looked at me and he said, "Officer, I want you to be here so that you can witness my death and you can tell my wife how I left this earth." And you can imagine how I felt in that moment. Well, I went through the negotiation with him. I talked him down. But when I deliver a story now, you might be wondering, what does this have to do with delivering stories? What could this possibly do other than be a shock? When I look at that noose that he wore around his neck, because I talk about negotiating, how do you get through to negotiating with people? And more importantly, how do you negotiate with yourself? That rope, when I ask people, what do you think that rope signified to him? It signified all the things that he had lost, the things that he had done wrong. All the weight of the world was in that rope. And then I asked my audience, what is your noose? What is it that's preventing you from moving forward? What noose do you have around your neck that is keeping you from moving forward and giving your very best? Because you've got to get rid of that noose. So your question is so valid because we can turn any story into something that will resonate with your audience. How did you get through it and what significance does it have for the people that you're talking to? That's what I'd like to add. And I saw Tyrone unmute.
Thank you, Paul. Appreciate that. No, that was great commentary. And we'll take one more comment on that topic as well. And
I would like
let's
to
see.
pour in. This is Renee Noor, Dr.
Oh, Renee,
Finance.
yes, absolutely. Welcome, Renee. How are you? Renee is part of the community for probably over a year now, folks. If you haven't given Renee a follow, definitely give her a follow. She's an awesome Clubhouse speaker. So, welcome, Renee. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful, and it's so great seeing you alongside with the fabulous Miss Diamond Diva, even Tyrone, as well as everyone that's in this space. And yeah, it's been a minute since I've been on a Friday evening, so I welcome the opportunity to pour into the conversation. And thank you again for all of the value that you all bring to the app, Dr. Finance. It has truly been an honor just to listen in regard to all of the interviews that you have done thus far. However, to answer the question that Tyrone had proposed, one of the greatest things that you can do in finding your voice when you are in the process of really even sharing, it's important to me to talk about something that you really care about. Most of us on this app, we all had to really understand that what we were doing before, we all had to kind of like we all had to redefine who we were. And this app has helped a lot of people to find their voices. Now, where it relates to finding your voice in a speaking setting, it's important to talk about something that you really care about. I feel as if when you're doing that, that helps you to really get connected to the message. And when you have passion about something that really is so dearing to your heart, you can find ways to emphasize certain words. Now, it's true that when you are in a space, no one's going to say that they can't get a little bit of Les Brown or a little bit of Sir Richard Branson or even a little bit of Diamond Diva as well as Dr. Finance while they are literally defining who they are. Because that's one of the beautiful things about how we are. It's okay to carve a little bit here and there while you are finding your voice. I don't think it's about copying or anything like that, but it's just really sometimes people just really need to understand it's okay to pull some pieces away as long as you can curate something that is so unique for yourself. Because that's one of the greatest things as a speaker. You want to be able to not only have emphasis on your words, but also show people that you care. Your message have to be so compassionate. And that's where you find more effective speakers as well. And constantly the repetition over and over and over again until you can truly find your voice. So again, this app has helped a lot of people to find their way, as well as it has helped others to probably identify, what, I do have an opportunity to have a voice on this app. So that is something I just want to pour in to the conversation because really, guys, for all those who are here and in the audience as well, I mean in the gardens, you know, it's important for us to utilize our voices because everyone have a unique story no matter what. I'm Renee Noor, and I'm so grateful to be able to pour into the conversation today. Thank you, Dr. Finance. Thank you, Diamond Diva, as well as Tyrone. I'm
Wow.
satisfied.
Thank you so much, Renee. Appreciate it. That was an awesome, awesome share. Renee, appreciate you being here. Yeah, definitely come back. Every Friday we host this room from about, I say 6:30 p.m. Eastern time to about midnight. Main guest speaker comes about 7 and 9, roughly speaking. Always, you're always welcome here, folks. You guys are always welcome in this community. We have a very welcome community, open community. Um, uh, there's no politics here, folks. We got people here from all over the world. I create a stage where this is the type of environment that I want to be a part. I want to be a part of a global community. I want people from all over the world to get along and learn and have fun. I mean, this is as the example, as that saying says, be an example of the way you want to see the world. This is how I want to see the world. I want to see the world just like this stage tonight, like this room tonight. This is how I want to see the world. Great people coming together from all walks of life and learning and loving together. So thank you, Renee. Appreciate you. We're going to go down the list here. We've got just one or two more, and then we're going to move into another part of this segment. So we had Savannah up next, and then we had Augustus after that. So Savannah, and folks, when you share, just try to keep it about a minute to 2 minutes because we've got a lot of people on stage that want to share as well. So welcome, Savannah. How are you?
This is Ivana speaking. Thank you so much, Dr. Finance. I didn't get a chance to ask what I wanted to ask to Dan, so I'm going to shoot him a message and ask him that. But I will add to this topic here quickly. How to be a great clubhouse speaker, or just how to be a great speaker in general. I think that the main things, the biggest things, I said this before, and I'm going to say it every single time, is being yourself, staying true to yourself, and putting people at the forefront of everything that you do. What do you want to leave behind, right? How do you want to change the world and truly make an impact in this world and in other people's lives? Putting that at the forefront of everything that you do and being true to yourself. Those are the two best and biggest ways for you to be the best possible speaker you could be. So that's what I wanted to add. I hope that added value to somebody's life. Thank you so much, Dr. Finance, Diamond Diva, Tyrone, Doria, Paul, Alec, and every single person in this room. This is Savannah, and I'm complete.
Thank you, Savannah. Might I add, I want to congratulate you. You recently have been doing some really cool things outside of Clubhouse speaking. So, congrats on that, and best wishes on all of your speaking gigs. I know you want to be a top motivational speaker. So, hats off to you. And by the way, Savannah shares the room on Thursday night with Diamond. So, thank you, folks. And if you got a hot mic, folks, just make sure you mute that mic when you're on stage. And that's mods. That's I appreciate your help with that. So thank you, Savannah. And Paul, I see you flashing. Go ahead, Paul.
No, I just wanted to say that I got your back. I'm checking the microphone.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Appreciate that. That's awesome. So that's why we have a team here, folks. Appreciate that. And folks, those of you out there, you may be wondering why there's few people with these green beans they call here in Clubhouse. Because I don't run the room like other rooms. Green bean is just an administrative function here, just a way to place order a little bit better for the main speaker, so that you guys, when you hit that arrow, you can see the person at the top instead of have to keep scrolling through. Where's the main speaker? I can't see who's talking. So everyone on stage is actually, imagine a gold badge for them, because everyone on stage has been hand selected to be here. They're part of what's called a gold badge mod squad. So give everyone on stage a follow. And that's what networking is about, getting to meet people. So thank you. Appreciate that, Paul. Appreciate that, Savannah. And we had Augustus. Augustus, if you're still here, I didn't forget about you. I know you had a question. Augustus, are you here? Just flash your mic or here he goes.
Hey, yeah. No, I didn't have a question. I just wanted to chime in on what Tyrone said. And I mean, if I can offer something that's helped me immensely,
Absolutely,
right? So
Augustus.
I was a
Sure.
part of a men's circle. I was a part of a men's circle a few years back, and we sit around in a circle, you hold the talking stick, and we kind of discuss what's happening in our lives, right? And a lot of the men were reluctant to speak, to share, right? And I found myself just stepping up a little bit, just being a little bit more vulnerable, and just being honest. And there's something about being honest and authentic that just works, right? In a world full of people trying to sell you something in a way that seems a little bit, or people just sharing things that might not resonate with you, I think that like honesty and authenticity are missing. And if you can just embody that and come from that place, right, it just means so much. And so I learned after a few weeks, no, actually a few months, right? We kind of, went to a, hi, how you doing, Heidi? we went to we had one session and we were trying to figure out what that thing was, right? Two words popped up. They were fierce vulnerability, right? And these words stuck with me because now everything I do, I do coming from that space, right? In that I'm going to be 100% honest, but I'm never going to be silenced because of my honesty. I'm always going to speak the truth. And that, for some reason, seems to work with people. Everybody wants to hear what you have to say when you're coming from a place of. So I would just say to people, just tap into that. And if it's, if it means you have to meditate once a day, twice a day, cool. But if you can show up, be honest, and come from that space, and people say, speak your truth, speak your truth. Something about that just resonates with people's hearts. And I think that's what, if the world embodied more of, would make the world go around a little bit sweeter. So yeah, that's my shit. Thank you.
Thank you, Augustus. That's
Fuck you,
incredible. Thank
Augusta.
you. It's an incredible share. Eric, I see you flashing. Go ahead, Eric. And then we got, I think, Fred, I think you were flashing too. So go ahead, Eric.
Dr. Finance, thanks. I was thinking there, apologize for coughing into the microphone, that the thought that Tyrone asked the question, finding our voice in my mind as he presented the question, finding our voice to me starts with understanding how our voice shapes our identity. At some point in our life, I think we recognize that other people hear us differently than we hear our own voice. And our voice conveys so much more than just information. It's who we are. To me, my voice cannot be pieces of anything else, parts of other people.
Eric, you went silent there for a second. Eric, you there? Or am I in the Matrix? Can everyone hear me?
He went
Oh, we
silent.
lost him.
He
Go
went
ahead.
silent also, but I hear you, Doctor.
Oh, okay. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. Eric, are you there, Eric? You going once, going twice? All right, Eric, when you come back, just let us know. I'll be happy to jump you right back in here. Eric, flash your mic if you're there. Okay, Eric might have hit.
Hey,
Oh, there he goes.
I,
There he goes.
I glitched out there. I don't know what
Yeah.
happened there, but I'll just land it briefly to say this. I just wanted to say that, at some point we come to to realize that how we hear ourselves and how other people hear us is different. And I wanted to just land to say that for me, my voice is who I am. And that's the thing that we convey to other people, the authenticity, the other shares that folks have shared this evening around that. And the Hall of Fame speaker, Tyrone, his question to me was, are you in there? Are you trying to do something other than you? I can't be shreds of other people. I can only be me. And I think that in what everyone has shared is what they're conveying is what connects. And that's how we connect to each other. Dr. Finance, back to you.
Thanks, Eric. Appreciate you, brother, man. That's an incredible share. So thank you, folks. In the comments, let us know what you think. When someone shares, just let us know if you have a thought on that. Be nice though, folks. One of my main rules in this, one of the two, they're actually combined, is being nice. Be professional. You might disagree, and that's okay. We're going to disagree sometimes, but I don't hold a room like other rooms where they're sitting there and cursing and yelling at each other. None of that's allowed in here because I want to make sure we respect everybody's opinion. So definitely, be polite. But if you disagree, just share it and put your thoughts in the chats and get to know each other too. So thank you, Eric. Appreciate that. Welcome to the stage, and we got Fred up next. Fred, flash your mic if you're there. Fred, flash mic. I thought you were okay. All right, Fred might have stepped away. Anyone else like to share? I see somebody else flashing down below. It's a big stage here. Wow, it's incredible. Well, I want to thank some of the new folks for. Oh, Dr. Laura, here it goes. Okay.
Thank you,
Yeah, Dr.
Doctor.
Laura.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And for me, it makes sense because I'm hearing these stories that people are sharing on stage. And Augustus, you moved me because it's the story and the emotion that we have. And when we reckon with that emotion rather than dump it, it sounds so much more simpler than it is when we give ourselves the permission to feel that emotion and really get curious about it and marinate in the sauce
and really just be so full and saturated with the juice and pay attention to it and practice it. It takes practice. It's awkward. It's uncomfortable. But sure enough, that nervousness, I don't believe anybody who doesn't have that anxiety. It's the same tension that Olympic athletes feel right before they're going to race, right before they compete. It's just the label that we put on it. I call it FOPO, fear of other people's opinions. It's interesting that we'd rather be in the casket than give the eulogy. I find that quite odd. I'd rather be dead than hear my voice, speak my truth, than hear my voice, than to share what happened, be allowed to and able to actually navigate my map, because the mind is the map, the body's the vehicle, the emotions are the fuel, and marinating and saturating and unifying them as one is the wisdom. And when we can unify that together, then we can come to life. And it's our story that guides us there. Thanks so much for letting me share. This is Dr. Laura.
Dr. Laura, that is incredible. Thank you, Dr. Laura. Appreciate that. Folks, do you realize how many incredible speakers we got on stage? I mean, these are really incredible speakers from all walks of life, all speaking about different subjects. So, I mean, speaking is just a general term, but really, you could have an expert in bus driving that becomes an amazing speaker. You could have a speaker in envelope stuffing that becomes an amazing speaker and helps people with how to stuff envelopes better and how to become a better person. Because as we realized during the great pandemic depression, I mean, jobs that we think are not relevant, like going to people who work in the grocery store and move our food around, we found out they became the heroes of the past 2 years. So there might be people out there who are working grocery stores and one of those central areas that become speakers of all kinds of speakers. We got every industry in here. We got a woman that comes in here once in a while. She speaks on perfume, on scents. Very interesting. Very very highly specialist, but she speaks so diligently about a very specific thing. I mean, you can go person to person down this stage, and many of the great speakers here they specialize in very different stuff. So it's pretty cool. Thank you again. And I believe we had Fred. I don't know if you're back, but whoever else was after Fred, feel free to chime in on your thoughts. And then we're going to take a reset after the next one. So go ahead, folks. I want to welcome, by the way, we got some new folks. Rex Sykes in the house. Welcome, Rex Sykes. We got Lauren in the house and Michael Huey. Wow, Michael Huey. Michael, I love to hear your thoughts as I see Lauren flashing after Michael. Michael, if you're there, Michael's actually an incredible Clubhouse influencer as well and speaker. So, Michael, whenever you're ready, feel free to flash. I got Lorna up next, though. So, go ahead, Lorna. Welcome, Lorna.
Hey, lovely to be here. And for once, I'm in a similar time zone. So I'm talking to you from New York. So I probably sound about 70% more energetic than usual. But love this room. I think it's one of the best on Clubhouse. So great to be here. I work in monetizing real estate, and we're opening a New York office. So if anybody is in that part of town, please feel free to DM.
And Lauren, I don't know if you know the great question of the day, the topic of this room, how to be a great Clubhouse speaker. So, Lorna, you've been involved with this stage for many different amazing guest speakers here. What's your thoughts? How do you be a great Clubhouse speaker?
Oh, well, I mean, you're definitely the person to give tips on that, because you do it so effortlessly, as well as the lovely Diamond. But I think the key thing is just being authentic, being aware of what's happening in a room. I've got to be honest, I had a fear of speaking in public before Clubhouse. I would literally shake. And I had a few people that were very welcoming, Dr. Finance being one. And it helped me overcome a lifelong phobia of speaking as I am now. And honestly, it's changed my life. It's changed my business. I've been able to make meetings and meet people from all over the world. So I think for anyone that's in the audience that feels a little apprehensive, there are so many amazing welcoming rooms like this one, where it doesn't matter how many followers you've got. You're judged on your achievements and who you are as a person. So don't be afraid. Raise your hand. Come and ask a question. And thank you for creating that environment.
Thank you, Lauren. Appreciate you. Always a great speaker. Appreciate you being here. And I just wanted to. I saw John Eckert here. John, if you're here, flash your mic. Love to hear your thoughts. You got almost 60,000 followers. You've been doing incredible things on Clubhouse. Then we got Rex up next. So welcome, John. How are you, sir?
Thank you so much. I'm honored to be on your platform. Interesting subject. I would include that you should speak on what you are an authority in, because nothing comes across like authority. When you know your subject, when you are an authority on a particular subject, no matter what it is, it will come across in your speaking. Now, you can be an authority on something and be boring. So you also need to have some personality. You need to have some passion about what you speak, because passion is something that people pick up when you speak. You need to be passionate about what you're speaking about. You really need to love it if you want other people to love it and receive it. So, authority, knowing the subject matter, and that comes often through experience, years of experience. Also, personality. Your personality is very unique. Don't try to be anyone else but yourself. I think that connects to authenticity. And then passion. Have a passion about what you speak, because if you're not passionate about it, you can't expect other people to be passionate about it and receive what you're saying. Those are the things I would add. And thank you for allowing me to speak. And I'm finished speaking.
Thank you, John. I appreciate you, man. Appreciate your support. I know there's a million places you can be, but you chose to be here tonight. And John, I haven't really seen you in too many of these rooms here, but I've heard great things about you. I gave you a follow, so definitely feel free to come back any Friday night. We have amazing, amazing speakers like Dan Clark lined up all the time. Always welcome you in this room. So thank you, John. All right, we got, before we get to Rex, I want to welcome my friend Laurel Langemeyer for coming to the room. Laurel Langemeyer, folks, I don't know if you ever watched the movie The Secret. There was like 27 superstars in that movie that touched over 500 million lives. Well, Laurel was actually one of the stars from The Secret, among so many other things. She's an incredible person that does so many amazing things in the background, like one of those extremely successful entrepreneurs. Folks, she actually was on a show called Millionaire Inside, I believe. It was the show, the year before the Shark Tank hit. She was on this program with people like Barbara Corcoran from Shark Tank, Phil Towns, he's a legend finance guy, and then another gentleman, David. I forget the name off the top of his head. David was in here. He did a book with my friend John David Mann, the Go Giver co-author. She was on stage with them for
David Bach.
David Bach. Thank you, Laura. Appreciate that, and so many other things. Well, anyway, Laura, welcome to the stage. And what is your thoughts on the topic? So you just missed Dan, by the way. He just left a few moments ago. We had Jim Cathcart, your buddy here. We still got your buddy Alex Stern on stage and Doria. But how to be a great clubhouse speaker? What's your thoughts? Not just a speaker, a clubhouse speaker. Welcome, Laura.
Oh, thank you. And Alec, hello, darling. It's so great to be here. Sorry, it's a little late in the day. I've had my book is hitting bestseller lists all over, and it's been busy, busy, busy. I'm Laurel Langmeyer. I'm the Millionaire Maker, and as Dr. Finance said, not only on The Secret, I wrote The Millionaire Maker in 2006. Just launched How to Make Your Kids Millionaires. And it's really not about a spoiled brat thing, as many folks around here on Clubhouse know. DC Cordova and Forbes and Sharon Lecter of I'm going to call them my financial sisters in all of this, who really knew me, as a single mom raising my son. And then I've had an amazing daughter. So I am the money expert. So any question, anything you guys want to know about, my couple next ventures are in student athletes. In fact, we're getting sponsored by some big companies to help really, like, these guys get lottery tickets and they do not know what to do with their money. And so from how to develop an LLC, how to reduce your taxes, how to get better um, investing structures, all of that, down to the nitty gritty of where you should bank. I teach it all. Love being here, and I just want to come out and support you because you always support me. Dan Clark is an amazing friend. I'm so glad you had him out tonight. And he and I have been on many stages. I don't even we always run into each other. And so I just needed to come out and honor him because he's extraordinary, and you are as well. So great to be here.
Wow, thank you so much, Laurel. Appreciate that. And Laurel, so what's your thoughts? Maybe not on Clubhouse speaker. Now you've spoken all over the world, Laurel, and I know, like
I
Jim,
know.
you're a big like traveler as well. I mean, you and I both really, but What's your thoughts on just, forget the clubhouse thing. How do you be a great speaker in general? Maybe you can sum it up in maybe a minute or less. And this is just taking it to a macro level because we got a lot of people. I mean, Clubhouse attracts speakers. Let's face it, right? Who will come on a Friday night and want to listen? Besides, I mean, a lot of people are here. Don't get me wrong, but there's a lot of speakers. There's a majority of people who are speakers, and there's a majority of people who want to speak. Like they want to come up on stage, but they're afraid. One of the number one fears in the world, folks, is speaking above death. Princeton Review said this 20, 30 years ago. Plus, I mean, it's an amazing feat to overcome. So, what's your thoughts, Laura? Just real quick.
Well, I think being a clubhouse speaker is very, I mean, obviously there's a bunch of us that have literally I've been in 6 continents. I have spoke all over the world. I probably have the highest statistics of any woman that is closed from the stage. I mean, I've worked with Richard Branson. I've worked obviously with Les Brown. I mean, I've actually very, very closely with Les and Brian Tracy and all the guys. In fact, I just did a podcast with Zig Ziglar's son, Tom Ziglar, yesterday. All that being said, I have traveled everywhere, but I am the woman who sells. Like I know it because you know why? It's because I'm selling to serve. Because what I teach you about money is so important that if you don't do it, God help you. Like there's so much information about money and what to do. So from a not a clubhouse standpoint, but from a stage speaking, and then March 20, I'll say it was March 7th, 2020. And I think, Alec, you were there with me. We were in Houston with Eric Swanson's event. I flew home and 29 stages canceled. So I went from being very rigorous offline speaker and sales. I would be brought into Africa, wherever Richard was, to make hundreds of thousands of dollars in sales. And so then we go to nothing. Like we're going to Zoom. Like that's a new damn thing. And then Clubhouse was, and you and I both, like Dr. Finance, we both got invited to this platform because Sharon, and we're like, yeah, whatever. And then we weren't here. And then you started that long like run with that room, and then you stayed consistent. But I was always here, always supporting. So what I would say about being a Clubhouse speaker is you have a database from God. There is nothing greater than this platform that will help you build a database. And Dr. Finance, you and I have talked about it. And when you know how to speak, when you know how to like drive a message, and the gentleman before me, John, which by the way, I back channeled you, but I can't get to you for some odd reason. Maybe my little phone's not up to date. So back channel me on a message. So yes, you have to be passionate about your message. You have to be so committed that what you do is going to change a life. And women, I'm going to speak to you because I don't know how many women who spoke after tonight. The biggest mistake you make, whether it's Clubhouse or whatever platform you're on, is you degrade yourself from the minute you start. Meaning, oh, I'm just a beginner. I'm just right. Nobody wants to know that. I'm a professional entrepreneur. Like Alec knows, like we played a game that a lot of people would die to play at. And I'm not saying we're arrogant, like we aren't. But even if you want to go for your first 100,000, do not start with, I'm a beginner and I don't know what I'm doing. And then you want me to buy from you? Like honor yourself. And like I remember, because 1996, I was blessed with Sharon Lechter and Robert Kiyosaki. They gave me the master distributor rights for the cash flow game, so I helped put that game on the map. And I was working at Chevron. I was I actually was employed at that minute because I couldn't afford the helicopter insurance to do what Chevron wanted me to do. And I couldn't wait to quit. Bob Proctor is my mentor, and he said, I'm going to introduce you to 2 great people, and you have to fly to Scottsdale. I said, Bob, I have an employee meeting the next day. He's like, you want to be an employee or an entrepreneur? Get on a plane. So I hired somebody on my own money to go sub for me for my Chevron job. Well, I went to meet Robert and Sharon around Sharon's kitchen table in Scottsdale, Arizona. And I walked out with the master distributorship of that game. And Rich Dad Power Dad was not anything in 1996. It took 97 and 98 before Sharon helped put that on the map. My point in saying that, women, is when I got that opportunity, I didn't say, oh, I'm an employee at Chevron. I know what I'm doing. My God, I'm so scared. I just said, you know what? I'm working for the greatest people on the planet about money, and we're going to put cash flow on the map. Do you want cash flow? And they said, well, are you a millionaire? I said, I'm going to be. So I speak to you women with such, I'm going to say, authority that you need to grow up and like be strong in what your message is. So like John said, you have to be passionate. You have to be so committed that what you're going to do is serve somebody else's life. Serve, not sell. And yeah, you're going to sell because you know what? You're going to have to get a credit card for the thing you're going to do. And I've done hundreds of millions, if not $1 billion worth of sales from stages across the world. because I'm passionate about financial literacy for people. That's why I wrote my last book, Make Your Kids Millionaires. It's bestsellers running right now. But I'll tell you, you all as a Clubhouse speaker, you need to move people from this platform if you want to be serious about monetizing into a database and then have a structure behind it. So I'm Laura Langmeyer. I know how to do all this. I cannot wait. So follow me, hang out with me, message me, give me your cell phone number. We all talk. It's really important. Like, I think this is one of the greatest platforms to monetize when you know how to do it, because the owners are amazing. They've been open, and a lot of you are hanging out learning for hours and hours and hours, but you're not taking that next step at some point. And Robert and Sharon gave me that opportunity, with the Rich Dad Poor Dad brand, to be not just the learner but the expert. And I was scared out of my skin, just like a lot of you. And I wasn't making like the kind of money as an entrepreneur, as an employee. Of course, I mean, whatever. I was an executive at Chevron, but that's different. Being an employee making money versus being an entrepreneur, it's like breathtakingly different. So do not walk into this like it's going to be casual. Like, take it serious and change lives. That's all I have to say for this minute.
Thank you so
Hey,
much,
Dr.
Laura.
Finance,
Yeah,
can I jump in
yeah,
on
absolutely,
Laura?
Tyrone. Just a
Yeah,
second. So, Laura, I want to
yeah,
introduce you to Tyrone Poole while you're on here. Tyrone is a two-time Super Bowl champion, new friend of mine now. He's actually going to be the
I know
main
he
guest
needs to
speaker
text me. I
next.
text him. Text me, young man.
yes,
Because
I did.
I have financial literacy for student athletes, and we're getting sponsored by Ben's, because my partner's Ben's Josue, who's from Haiti. My son plays for Georgia Southern. They're like, it is so important. And you know this, young man, that those men walk out and they're broken on the other side. And I cannot wait to change that statistic for the NFL.
Yeah, and I think Laura, I think you're so popular, I might have got lost in the shuffle, but
Oh,
no, I
no, you
did.
will
Yeah, I
never get
did
lost.
respond. Yeah, but I did want to add this little tidbit to what you were saying from the financial standpoint. Anybody in here who may have, your son or a relative may be in college, getting ready to go to the league, or maybe you have a relative that's already in professional sports. But what I would say, being a professional athlete myself, okay, here are two little tips I give to you for free. This is for free. Okay, pay your agent on
Pay, pay
every other
Laurel
year.
to tell you what to do.
Pay them every other year. Okay, so what that does, it helps you build money, but the agent still gets their money, but it helps you to build money as a player, and you still able to pay them off, okay? Because the agent, he's gonna argue with you, but he's just gonna argue, but he's gonna end up going with it, okay? So pay your agent every other year so you can grow some money in a non-year that you're not paying him, but you still got to pay him. It's just like paying taxes. You don't want to be paying taxes, but you don't want Uncle Sam to pay you taxes at the end of the year. You want to be paying Uncle Sam money at the end of the year. So that means for 365 days out the year, you kept your money, you invested your money. So think about that when it comes to paying your agent. Pay your agent every other year so that 1 year you have an opportunity to grow. The last thing I'll give, free tip, taxes. Wherever, because most guys, they have a house where they play at and where they probably live at. Like I played with the Patriots. That was nowhere in the world I was gonna stay up there in New England, Jack, in February, March, and no, I'm coming back home to Georgia. But I had to learn the tax code. Which
You know,
state
Tyrone, my son's in Georgia next
is
to
in
you.
Georgia?
You know what? You're going to come and stand side by side, and we're going to watch a Georgia Southern game together.
Well, there you go. There we go. We're gonna do it.
There
So,
we go.
yeah, we're gonna do it, Lauren. I'm gonna text you, and but to finish up with
We
what I'm
have
just saying,
to. He's
yeah,
starting center, and you're going to help him go to the league. Well, the Helton family is going to help him go to the league. So
there
we're
you
going to do
go.
it together.
And I just want to finish this real quick. Like I said, I'm just giving free stuff because this is what my life is all about. Being a speaker, I want to give back. I'm like, I don't want no one to have to go through what I've already overcome. Okay. Now, if you want to give me an honorarium, then that's cool. But if my job is to make sure that no one has to go through what I have experienced. Okay. I want you to start at 13 if I finished at 12. So my last point again, wherever your house is, again, I played in New England. I had a house here in Georgia. Okay, I got my main residence where the state had the lowest taxes. Okay, and I wrote the other state off against each other. So again, guys, The teacher, the student is only as good as the teacher, and the teacher is only as good as the experience that the teacher has been exposed to. So again, thank you, Dr. Finance. Didn't mean to take up that time, but Laura, we're gonna connect. You betcha. Thank
For
you.
sure. We're going to have fun.
Wow, thank you, Tyrone. Appreciate you, man. Again, appreciate you being here to help co-host tonight. I thought it would have been a great synergy, you and Dan Clark. And man, you guys, I'm sure if you and Dan were hanging out, I bet you, Tyrone, because I spent 2.5 hours plus on the episode or the show with you, plus the big stage we're doing next week, and just so much time. And with Dan, I've been spending a lot of time with as well. I had to say this feeling that you guys could be like best friends because he's got this really this infatuation with both speaking and football. I mean, you both have that in common. I just think it would be great. So if you need me, I'd be happy to help connect you guys offline. And appreciate you again co-hosting tonight. And thank you so much. And Laurel, appreciate you
My
showing up
pleasure.
as well. Yeah, you're welcome, Tyrone. Honored to have this stage of amazing
Absolutely. And
people.
I want to give a shout out to those women who are scared to ask for help. Ask for help. I mean, Sharon Lecter is my financial mom. I mean, Forbes, DC, all like the real, I mean, Diamond Diva, you're out there. You're amazing. She has hosted me, or like, she's like, there's so many powerful women, and you women get support. Don't like act like you're weak when you're asking for help. Nobody teaches entrepreneurialism. Nobody teaches how this game's really played. And you got to say, I want to play and I'm going to play big. And then, by the way, when you say it, do it. Do not walk and then not talk. And that would be probably my big final message. There's so many. And Alec, you and I have traveled probably more together than a few that I've known on stage where everybody's like, I want to be, I want to be, I want to be. And then, it's like everybody's excited and then everybody goes home and you don't hear from anybody. And then there's a lot of walking and not talking. I'm sorry, there's a lot of talking and not walking. So do what we say. Because I can tell you, I would have not got that opportunity with Robert and Sharon or ever. I mean, Bob Proctor and I were partners for 6 years doing a program where people paid us $100,000 to be with us. And you don't do that if you're not going to walk. You don't strike a check to Bob and I for 100,000 and not do it exactly what we say when we say on time. And so I think a lot of you stop being right and righteous and broke. I think Diamond Diva, you and I were on an event together recently. We said, your looking good program for you women is better sometimes than your like checkbook program. So you need to like work on your balance sheet and your P&L and get your finances together. I could go on forever. You know me.
Thank you, Laurel. Alec, I saw you flashing, and Dory was flashing as well. So good, Alec, and then Dory.
Alec,
Yeah,
talk to me, friend. I
Laurel,
love you.
love you. Good to see you once again. And yes, we
I
have
want to see
shared.
you like this. I want to see you and hug you, like
I
the
know, I
human
know, and
interaction, like
right on the
love, the warmth.
motorcycle
Like, oh
together.
my God, you should meet Tyrone and I, like in Georgia. We'll all like plan a game together. My
All
son's
right.
a starting center, so my son. He's
Yeah.
about to be because they're grooming him. Tyrone, you get this. He's 6'5", 288. They want him 300 by the starting game, so he has to show up for scholarship practice at 7 a.m. to have a 2,000 calorie shake. That's how he starts his day. He's like, Mom,
Wow.
I can't eat food. Anyway, we should all have a big game because that's easy flight for you down from where you are.
Yeah. No, love it. Love it.
Are you in
And
Tyrone
yeah,
doing this?
let's
We're all
do it.
going to Georgia Southern. And by the way, Glenn Moore Showers living in Savannah right now. So the first opening game is September 3rd in Statesboro, Georgia. We all fly to Savannah. We all hang out. We have some great dinner with Glenn. And then we drive back in 45 minutes or so. And we go to Statesboro, Georgia and watch the boys play. I'm going to organize
Like
it
it.
all.
Like
Sounds
it.
good, Laurel. I'll be there too. Save my seat.
All right, let's do it. Like, it's going to be so much fun. What else would we do?
All right,
Fill the
excellent.
stadium. Fill the stadium. But yeah, so I love everything you say and totally agree. And I think the biggest thing we haven't really talked about is confidence. And I think when saying whatever you're saying, everyone's so hesitant, and you can feel the energy of someone who's hesitant. And so whatever you're saying, say it with confidence. It's your story. It's your message. And we're always hesitant, and sometimes we get nervous, whatever. But you're the expert in you. So whatever you're saying, say it with confidence, and don't let up on that. I see more people who, as you say, will come up on stage and like, I'm nervous, or it's my first time speaking on this topic, or the audience doesn't know anything, and they don't know what you're going to say. So So just know you can say it with confidence because you're the one who's saying it, and they're going to hang on every word, of course. But everyone sort of wants to, set the stage for how we should look at you in the light of what you're saying. We just want to hear what you have to say, and we don't say it with confidence, and that's the biggest thing. Male, female, new speaker, old speaker, just be comfortable saying whatever it is you're saying.
So true.
Thank you, Alec. Appreciate that. Thank you, Laurel. Incredible shares. Alec, that's an incredible point. I'm going to be talking about confidence in a little bit because, Alec, you hit it right on the head. I mean, how are you going to speak if you don't have confidence in yourself? So thank you, Alec. Appreciate that. All right. Dory, I apologize. I skipped over Rex. So, Rex, Dory, if you're okay with it,
Of course, of course.
yeah, I apologize. I got a little out of order here. Laurel came and I got really excited. Laurel's an amazing speaker, so appreciate you, Laurel. So Rex, welcome, sir. What's your thoughts on being an amazing, great clubhouse speaker? Welcome, sir.
Wow, what a great topic. And what stellar advice from each and every person I've heard so far. I think it's just amazing, and the value that's been delivered to the listeners here tonight is outstanding. And everybody should be taking notes, and not only taking notes, but applying what they're learning, because information doesn't change you, but the application of information can change you. Dr. Finance, thanks for having me up. Look, I have been in front of the public since I was 3 years old. My parents put me in acrobatic and dancing classes and then in acting classes when I was 4. At 8, I started doing magic and mind reading and eventually hypnosis as a child and traveled all around the country doing that as a child entertainer, and then joined the Screen Actors Guild when I was 18 or 19 years old. My personal development journey began in the 60s, and I've been teaching personal and professional development since the 70s, the early 70s. And since about 1985, I've been teaching presentation skills. I taught acting, and I still do teach and coach acting and consult, but teaching trainers, speakers, and presenters how to be more effective at what they do. And here's what I would say to you, and this, I promise you, this is hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of advice. Do take notes and do apply it. First and foremost, if you want to talk, but have something to say. There are a lot of people who talk with nothing to say. They just like the sound of their voice, or they just talk to talk, but they don't get to the point, or they don't deliver value. So have something to deliver value. In all of my trainings, I have something called Rex's Rules. The number one first rule is to go first. That means if you want somebody to do something, do it first. You want somebody to pay respect to you, respect them first. You want someone to listen to you, listen to them first. You go first. So you want to be a speaker, confidence, absolutely. You must develop confidence. Now in Clubhouse, it's a little bit of a different thing, right? We can't see you. So your first impression is your voice. Work on your voice, because if you're talking like this and you got really bad voice and tonality that sucks, no one's going to pay attention for very long. So you need to develop your voice, male or female. Learn how to use your tonality. Learn breath control, and learn how to punctuate things. Commands go down and questions go up at the end. You don't want to say, and be really confident, because that's counterproductive. You can say, be really confident, and people will know what you're doing. So your first impression and your overall lasting impression is going to be conveyed by one channel, the auditory channel, the listening channel. So you want to work on that. Now, you're a storyteller. This is first and foremost what you need to consider. People like stories. They don't want to be told things. They want to be shown things. They want to be able to imagine it in their mind's eye. They want to be engaged, and and our job is to elicit from them. I mean, think about that. Think of your favorite movie. What does a movie do? Or what does a good book do? It takes you on a roller coaster ride. It has highs and lows and fast action moments, and then these long, lengthy, relaxing pauses. And it goes from a beginning through a middle to an end, so that when you walk out of the theater or you finish your book, go, wow, that was wonderful. So your job as a speaker, whether you're on a platform or on Clubhouse or on the phone, talking with a potential client or a customer or a student, is to take them on this magic carpet roller coaster ride, engage their emotions, engage their imagination, and help them journey along that way. Don't just tell them. Paint the pictures for them. Have them have the experiences. If they're not feeling it, it's not real to them. When somebody is engaged emotionally with you and inspired and motivated and feeling like, wow, this person really gets me, they get you, and they will go with where you want to lead them. And lastly, and I'm going to close with this, I love what I do. Every opportunity I have to speak, whether it's here on Clubhouse, to a couple of people in a coffee shop, or through thousands of people in a stadium, or on television in front of millions, I love it. I thrive. This is where my energy and where I was born to do it. So I'm going to give you one of the most important lessons ever, and I learned it from a magician who was a famous magician back in 1926. He was a contemporary of Houdini. His name was Howard Thurston. And Howard Thurston used to go backstage before his, in those days, people traveled around the country and did shows, in vaudeville, and there were circuits. And so they would perform, and then they would pack up, and then they would travel to another place. Well, every show, he would go and he would peek through the curtain, and he would look at his audience and he would go, I love you. I love you. I love you. And he would shower them with love. Shower the people who are listening with love. And you might say, well, that sounds kind of silly, Rex. Why would I want to do that? Because it gets the attention off of you and puts your attention where it needs to be. And that's on the people who are listening or watching or paying or learning from you. If your attention is on you, this is where nervousness and worry and anxiety comes from. Put your attention where it belongs, and that's on the people you're trying to inspire and motivate, lead, connect with, or sell, and you will win every time. And then lastly, remember, it is a win-win situation. If they're winning, you're winning, and if you're winning, make sure they're winning, and you will have a career or a hobby, but filled with passion, love, and enjoyment as a speaker here on Clubhouse or anywhere else. With that, I'm Rex. Hey, connect with me. Go look at my profile. Let's connect. Let's get in touch. And most of all, have a fabulous rest of the night and a marvelous weekend. Thanks so much for all the value shared, for all the important and incredible people here who I love so very much to be part of. Thank you. And good night. Have a happy holiday weekend. Hooah.
Thank you, Rex. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you for coming here and supporting and stopping by. So thank you. Great share, Rex. Excellent share. We got Doria Cordova, and then we're going to do a quick reset, and I'm going to do a quick share, folks. Anyone want to hear my take on what a great Clubhouse speaker is? I've been pretty silent for about 3 hours. Folks, you want to hear what it takes to be a great Clubhouse
Oh
speaker. Now, I might
yeah.
not be a Hall of Fame speaker.
Oh
Yay, go,
Stay
yeah.
tuned,
go.
though.
Come
Thank you,
on, bring
folks.
it,
Woo!
Oh
brother.
yeah,
All right.
of course.
I will give it in a little bit. And Diamond, by the way, is another one I'm sure you really want to hear what it takes to be a great Clubhouse speaker. Okay, so before we do that, I want to listen to Doria, and then we're going to do a quick reset, and then I promise I'll share with you. So welcome, Doria.
Thank you.
Doria Cordova.
Thank you. I,
Thank you.
I want to be like Diamond. This is Doria. Anyway, I love the way she says it. But I was just going to say, I just love to always tag with Laurel. She calls my initials. I used to be known as DC, and now I'm Doria. But one of the things that I just wanted, particularly for women to know, and men too, of course, is that entrepreneurial education is no longer just something that maybe not. It is absolutely, if you want to be an entrepreneur, if you even want to be part of an entrepreneurial team, it is absolutely essential for you to know that you must educate yourself with entrepreneurial education, the basics of business, the basics of finances, the basics. Even what we are talking about today is not taught in traditional schools. And some of you know that I have been working on this now for literally 44 years in transforming educational systems around the world and eradicate poverty and hunger. So, Kiyosaki is one of our common things with both Sharon Lecter, of course, and with Laurel. And, Robert Kiyosaki was my business partner for 9 years, and Sharon's 10. And one of the things that the first book, Rich Dad Poor Dad, was a combination, of course, of the brilliance of Sharon Lecter on financial literacy, and it was also based on the Money and You program, which Robert taught for quite a few years. And it was the teachings of Buckminster Fuller, which is about us not being prepared. We're not prepared to handle life financially. So there's nothing wrong. You didn't do anything wrong. You simply need to understand, accept this condition that still to this day, I can't believe it's been 44 years, it still hasn't really happened. So you're not trained. You are literally trained to being an employee. This is one of the biggest teachings of Buckminster Fuller, that you are now being taught from 9 to 5. Even the way that we run our lives, the summer months and all these things that, in the old days, people used to have their children work in the farms, and that's how come they had the summer off. So most people don't understand that our educational systems anywhere in the world are so antiquated. They're 150 years old. So education, re-educating yourself completely, and particularly around entrepreneurial education is key. And of course, we all teach different aspects. You can look up my particular bio. You will find many free gifts. Many of us have free gifts because even though we're truly successful, what we really want is to have uplifting humanity's consciousness. That is my purpose. Uplifting humanity's consciousness through socially responsible business. I have another level, which is not only do you get super rich, super wealthy, but you add that component of social responsibility into your business. That's a whole other conversation. But what I really want you to get, that really being educated in entrepreneurship is no longer a choice, it's a must. And with that, I am Doria and I'm complete.
Wow, thank you, Dory. That is incredible. Awesome, awesome share, folks. Dory Cordova, definitely give her a follow. She's been around this speaking business for a very long time. She has so much experience with the top speakers in the world. I mean, she's the CEO of Money and You program. Most of the top speakers in the world have flown, yeah, like a plane. Has went through her program in some way, shape, or form. So thank you, Doria. Excellent share. Appreciate you guys. Diamond, flash your mic if you're available. We're going to do a quick reset. And then, folks, I'm going to give you a quick my take on it. And then we're going to have, by the way, you want to stick around and stay tuned because Diamond, I'm sure, will be chiming in at some point. And you definitely want to hear what she has to say as well on the subject because, incredible stuff she's doing here on Clubhouse. So, Diamond, yeah, if you want to do a quick reset. Before you do, actually, I want to thank those who've been action takers. Thank you, Rex Sykes, for sharing the room. Thank you, Camille and Kamal and Camille, 2 in a row, for sharing the room. Appreciate you guys. Darlene for sharing the room. Thank you, Stefan, for sharing the room. Kim Gale for sharing the room. Heidi Wild shared the room. Thank you, Heidi. And Ariana. And Heidi, by the way, I didn't forget about you. I want to hear your share later on. We want to talk about your book. I'm very curious on that at some point in about the next half hour. So Ariana and Cindy, thank you for sharing the room. Nathaniel for sharing the room. So, folks, if you can, just hit that little share, the little box at the bottom with the arrow pointing up, and hit share on Clubhouse. We just got 223 shares. That's incredible. Marina just shared the room. Thank you, Marina. And also feel free to post in the chat. I see Eric is posting in the chat. Chris is posting in the chat. What's your thoughts on what you're hearing so far? I want to hear from you guys. And we got our excellent Gold Badge Mod Squad in the chats, checking those numbers and the conversation as well. So, we're going to do a quick share. Diamond, go ahead, Diamond. We'll do a quick reset, and then we'll get right back to you. Thank you, guys. Diamond?
This is Diamond, and welcome everyone to the Finance Club. If you haven't yet, click on that green house and become a member of the club today. And we're having a wonderful discussion of how to be a great Clubhouse speaker with Dan Clark, the Hall of Fame speaker himself, here today. It's been an absolutely wonderful discussion, and we're so grateful to have you all here with us today. We encourage you to click on that link at the top and subscribe to the Dr. Finance Live podcast, as well as his YouTube channel, so you can get that in-depth interview with Dan Clark himself and so many other amazing guests that Dr. Finance brings every single Friday here in the Finance Club here today. We also encourage you to connect with Dr. Finance himself, ring his bell, set it to always. Make sure you're following him on all platforms so you don't miss a minute of all the wonderful events that he hosts throughout the week as well. We also encourage you to connect with every single moderator and speaker on the panel here today. We got Tyrone and Dora Cordova and Paul and Alec in the building and Dr. Finance team and Laurel Langmeyer on the mod squad here today, as well as Savannah and Nancy and Tina, Lori and Sharice and Asian, Dr. Denny and Eric and Fred. Benita, we got Natalie in the house, Sharon, Ella, Mark, Kyle, Suzanne, Angela, Consuelo, Megan, Keisha. We got Sully in the building, Brown, Ann, Chris, David, Anxiety, D, GB, Better Arpit, Lori, Tracy, Curtis, Heidi, Camille. We got a full stage in the house here today. I lost my place and people moved around. If I miss you, I apologize. We got Lori, Soraya, Simon, Naomi, Nicole, Marina, Angela, Rex, Laura, Angel, Tracy, Tony, Patricia, Frank, Kamal. We got Dr. Sandra, Maria, America's Best, Noah, Judy, Laura, Dr. and Gigi on the panel here today. Make sure you connect with every single line speaker. I just want to shout them out because they come here week after week and create an amazing space. They also host amazing rooms, and they're just phenomenal people that were hand selected by Dr. Finance to add more value. So take the time to connect with each and every one of them today. And one last request, you guys are absolutely crushing it on the shares, but I'm just going to reiterate the importance of doing so. If you see at the bottom of your screen a square with an arrow pointing up, you guys have did 230 shares. Let's keep those going. Let's leave the comments of what you're taking away and what you're going to implement. Quite frankly, you're on Clubhouse for a reason, and we want to hear from you. So take a time to do that right now and invite people in the room. Welcome everyone to the Finance Club. This is Diamond, and I'm complete. Back to you, Dr. Finance.
Wow, thank you so much, Diamond. Appreciate you helping co-host these amazing rooms every single Friday. Folks, Wednesdays, Diamond's room. Fridays, this room. You got 2 options a week. Definitely check it out. Here's my share, folks. Here's my share. So we've been here about 4 hours. We had 2 Hall of Fame speakers on stage, which is incredibly. I think it's probably never happened before on Clubhouse. We've had. Oh yeah, actually it did. It did. Jim came for Dan. Dan came for Jim when Jim was here back in February. Champions of all kinds, sports athletes. We had Curtis Mitchell actually popped in earlier. He was one of the fastest running guys in the world. He was here for a little bit. All kinds of great people, great speakers, and whatnot. Here's my thoughts. And Alex Stern just left. It's a shame because I just wanted to touch upon what he just said. The point that he brought up about confidence, extremely, extremely important. I want to read to you my from my second book, The Most Important Lessons in Economics and Finance. Okay, I got 218 principles in here. This one's for free today. Okay, lesson of the day, Principle 200. Again, the most important lessons in economics and finance, Principle 200. Confidence in your abilities is an extremely important quality to acquiring and maintaining wealth. Confidence in your abilities is an extremely important quality to acquiring and maintaining wealth. If you want to be financially successful, if you want to be successful in all aspects of life, okay, you got to have confidence. And Alex said this, and I give him credit for saying it first, but I mean, great minds think alike. It's you have to have confidence. And let me just share to you real quick, if you guys don't know the story of how these rooms began. Okay, so I had someone earlier, trying to question the story, but first of all, okay, it was end of April last year. Okay, end of April last year. That's when I became more popular on Clubhouse. Okay, I had a room that I jumped in. There was about 12 people in there. We built the room over 500 people. The next day, I wake up after a 10-hour stage. We had people like Dr. Forbes Riley on there, the Arlene Dickinson from the Dragon's Den in Canada. After 10 hours, amazing room, kind of like this. Um, a little bit different at that time, but woke up. They made it the longest. They decided to go for the longest running room on Clubhouse. It went for 84 days. So just to clarify, it was actually technically the longest running stage on Clubhouse, but it got the name longest running room. By the way, folks, I want to give credit. Did anyone see the new app of Clubhouse? It's Piotr from the Russian Ukrainian room that they have. They actually beat that record. So we know. I'm sorry to say, community, we're actually no longer the longest running room on Clubhouse. We, believe it or not, we got beat. But I'm glad. I'm happy for Piotr. He's doing a good thing. 1.3 million. If you go in his room right now, 1.3 million people in that room. I think it's like 90 days. So that means that if we had a room for 84 days, it had to be easy over 1 million. The point I'm trying to make, folks, was that that's the story of how I became known on Clubhouse. And Diamond has her own unique story. She'll share in a little bit. But the reality is, folks, confidence in my speaking ability, which was null before I came on Clubhouse. I was a university professor for 10 years. I didn't speak on any stages. I didn't even know about the speaking world at all. I spoke to classrooms of 30 to 40, 6 universities, about 200 students a semester. That's what I did online for 10 years, right? So I had no speaking skills. But my point is, when I showed up at Clubhouse, even though I was new to speaking, right, and I didn't really have confidence in the beginning in speaking, I had confidence in myself decades before. And that's the important thing. If you want to be a speaker, it's got to start from the foundation. Okay, you got to start from the foundation. The foundation before the structure, just like building a building. You got to have a confidence in you, and then you build the structure on top. Great speaking flows more naturally from that. So, many years ago, when I was growing up in the rough city of Philadelphia, back in the 90s and 80s and 90s, I was experiencing the foundational levels of confidence, building upon that, so that when I made it to a point where the opportunity arose here on Clubhouse, I seized the moment. But confidence is extremely important, first in yourself. So, one of the quotes from Napoleon Hill's Think and Grow Rich, and just to paraphrase this, you can see when you look in the mirror both your enemy and your best friend at the same time. Self control, he says, self control is what we should be searching for. If we can control ourselves, we can control anything, right? And that's where the confidence comes in, folks. Learning how to speak and become learn how to take care of yourself and be a better person and build that home on top of that. So that's my thoughts on the share, and I totally agree with a lot of my colleagues up here. I want to ask you guys, as I posed the question for Dan Clark earlier, are you what you do? Tyrone Poole's still on stage here, folks. Great interview. You know what the question was? We were talking about, are you a football player? He said, no, I'm not a football player. I'm so much more. I asked Dan Clark that question. No, I'm not a football player. I'm not even a speaker. I'm so much more. Are you what you do? Am I a financial guy? Yeah, I'm a financialist. I created that term. Economist, the scientist of economics. I created a term called the financialist, the science of finance, 10 years ago in my book, Necessity of Finance. Yeah, I'm that. I'm a speaker, but that's not what I really am. We are all so much more, folks. We are human beings. We are people here to help each other. Look around, be a friend. You can have more than one role. And I spoke with this in Julia Bertano, co-star of Oprah. I asked him this question too, and he said the same thing. I am not just a singer, because he does singing, he does acting. I'm so much more. I'm like, well, where are you going to go with this? I can go anywhere because I am being me. I can do whatever. I'm so much more deeper levels. And folks, we're all learning about ourselves day by day, especially with this great pandemic depression. Past 2 years, we're learning about ourselves. You're never going to stop learning about yourself. It's a never ending process. For the rest of your life, you'll be learning. Once you think you even know yourself, there's something shows up, an event, a moment in that day, at a point in your life where it'll stare you in the mirror and let you know there's so much more levels to you. And it's okay. It's okay. We embrace this, embrace the ability to keep changing, to keep building more confidence and becoming a better version of ourselves. So I close this with the question: is your foundation built? And maybe it's not. Is your foundation built? Maybe you're not at that level. And it's okay, because I didn't show up in life the way I am right here. Tyrone did not show up as two-time Super Bowl champion. Dan Clark did not show up in this world a Hall of Fame speaker. Diamond didn't show up a top host on Clubhouse. Laura Langmar did not show up a great entrepreneur. Dory Cordova, same, and Paul. I mean, we go down the list with everybody here, folks. They didn't show up to this planet this way. They started at the foundation and decades of experiences have built them. And if you're still maybe in your 20s or even teens or 30s and you're just not sure, or maybe you're in your 50s or 60s and just not sure yet, that's okay. Start where you are and we'll meet you where you want to be. We're here to help you raise the ships, folks. I want everybody in this room to be great. That's why I'm here every Friday, spending my time on Friday for free because I want everybody in this room to be great. So thank you, folks. Dr. Finance here. And in a little bit, I want to be signing off and passing the mic to Diamond Diva. We'll still keep the room open for about 2 hours, but we got so many amazing people on stage. And Alex Stern, you just came back, Alex. I just did a nice little presentation. I just basically expanded. I lesson 200 for my second book. What you said about confidence, brother, was right on spot. And I had a quote for that. So thank you, Alex. I appreciate that. And Alex, any thoughts on? I don't know if you caught the tail end of it or whatnot, but again, Alex Stern, folks, an amazing entrepreneur. Welcome, Alex.
Thank you. Yeah, actually, I had to take a call, so I didn't hear the actual follow up. But if you want to just give me a quick context, and I'm happy to comment.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Appreciate that. Yeah, absolutely. If you want to comment, you're more than welcome to. I saw Laura was flashing, but we had a little bit of a queue here. So, folks, we're going to return to the queue. Before we do that, I want to thank those who've been sharing the room. Pat has shared the room. Megan has shared the room. Megan, by the way, Megan, you stepped out earlier. I was saying you're the new brand ambassador for the Finance Club. Thank you so much, Megan, for always sharing and supporting the room and spreading the word. Nancy shared the room. Thank you, Nancy and Dr. Shamika. And someone's got a hot mic unless they want to speak. So let's see who is. Oh, Megan, go ahead, Megan.
No, I just
And then
um,
Heidi. And then Heidi.
don't think that's me though. But anyway, Anthony, thank you. Are
Yeah,
you
Megan,
there?
I'm here. Go ahead.
Okay. No, I'm sorry. I was with people for dinner, had to step out. But thank you. That's such a lovely thing. Appreciate that. Appreciate it. Brand ambassador. I'll do my best.
Megan, and what's your thoughts on the topic for the room?
Well, I was blessed to be able to listen before I joined people for dinner, and it was such a rich evening of the truly the essence of what you share, Dr. Finance, every week in and out. You're bringing people that are sharing their hearts, their souls, like Dan was sharing about. You know, it's not about his successes, but what he's giving back. And that's the thread of every person that comes every week, sharing their hearts, their souls, with everyone. And so it's just such a blessing to be here and to be part of this room. And in any way that I can assist, I am here for you. So I'm thrilled to be a brand ambassador. Thank you, sir. But it was a great evening. And Tyrone sharing behind what Dan shared. Wow. And that's about when I had to leave. But it was so, so wonderful to listen to both gentlemen speaking about their hearts and spirits about giving back. It's not about their accomplishments, but what they can do from this moment forward to the world. So it's just a beautiful evening. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Megan. Appreciate that. Appreciate all your support for the community. All right, we're going to jump in. We got Tina, Lori, and then we got Tyrone wanted to jump back in the queue. So we got Tina, if you're still there, flash your mic. And I see Tracy Oriomi. Tracy, I'm going to put you in the queue too, so no worries. Thank you. Go ahead, Tina. And folks, make it about a minute or two share because we got a lot of people that want to jump in the queue here. And by the way, please continue to share the room as we push through on our 4th plus hour here. And we just broke 2,000. That's awesome. Tina?
Hi, thanks, Dr. Finance. I mean, just been a really great space, and I have so many notes. I was like texting it to myself, and like the most sort of thing that stuck with me uh, with Dan Clark was, try to bless and not impress. I love alliterations. Like I always say, is that the rejection is God's protection. How to be a great clubhouse speaker. I don't know what greatness is. For me, Muhammad Ali was the greatest, right? He's the champ. He's the greatest of all times. But I would say, listen and acknowledge what others have said. Because oftentimes when you're on Clubhouse, everyone's waiting patiently and they're listening and they're DMing and they're trying to get their voice heard. But when you come on the mic, make sure you acknowledge what Rex said about not just listening, but do the application. Listen to what Laurel said about not just doing the talk, but doing the walk. Listen to what Savannah said about how you're just uniquely yourself and how you can't just take over everything. And of course, everything that Dr. Finance said about confidence and what Paul said about negotiating, it's imperative, it's paramount that you listen and then share, because we're interacting or we're energetically connecting to each other. And as we're exchanging this energy, when you hear my voice as a Clubhouse person, my voice is my brand. So when you are speaking, make sure that you're being uniquely yourself and distinctly your voice, who you are. Don't mimic, don't compete, because there's no need for competition, because there's only one you, and all your gifts are exquisitely and exclusively yours. So that is what I would say would make the very best thing. Be yourself, be vulnerable, be compassionate, and listen and thank those who have given you a nugget of wisdom, of grace, and say thank you. So thank you, Doria, for your wonderful wisdom, and thank you to all the speakers that have spoken and have come and gone and that will go after me. So I really am gracious and really grateful to experience this yet again. A wonderful Friday night after a really tremendously horrific week. We are here in love and encouragement of one another. This is Tina Laurie, the Joy Collector.
Oh, thank you, Tina Lord. Appreciate you. And oh my gosh, that was a great share, by the way. I can't believe it, and I apologize. Just a big stage. It's a little confusing to do juggle things. How did I miss this? My mentor, Sharon Lecter, has just stepped on stage. So Tracy, you're in the queue. Heidi, you're in the queue. Tyrone, you're in the queue. I just want to pause for a moment, folks. I've been waiting for this moment all night. We planned this with our meeting on Wednesday. Me and Sharon. Sharon Lecter, folks, co-author of Rich Dad Poor Dad, author of Think and Grow Rich for Woman, financial advisor to two U.S. presidents, superstar, my mentor, the reason I'm on Clubhouse, and how to be a great Clubhouse speaker. First of all, you got to be nominated to Clubhouse, and Sharon did that. So hats off to her. Welcome, Sharon and Michael Lecter. Incredible.
Well, hello,
Hello,
Dr.
doctor.
Finance. We are so happy to be here, and what a great evening. Sorry we couldn't be there the whole time. We are actually here with our entire family celebrating Mike's birthday. So excuse us for not being with you guys the entire time, but we wanted to pop in and say hello because this is a room full of incredible, fabulous people.
Thank you,
Indeed.
Sharon. I appreciate that. And Sharon, we planned this on Wednesday. So, folks, I wanted Sharon to stop in for Michael's birthday. Michael is an incredible man. He's one of the top attorneys ever in this world for intellectual property. And Diamond actually shared his book. I don't know how she got it. I'm still trying to figure out how to get that book on Wednesday night on her giant stage. Folks, I would like to do something really cool for Michael. But first, can you guys share the room, and in the share, put happy birthday, Michael Lecter. He's the guy who helped Robert Kiyosaki, along with Sharon, to make a book that's, and I'm a finance guy, I mean, that's a legend in what they did, Rich Dad Poor Dad. It's the most famous, most popular finance book out there. And it would never happen without these two here. So, folks, if you can just share in the room, just put happy birthday, Michael Lecter here. And then we're going to sing a song if it's okay with you, Sharon and Michael.
Absolutely. I promise I won't sing, though. I wouldn't want to ruin the occasion.
You know what's funny, Sharon? Dan Clark was on the podcast on Tuesday, and I actually asked him this question. I said, Dan, why do great singers? Why can't great singers? I'm sorry. Why can't great speakers sing? And then on the same day, I actually interviewed Mo Rock, who's a singer, and he's also a speaker. And I said, Mo, why do great singers can't speak? Now there are exceptions, of course. Mo Rock and Dan Clark, that one sings and they both sing and speak. But most people who sing can't speak, and most people who speak can't sing. But let's try it anyway tonight. So, folks, can we come off our mics and sing "Happy Birthday" for Michael Lecter, folks? Let's give a round of applause first. Let's start with that, and then we're going to do a nice little birthday song.
Woo! Woo!
All right,
Woo!
here we go, folks. You ready? On the count of three,
Yay!
we'll get
Yay!
off.
Happy birthday
Happy birthday
To
Day to
you.
To
you.
you.
to
Happy
you.
Happy
Happy
birthday
Happy
to
birthday
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 to
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 you.
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 happy
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 birthday
birthday,
birthday,
to
Michael
Michael.
Lecter.
Happy birthday.
Happy
Happy birthday
birthday,
to
dear.
and many more.
And by the way, do we have
Happy
Happy
lovely, lovely.
any real
birthday
singers in here? Who's a real
Happy
singer in here?
birthday.
Who's the best singer in this house?
Happy
Somebody say it.
Happy
birthday
birthday.
to
Happy birthday to you.
you.
I think you just created a record for Clubhouse. I'm not quite sure what the record is, but
That's incredible. Now, folks, I want to get the best singer in the house. Who's the best singer here? Because I'm a
I'll
horrible
sing.
singer. Can someone really sing this song?
Sure,
Step up.
sure.
All right, who is it? Consuela?
Consuelo.
That's
Okay,
Consuela.
Consuelo. Welcome, Consuelo. Go ahead, Consuelo. The
I'm
floor is
sorry,
yours.
whose birthday was it again?
It's Michael Lecter.
Dr. Lester.
Sorry?
Michael Lecter.
Michael. Hi, Michael, my dearest Michael.
Hello
Welcome.
there.
How are you this evening? Let us sing to your heart and soul. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear. Everybody.
Michael.
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 Happy
Birthday
birthday to
to
you.
you.
And thank you very much.
Wow.
Yay.
Now,
Thank you so much, Consuelo.
And many more.
Dr.
So
Finance,
that was good.
Dr.
Yes,
Finance.
Dorian. Yes, Dorian.
Okay, if Sharon gives me permission, I can do the Marilyn Monroe one.
of course.
Can I have permission?
If Sharon says yes, I do
All
whatever
right.
Sharon
Okay,
Yes, of
Michael.
course.
for her
Yes, of
husband's
course.
birthday.
Get ready,
Absolutely.
Michael. Get ready.
DC. DC.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you, DC.
That's incredible, folks. Only on Friday nights, folks. Hey, Friday night. Let's have a little fun. Michael, I just want to first of all, Mike, I appreciate you for stopping by, even if it's for a few minutes. I just like hanging out with Michael. Michael is one of the coolest guys. I had him on my podcast.
All
He
right, back at
really
you, brother.
thank you, Mike. Michael, folks, he's the most humblest guy. But he's accomplished so much in his life, and he's just an amazing guy. And we both have a very common trait. Also, we both like the subject of survival. I know I was talking about finance, but my third book was called The Survival of the Richest, and the first part of that, the argument had to do with learning about survival. And Michael just loves all that outdoor stuff. So, happy birthday again, Mike. Appreciate you being here, man.
Well, thank you very much.
We've had a fantastic day with family and friends, and now we had so many more friends, all of you on stage. Thank you so much. And I know every Friday night is an incredible experience with Dr. Finance, and I'm so thrilled you're all here. And we appreciate you guys taking out time to highlight Michael because he's a pretty special man. We've been married 42 years, so we're still going strong, and I appreciate you guys highlighting him and giving him a cherished happy birthday song, one for the record books.
Thank you, Sharon. Sharon, while you're here, I mean, maybe just momentarily, I mean, who else can really answer this question? I mean, great as you. How to be a great clubhouse speaker is the title of this room. I mean, you don't have to answer from a clubhouse perspective, but you're more than welcome to. But you are a great speaker. I mean, you travel all over the world speaking for many years. What's your thoughts on the topic? And Michael, feel free to chime in as well. How to be a great clubhouse speaker.
Well, thanks, Tony. I think it's really important, particularly on Clubhouse, when you're in a room, you don't want to hog the mic for 10 minutes, 15 minutes when you're a guest on the stage. You want to make sure that what you're speaking relates to the people that are listening, and that you're sharing something from the heart. You want to show the truth, vulnerability. Heard that word earlier, but more importantly is share something that will uplift someone that's in the audience. And too many people just want to hear themselves talk, and that it does not help you become a recognized and wanted and cherished and invited back speaker. So make sure you acknowledge the people that have come before you, acknowledge the subject, acknowledge the individual creating the room, but also make sure that you're sharing something that's going to benefit the people listening.
Thank you so much, Sharon. Appreciate that. Michael, any thoughts? How to be a great speaker?
Well, he's in the midst of our family right now. I
Oh, okay.
stepped
All right.
outside
No
so I
problem.
could talk to you guys because it's getting loud in my other room.
Okay. Well, thank you, Sharon. Appreciate you stopping by. And by the way, look around. You got a lot of our friends here. We got Laura Langmeyer and Alex Stern, Doria Cordova, and we had Jim Cathcart stop by a little bit earlier. And Sharon, I was talking about my buddy Tyrone Poole. Tyrone's here as well, two-time
Wonderful.
Super Bowl champion. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, Tyrone might like to know that when Art Modell tried to move the Cleveland Browns to Baltimore overnight, Michael was the brainchild that said, Cleveland, you've invested a lot of money in the name of the Browns. And so he helped Cleveland keep the Browns in Cleveland. So
That is awesome because I believe the Cleveland Browns are one of the teams. The city of Cleveland. You look at Pittsburgh. You look at the Raiders Nation. Even the Patriots. I think those organizations have some of the most loyalist fans. Man, that's a great fan base. So I'm glad you guys did that. Yes.
absolutely. Yeah, it was precedent setting. He said, that you as the city have invested a lot in this brand. You've helped develop it. A lot of the valuation of the brand is because of the city. And so you have grounds to keep it. So he had to go to the Ravens.
It is what it
Sharon,
is.
Sharon, before you go, very quickly, Dr. Finance, can I just ask Sharon something really quickly?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank
Good.
you. Sharon, hi, sweetie. I
Hello.
I love being with you. And I just wanted to tell you that earlier, Laurel got into a conversation about, we all did, about women and empowering women. And you wrote that beautiful book that, of course, until for many lives, I will be so excited to be part of the Think and Go Rich for Women. You wrote that whole book for women. So can you just take a couple of minutes and just really, I think that is such an important subject for women to allow themselves to being really successful and confident even from the very beginning, and particularly related to Clubhouse. So can you just give us a couple of minutes of your wisdom of how for women to feel more empowered? Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Dory, of course. And, we are in a time in history where women already control 60% of the personal wealth in the United States. And we're going to be inheriting $40 trillion over the next few decades. So with that comes a responsibility. We need to know how to understand money. We need to learn how to invest it, keep it, and preserve it so that it will grow for future generations. And for too many years, we gave up the control of that money to other people in our lives. We relied on companies, governments, or husbands to take care of us. And it's important for women to understand that you have your own credit score, you have your own financial health that you need to be in charge of. And I see too many women that end up divorced and having to start all over again. Many widows, divorcees end up dropping below the poverty line. And I'm absolutely determined to wake women up. It's time to wake us all up and give the information we need to stand in our own truth and our own power. And There are more women graduating from college than men. There are women starting businesses at twice the rate of men. It's an opportunity never before for women to create value, starting a business, solving a problem, or serving a need. And you're not alone. So many times we think we have to do it on our own, but you've just heard Doria, you've heard Laurel, you've heard me. We are here to support all of you to take that next step and to play a bigger game. Too many times we think we have to do things on our own, and we don't bring in people around us, but bring in people who are strong where you are weak. But create that business that can grow and benefit others, because the more you benefit others, the more benefit you'll bring to yourself. So thank you for asking me to speak, Doria. And Dr. Tony, I did not want to take over the room. Dr. Finance, this is your room, and I'm honored and delighted to be here. I applaud you, I honor you, and thank you for participating.
Thank you, Sharon. Appreciate that, folks. If you haven't followed Sharon Electric, definitely give Sharon a follow, folks. Again, she's the reason why I'm on Clubhouse in the first place. You have to be able to trust certain people's decisions. If you can get a mentor, folks, the value of a mentor, it's so important. I sought out after Sharon. I wanted to have a great mentor, and I wanted to have someone in my field. So I did everything I can to seek out Sharon. And when most people, if they told me go on Clubhouse, I got too many things to do, right? But Sharon, I trusted her decision because she is a leader in her field. And I came on here because of Sharon and everything you see here. I appreciate you, Sharon, for being here and supporting and your advice. So, folks, another major thing: get yourself a mentor. Very important to get yourself a great mentor in your field, whatever your field is. If you're stuffing envelopes, get a great mentor, the best envelope stuffer. If you're a doctor, a medical doctor, get the best medical doctor. Just find a mentor to help guide you away. So thank you again, Sharon. Appreciate you. I don't want to take you guys away from your party. Appreciate you, Sharon.
Well, thank you so much. I see my dear friend Alec is in the room as well. Diamond, it's wonderful to see all of you guys. Thank you so much. And I see Judy and Ken. My goodness, everybody. There's so many wonderful people here. Thank you so much for being here tonight and supporting Dr. Finance. And Megan, I see you as well. My daughter in money and business, Laurel, I love you, my dear, and Doria always. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Sharon. All right, folks, we got a few more shares, and I'm gonna turn the mic over maybe to Diamond or Tyrone if Diamond's available. So I'd like to. We have let's see, we had where we at? We had Tracy. Yeah, No, Tyrone was next. Tyrone, did you go? I'm sorry, Tyrone. I lost a little track. Tyrone.
Yeah, I jump in real quick.
Okay, go ahead, Tyrone.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Finance. Again, welcome everybody. Dr. Finance, man, been a wonderful experience this evening. Learned so much, man, so much. And I tell people, I'm gonna start with this little joke for not a joke, but a little story. I'm gonna move into my tip real quick. So about 1 minute. I had an opportunity to win back-to-back championships, right? And I always tell people the second Super Bowl was the hardest. The reason why it was the hardest was because when you win it the first time, people can say you caught them like by surprise, you know. But then when you can do it the second time, that's the hardest because now everybody they're gearing up for you. So when you're able to get through that second time, that's the one that really stands out the most. So tonight, learning from different people. The first time, my speaking, that was good, but the second time, it's going to be even more phenomenal. So I want to thank you for that, Dr. Finance. And also, I got to say this for Troy. Troy hit me in the back channel. He said, what about them Giants? So, Troy, yeah, I couldn't say too much about the Giants because the Giants actually beat us in the Super Bowl. So I kind of try to stay away from Giant killers. But Giants got great fans too. But here's my tip. I learned this. When you're telling a story, basically, never give the answer before the question. So when you're telling your story, make sure your story has a question in it, and then it leads to the answer. So we probably covered that, but that's just how I just wanted to say that. So hopefully that'll help somebody. It helps me. Thank you, Dr. Finance.
Thank you, Tyrone. I really appreciate you, man. Again, appreciate you being here. Awesome share. Folks, last point I want to make about just some housekeeping business. So next week, Tyrone will actually be the main guest speaker. So Super Bowl champion. We're gonna have other major champions here supporting Tyrone. But folks, mark on your calendar, Friday, June 3rd at 7 p.m. Eastern time. Tyrone Poole will be the main guest speaker. So just can't wait for that. And then we also have Tom and Adrian Chenault coming the week after them. Tom is one of the biggest like podcaster radio guys out there. So definitely mark your calendars for that. He's bringing his son Adrian, who's also a Clubhouse superstar. And then we have Mo Rock, and then we also have, for martial art fans, I'm bringing some of my people from offline because I also have a martial art background. This guy's he's a incredible jujitsu guy. Like, I mean, he teaches the military of all sorts, and he's also a comedian. And I'll save his name for later. But let's stay tuned for that. So thank you, folks. Appreciate you being
Dr.
here.
Finch, may
And
I ask a question real quick? This is Laura Hearn.
yeah, Laura, I'll put you in a queue for sure. We have a
Thank
few
you.
people here. Laura Hearn, yeah, is that right? Yeah,
Yep.
okay, Laura. Thank you, Laura. We got Tracy Oriomi up next, and then Heidi. Tracy, you there?
I am
There
here,
she goes.
Dr. Finance.
Okay,
Can you hear
there
me?
you go. Welcome, Tracy.
Thank you so much, Dr. Finance. This has been an incredible evening. I just love this conversation. I love the topic, how to be a great clubhouse speaker. What a great topic. I just want to share really quickly a couple of things that I learned from one of my mentors, the great Les Brown, when it comes to speaking. One of the things that he taught me is never make a point without a story and never tell a story without making a point. And in addition, you want to take your audience on an emotional journey. It's one thing to be heard, and it's another thing to be felt. You want your audience to feel you, you want to create an experience. Another thing is have a strong opening and a strong closing. You want to make sure that you capture your audience right away with a very strong opening and have a strong closing. And then the last thing I'll share is to always have a quote. Les says that he learns 5 new quotes every day. And most of the time when he's speaking, he's going to throw out several quotes. So use quotes when you're speaking. One quote that I love to use is, don't wait for the perfect moment. Take the moment and make it perfect. So always have a quote because that will capture your audience as well. And then lastly, I want to say that we're all created to be winners, and the fulfillment of your dream lies within you because life is about growing and expanding. So that's my share. And lastly, be succinct. Be succinct. Someone mentioned earlier, don't take up a whole lot of time when you're speaking. So be succinct and make sure that you have a strong opening and a strong closing. Thank you so much, Dr. Finance. Back to you. Great room. Very impactful.
Thank you so much, Tracy. Tracy, by the way, that quote was brilliant from Les Brown. I pinged him in the room. He comes in once in a while. But I just want to restate what you said, Tracy, because that's brilliant. Never make a point without a story and never tell a story without a point. I wish we had Les here today because he is one of the top speakers in the world. I mean, he's got a style that we can't have a discussion like this without even bringing up his name. So I'm glad you were here. That's why I wanted you to speak because I know you're a student of Les. Actually, you and I are one of the only out of 152 people, we're 2 out of 152 people that he follows on Clubhouse. So, or 153. So that was a great quote. And Les is a guy who takes speaking and applies his own style to it, right? And that's the thing. It's about being real, being authentic. He tells stories, but he tells it Les Brown style, and it's his style that people love. And Sharon Lechter, my mentor, she always, when we talk about Les, she says you can hear the same story from Les 1,000 times and you never get bored of it because he's just got this way of making you laugh and bringing your emotions full circle every time. That sounds like it feels like a unique emotion every time. So, hats off to you again. Appreciate you, Tracy, for what an excellent share. Thank you, Tracy.
Thank
All
you,
right,
Dr. Finance. Thank you
you
so much.
you're welcome, Tracy. And we got two more in the queue, and then I'm actually going to pass the mic in a little bit because Diamond, we really need to hear from Diamond. Diamond is a great clubhouse speaker, folks. If you've never been in the Wednesday night room, Diamond, I mean, she's got her own style too. I'm actually learning a lot from her style. Like I said, I was never a speaker before I came to Clubhouse. I was a presenter, and I've learned so much by being surrounded by great speakers that it makes me wonder, like, I was really missing the point in academia. Now, in real life, I actually do tell stories. I learned how to tell stories, and I didn't realize this. I got four grandparents that died broke, but one of my grandfathers who died broke here in Philadelphia, my grandparents were the best, loved them. But my one grandfather, when I was a kid, we would go in the backyard every time I went over there, and he would take me in the yard and just sit down. And we drink and soda, I'm sure, but and eat potato chips or wherever we eating pasta. I don't know. We were out there, and he would just sit there and tell stories, and I didn't realize it until probably the past couple of years. I realized even though this man died broke, he gave me so much wealth. He taught me how to tell a story. I never applied it in academia because academia puts your handcuffs on you. As a professor, they don't let you tell stories. Here is your material. You get up to class, and this is what you teach because we tell you to do that. So you don't get to really be yourself in academia. I taught hundreds and hundreds of students, thousands of students, probably 10,000 MBA students I helped graduate. But it's a different style of teaching. Storytelling is so different. Speaking in general, speaking in this context is different. You got to incorporate the story. So, yeah, I got a little digression there, but you brought up a great point, Tracy, and I appreciate you for doing that. So, all right, folks, I want to. I'm sorry, Laurel, did you flash? Okay, so we got Heidi up next, but before we get to Heidi, I just want to thank everyone for being in the room. This is the How to Be a Great Clubhouse Speaker. We had two Hall of Fame speakers here today, including Dan Clark, the main guest speaker. If you haven't followed the Finance Club, definitely give it a follow. And I got the link up top, by the way, if you want to check out the podcast on my website. Don't forget to follow and subscribe and confirm to the newsletter, which is how you'll keep track of what's going on Clubhouse here. I got the link at the top. So with that said, I'd like to just thank everyone for sharing the room. Let's see, we have some action takers. Dr. Thandika for sharing, Cherise for sharing, Ken Foster in the house. Wow, sharing, appreciate that. All right, so we got Heidi up next. So Heidi, I do want to hear about your book on Clubhouse because you got this book about Clubhouse. Love to learn about it, but if you can just briefly, maybe a minute or two, because we got a lot of people who want to share. I want to hear what you're up to and how we can support you, because that's what this club's about, helping support our members. And if we can find a way to do that, then that's the best way to do it. So thank you, Heidi. Appreciate you. Welcome, Heidi.
Dr. Finance, thank you. And I just want to pour back into you for holding this space. What an awesome discussion. Everyone, clap your mic for Dr. Finance because you're just in here pouring into us and helping us all be better. So thank you. And I just want to share a couple of points about speaking too, if I may. If this wasn't mentioned, however, make sure that you have a charged phone and that you're in good service area when you're speaking on Clubhouse and that you're on point. Tracy just talked about that, being brief and to write bullet points if you want to have a share. And when you're telling a story, I love what Tyrone talked about where, have a question and then an answer and use your voice, bring people in and, and out. And I love what Rex talked about is the inflection, asking a question or sharing a statement. Our tone and our voice is so important, and passion and energy is contagious. So the last thing I'll say on that is to be a really good listener, especially when we're moderating, and edify the people. I loved what I think Megan had talked about, or someone talked about when we're moderating to
to share back to the person, to take a pause after their share, to let it sink in before and to kind of comment a little bit about what a great share that was. And Dr. Finance, you do such a fabulous job in edifying and holding space and really doing that here. So about my book. So, and a lot of people in this room and in Clubhouse have contributed to it. And if you'd like to, it is all about navigating Clubhouse. And to make a long story short, when I came on here, I was tossed in like a little football, right, Tyrone? Didn't know much about the rooms, or I didn't get a tour, and it was invite only. So I just asked my friends if they want to come, and I would tour them. I'd say, look, I welcome you to come, but and I'll give you a 20-minute tour because I want you to have a good experience. And so I started writing notes upon notes upon notes, and it came in. Now it's a 12 chapter book. And in essence, it's all about, how to spend your time, how to connect. It's all about connection, collaboration, and community. And what Clubhouse has done for me and a lot of other people, and how to use it, all the ways that people are using it, from summits to birthday parties to giving birth to weddings. I mean, and how to moderate effectively, how to monetize, how to write a compelling bio. And I've really taken a year's worth of wisdom from everybody that, just being on the app and on my corporate job with AT&T for 33 years and hosting webinars, what it is to bring us to what Clubhouse can do and how fast we can connect and really meet our best friends in our business partners. Right here in this room, for example, we could have our next best friend and business partner. So I'm very passionate that we hold Clubhouse to the highest standards, and that we all are good stewards and role models, and be kind and welcome new people when we see that popper. And let's reach out to each other. And someone has a great share. Say that as well. So that's a little bit, Dr. Finance. I get very passionate about Clubhouse, and if anybody would like to collaborate or add to my book, connect with me. It's ready to go to publisher soon. So thank you so much. This is Heidi Wild, and I yield the mic.
Heidi, just a few brief questions. Okay, so
Certainly.
this book, you're gonna publish this with what publisher? Is it a major publisher? It's about Clubhouse.
It's self-published. I'm going through Amazon. I'm going through Smashwords. I have an editor, and I'm self-publishing it, and it's going on 70 platforms. And I'm also going to do a course so that help people with navigating the book and the actual app itself. I do tours as well. So I'm self-publishing, to answer your
Okay,
question.
thank you, Heidi. And what is your marketing plan with this book? Do you have a marketing plan how you're going to get it out there? And it's
Well,
your
I've
first
already
book, right?
it is my first book, and I never thought I'd come on Clubhouse and write a book. I've pre-sale, and I've been putting it on my social media as well. I have a lot of friends that would like to help me, and I'm going through, the process with my editor and Amazon. I have a friend who's a publisher too, and she's sharing with me how to get the book out, and going into rooms talking about Clubhouse and putting it on the link, and just sharing uh, for people that want to get, more educated, more than they already are, perhaps. So that's how I'm marketing it. Just
Okay,
self
great.
marketing. Everybody
Thank you,
has any
Heidi.
ideas? Connect with me. Thank you.
Absolutely, and we're here to support you. What is the name of that book, real quick?
It's called Clubhouse Navigator, and
Cl-
check in my bio, check in my I really, Dr. Finance, this is your heart, right? To give me the floor and to edify me and to.
That's what we're here to do. We're here to
I
help our
know
community. I'm trying to make a testimony of how this club works. This is why we've
it's
made so many things happen here.
it absolutely does. And just thank you so much. And again, my intention is to help people have a beautiful experience on Clubhouse from start to finish. So thank you. Back to you.
Thank you. And if there's any marketers in the room, definitely connect with Heidi, because Heidi, I'm going to tell you right now, I had 3 books. Okay, before I got involved with the 13 book series for Think and Grow Rich, 13 Steps to Riches, I have my own 3 books. I wrote them over 10 years ago, and they sat there for 10 years without any. I got no support from the universities, and I had to learn marketing. If you don't market, folks, and for you new authors out there as well, I'm not just speaking to Heidi, you need to market. If you don't market, that book will sit dead. Your message will sit dead. I mean, forever, infinity. And this goes with any product or service that you offer to this world, any business you have. And Alex Stern, I believe, is still on stage, one of the master entrepreneurs. He'll tell you any day of the week, folks, if you don't market, no one knows. And if no one knows, nothing gets sold. So definitely, if there we have some marketing experts in the community. If you want to connect with Heidi, maybe to give her some support, because that is a really cool book. I mean, she's talking about Clubhouse, the things that are going on here. She's documenting aspects of it, and you're going to be putting a lot of the people from our community in there, I imagine. So yeah, best of luck with that. And if anyone can help Heidi, if you're looking for any aspects to expand your book, just let us know. We'll be happy to bring it together. So thank you, Heidi. All right.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
All right. It's like you're in the Matrix, or is it just me again, Dr. Finance? Is anyone else noticing that?
Oh yeah, I just went in the Matrix. You're right. Thank you, Diamond. Appreciate that. Got the little
Yes,
red
me.
bar. But okay, well, thank you, folks. Can you hear me loud and clear now?
Yes.
Yes,
I
we
hear you
can.
well.
Thank you,
Oh,
Dr. Finance.
all
If
right.
you didn't hear me, I really appreciate you and everyone. Bye.
Oh, great. Thank you, Heidi. Appreciate you. All right, folks. So I'm actually going to turn it over to Diamond a little bit, but I want to just close out. I'll still be here supporting. We're going to keep it open for about another hour or so. So, folks, we're in the Finance Club. Give the club a follow. Very important. So you can make sure you're here every single Friday night and then Wednesday night in Diamond's room. And Diamond will explain to you how, if you don't know how to really get in the room, she'll walk you through how to follow the best way, which is to click the always button. She's better at explaining that to me. But definitely give all the people on stage a follow. They're part of the Gold Badge Mod Squad. And also to share the room. And I want to thank Tyrone Poole for helping out today. Appreciate you, Tyrone. Can't wait to have the room next week, man. It's going to be incredible. Folks, who's ready to have a 2-time Super Bowl champion be the main guest speaker for this room? It's next week. Who's ready? Put a yes in the chat if you're ready for an incredible room with Tyrone
You
Poole.
better
He
not
was doing it
miss
on
it.
Breakfast with Champions, but he didn't do it in the
Ooh,
Finance Club. He's going to be the main speaker here. So
we're going to bring it. It's going to be like the Super Bowl coming up. The Super Bowl's coming up. Don't miss it. You're going to have a lot of information that's going to be given, from the small stuff to the big stuff. I'm telling you, I've been there, done that, fallen, gotten back up, fallen, gotten back up. You want to know my secret? You better tune in. You better tune
yeah,
in. Thank you,
absolutely.
Dr.
Let's
Finance.
go.
Absolutely, Tyrone. And folks, this is also a testimony. People from all walks of life can get together. Tyrone Poole was on the Super Bowl team that beat my team out. He was on the New England Patriots. They beat out the Eagles, and Tyrone and I are still friends.
Woohoo!
We're still friends. Nah, I love you, Tyrone. You're the best, man. I
Love
appreciate
you
you.
too, man.
And thank you, man. And Diamond Dave, appreciate you're always helping out and supporting Diamond. Dory Cordova, appreciate you being here and helping out always. I know you have your money, your Fridays with Doria every other week, but you still come in here and support no matter what. So I appreciate that, Doria. Alex Stern, man, I can't say enough about you. I'm just so happy, and I'm glad that you actually connected with Mike Alden, because Mike Alden is a good friend, and he's really cool guy in your neighborhood. I really think you guys probably be best friends in a few months if you hang out with each other. You guys have a lot in common. Alec, any last thoughts? Because I'm going to pass the mic a little bit. I want to say thank you to you, Alec. I saw you flashing.
Yeah, no, just thank you for the night, and it was great to see a lot of good friends that came into the room, and some new friends as well. I would just say that, back to the topic, every time we're speaking, think of a movie. You have a beginning, a middle, and an end. And Rex mentioned some of this, but you want to make sure that you're covering all three bases. Like, sometimes we watch a movie and the end just sort of falls off. You're like, that's it? Like, I spent an hour and a half and that's all I get? So you want to make sure whatever you're saying, that you set it up, you give it a little bit of context, and then you circle back to kind of the topic, at hand in the end. So always have a beginning, a middle, end, and again, say it with confidence. So This is Alec, and thank you once again for a great night. Great seeing everyone here, and we will see you soon.
Thank you, Alec. Appreciate that, man. You had some really good points, folks. Stay tuned. The room's not over. We got another hour here. Wait till you didn't stick around for the best. Wait till you hear Diamond's going to tell you about how to speak on Clubhouse. We're talking about Clubhouse here, but Alec has spoken all over the country, all over the world. So many of the speakers that were here, same idea. And he's got a great point, folks. There's always a format, and this is the way Dan Clark was explaining on the podcast. There's a specific format he learned from Zig Ziglar, and no matter how they disagree on the details of that formula, the generalities is really undisputable. So at the great level. So thank you, Alec. Appreciate you sharing very, very great insight. And then we got Savannah here. Thank you, Savannah, for helping kick off the room earlier. I appreciate you so much. And folks, just to let you know, okay, this is another point I want to add. How to run, how to be a great Clubhouse speaker. Well, we can't talk about the subject without talking about how to be a great host on Clubhouse. Okay. Right now the numbers in Clubhouse are not the way they used to be, but we still hit we had over 2,000 people in this room today, which is like, in the top 1%. But the thing is, back in the day, we used to get 5,000, 10,000 people in a room all the time. Many people think the green bean means stuff, right? Like the challenges you get as a host on Clubhouse is just, it's taking speaking to a different level. Everything you know about speaking, you got to throw in hot mics, like the one that's on right now. You got to throw in, people telling you, DM this person or that person, moderate this person, that person. Like they try to tell you how to control your room. But if you want to be a great host, and this is not for everybody, it's so much energy to do, but you got to learn how to just do it your way. Like people are going to tell you how to do things. Just do it your way, whatever you feel natural. And in this environment, I've created this environment under certain rules because we figured out what works and what doesn't work, right? So everyone on stage, I just bring up quality people. That's it. If I don't think a person's quality person, I'm not going to bring them up because I want my stage to be safe and protective and a learning environment for everyone so that all these great speakers can be able to speak in peace and have the floor and say their piece without having to worry about someone, insulting them or something like that. Very important. Very, very important. So Savannah, you helped out a lot today. You helped co-host Diamond Diva's room on Wednesday, and I appreciate you always support on the Wednesday room. You do a great job over there. So thank you, Savannah. I want to thank Tina Laurie for the incredible question today and incredible share last week. Tina had a really, really incredible share. Amazing story as well. So thank you, Tina. Asia, thank you for your support. Thank you, Dr. Dooney, for your support. Appreciate you. Every mom is a super mom, I believe that. So that's an incredible book she's got. Check it out. You got Eric here. Thank you, Eric, for your support as well. Fred, man, I haven't heard from you tonight, but Fred, you're an awesome guy, man. I just think you're incredible. Thank you for being here and supporting. Thank you, Benita. Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Nathalia. I appreciate it. Nathaniel is right after Nathalia. How tricky can that be for a host, right? To put two similar names. But thank you, Nathaniel. Thank you, Nathalia. And then Sharon, incredible. Thank you for being here, Sharon. Ella, appreciate you. Marco, appreciate you. Kyle, Susan, Angela, Consuelo, Megan, the ambassador to the Finance Club. Megan and I are good friends now. We chatted a little bit off Clubhouse finally after a year, just like Eric, or I was talking about earlier. Folks, if you got someone that you always want to just talk to offline, what are you waiting for? Clubhouse can go away tomorrow. How are you going to get that connection? Make that connection, and build a community, build it tight. So thank you, Megan. Appreciate you. Keisha, welcome to the club. Sully, welcome. Appreciate you being here. And awesome folks, if you want the best photographer out there on Clubhouse, check out Ann. She does some amazing things. She actually took pictures of many famous celebrities, including Doria Cordova on stage. So check her out. Chris, thank you for being here. Mary, thank you for being here. Mary's from Japan, folks. She got incredible Instagram. Check her out. Mary's doing some amazing things. Mary, appreciate you always being here, support. And Noah's in the house. Thank you, Noah, for stopping by. Appreciate you, Noah. Noah's highly, very, very great supporter of this club. She does a lot of great things, and also in the mindset space. And appreciate you, Noah. Noah does a great room on Monday as well. So check her out over there. And I got David in the house. Thank you, David. Appreciate you. And anxiety. I got to read the whole name because if I just say anxiety, that's not exactly right. Anxiety coach, Miss Nickel. Appreciate you, Miss Nickel, for supporting. Awesome. And we got GB in the house. We got Judy Foster in the house. Judy, thank you. Is Ken on stage? I think Ken's there too. So thank you, Judy. Welcome, Judy. How are you? Judy and Ken. I got to highlight Judy and Ken before I jump off. Judy and Ken, two amazing people on Clubhouse. Judy and Ken, I'd love to hear your thoughts on the topic before I continue through with my hellos. Judy and Ken.
Dr. Finance, it's so good to be in the room. I've been quiet because I haven't had the best internet connection, but it was great to see Sharon and my buddy DC. And I want to acknowledge one thing. You are the king of acknowledgement. I've been listening to you acknowledge one person after another, and that is such a gift. That is such an art, and that makes people shine. And I just want you to shine, brother, because I know you work really hard at this, and I know your story. You know where you started from, and you've come such an amazing way in bringing all this talent to help people to really step into their brilliance and their greatness. So for me, my story with speaking started with Les Brown when he invited me down to his hotel room in San Diego. And I walked into the room, and Les said to me, "You've got potential, my friend. You're going to be a great speaker someday." And he said, "I'm going to gift you all of my programs that I currently have." And he did. And I studied those. I took deep dives into those. And so what Les taught me was just to, he is the most authentic, real, connected to his soul. He speaks his true voice. Now, the question is, how do we do that, right? And so, I think I've classified myself more as a facilitator than a speaker. I like to facilitate the greatness to come out in other people, which is what you do, Dr. Finance. And I do that. One of the keys that I teach people, I've taken a couple thousand people through a speaking course about 20 years ago when I was starting out. And I taught them to just get your cell phone out and video you on for 3 minutes. Do three videos for 3 minutes, and then just play them back and fall in love with yourself. Start to listen to your own voice, your own soul, your own authenticity, and learn how to fall in love with that. We are taught, I think, as young kids to be critical of ourselves, of what we say or do or think. We're in a critical society, for goodness sakes. But the truth is that that's good to be have a discerning voice and to look at ourselves critically. But we don't want to get that in the way of bringing our brilliance out. So we really need, as a speaker, we need to start to focus on our authentic, true voice and let go of anything that's feigned or not real or you're showing up, you're trying to please somebody. Please yourself. Enjoy what you do. Enjoy that voice that is the voice of your soul. And when you can do that on a consistent basis, miracles, magic, synchronicity start showing up for you in the speaking world. There's been so much wonderful advice today. I'm just going to leave you with that tip. And thank you for allowing me to share today. As you know, I have 7 books out. My latest book is The Courage to Change Everything. And as a speaker, that's what we need to do: courage to change everything that we think so we could be our true, authentic self. This is Ken Foster. I'd like to turn it over to my wife, Judy, real quick if we have time, Dr. Finance.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ken. Appreciate that. That's amazing, amazing share. Folks, I hope you go back in the recording and listen to this because truly this is a masterclass on how to speak and on Clubhouse. I mean, this is something that you can go line by line and just like make notes and this is how you would start. So, and Ken just gave you some outstanding points. And Ken is a seasoned veteran in this industry. I mean, he's been around this field line of work for a very long time in different ways, and he's doing amazing, amazing stuff. So definitely give Ken a follow, and love to hear his wife as well. So where's she go? I think she was on the stage. Oh, there she goes. Judy, welcome, Judy.
Hi there. I have just a quick share. Since Ken mentioned Les Brown, I remember him saying as a speaker, when you're speaking, tell a story and make a point. tell a story, and make a point. And on Clubhouse, it's nice to make our stories very short, right? Because we don't have that much time always. So I'll end with that. Thank you so much. Nice to see everyone here.
Thank you, Judy. Appreciate you being here on stage, and thank you again, Ken. Appreciate you. Okay, Ken. I'm sorry.
So much, Dr. Finance. Thank you so much. And by the way, I owe you a couple speakers. I haven't forgot about that. So I got a couple in mind to share with you, my friends. So that'll be coming your way very shortly.
Absolutely, Ken. Always, always interested in collaborating, and folks, you know, a lot of the stuff I do on stage, it's from collaborating. When I zone in on a person, I think they're a great way to I can help them out or something. I mean, I find a way to go the extra mile. Ken and I he's talking about a conversation we had probably, I don't know, 4 or 5 months ago, and you know, Ken, we spoke offline for like 2.5 hours one day, and he's just an amazing guy. And you know, if I can help somebody, I will do it. That's my attitude. And when I find someone else that thinks like me, that's a beautiful thing, folks. When you got two people that want to help each other out, and they want to serve, they really get the idea of serving others. It's a beautiful thing. When you have a community, an entire community of people that think like that, oh, it's the best in the world. That's what makes this room special, folks. It's not just one person. We keep bringing people in here. I mean, just look around. I mean, the law of attraction is so real. Like there's so many other rooms out there, newsrooms and just negative stuff. But people who come here, they want to up level themselves. They want to be a better version of themselves. They want to service others, and they might not be doing it now, but somewhere in their subconscious, they're thinking maybe there's a way I could do it. Let me be around these people. That's why they're here. It's working right now. If you want to be a better person, you're here right now for that reason. And if you're already a great person, you still need to keep it up, right? It's maintenance, and you just keep surrounding yourself with great people who also want to serve. So thank you, Ken. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate Judy for being here. Appreciate Lori Lee for being here. Appreciate Tracy again for being here. Heidi and Lori Moreno. Appreciate you, Lori, for being here. Top influencer and connector. Definitely check Lori out. And Marina, thank you, Marina and Angel. Kamal is here. Kamal, Bob Proctor student, and also Laura Langemeyer student. Thank you, Kamal, for being here. And Sandra, welcome. Kamal, I saw you flash. Welcome. Hello, Kamal. How are you, sir? Everything good?
Everything's fantastic. What an amazing room, Dr. Finance. So much has been said. Hello, everybody. What a beautiful space. The only thing maybe I can add is the power of repetition, the power of practice, and the power of persisting when you get onto the speaking arena, when you get onto wanting to share what you have. It's so important to not give up. It's so important to show up. I mean, I studied this with Think and Grow Rich. I studied this with Bob, rest in peace, Bob Proctor, to be persistent and to show up and to do it day in, day out, and keep getting better. Keep getting better a bit every day, a bit every day, small percentage every day. That's what's going to get anybody who wants to be a speaker to be a speaker or a professional, whatever that is. But the act of actually showing up and persisting, no matter how many people are in this room, like this is an amazing space. And after a year and a half of you doing this, we have an amazing group here. 2,200 people showed up, 169 here right now. But for the many that create these rooms, there could not be that many. Maybe 10, maybe 20. It doesn't matter. Show up, speak, practice, do it from the heart, do it because you love doing it, do it because you want to share. And when you persist, when you show up with authenticity and to serve without waiting for the financial gain, without looking for that, what you're going to sell or what you want to really get back, show up to give, keep doing it, keep getting better, and do the edification, do the being kind, do the respect. Get the mods and the gold badges that are helping you to be also followed, to have him those opportunities as well, and that's how you're gonna get better. Repetition, repetition, repetition. That's how you're gonna reprogram the mind, and that's how you will get better at it every day, and it's gonna happen very quick. And about after 10, 20, 30 days, when you do something every day, you're going to get amazing. You're going to become so good. And I like what the earlier speaker said, fall in love with your voice. I think it was Ken. Fall in love with what you have to give. Because when you do that, then your authentic self is going to show up. So good, Dr. Fernandez. You're doing an amazing job yourself and Diamond here making the space available. And hello, Laurel, if she's still here in the room. Good to see you here tonight. Thank you all so much. DMs are open and I love the space. Blessings to all. Let's crush it. It's an amazing Friday night. I yield the mic.
Thank you, Kamal. Appreciate you, man. And by the way, the key point that I pulled out from that was persistence, which is the eighth step to riches and Think and Grow Rich. What an amazing characteristic that, as Napoleon Hill said, that every amazing entrepreneur of his time, this was 100 years ago, the book was written in 1937, best self-help book ever made, was that out of all the people he was around, the one quality that kept shining, he said this, was persistence. Out of all the qualities, the one thing they all had in common was persistence. And the thing about speaking on the stages, pull a little bit here from this person, pull a little bit from there. You keep being around great people, and you find the qualities in those great people, and you apply it to yourself. You never want to imitate and be somebody else, because number one, in the writing world, it's called plagiarism. And if you took that plagiarism and you published that piece, that's also you're going to have some legal problems. But in the writing, it's the same thing. Like in the speaking world, it's the same idea. You want to be able to be your authentic self, but to get to your authentic self, you got to keep trying, and persistence, as Kamal was saying, is crucial. So thank you, Kamal. Appreciate it. Excellent share. And I'm just going to say hello to a few more people, and I'm going to turn the mic over, folks. Wait till you hear Diamond Diva share, and this is going to be incredible. So Sandra, welcome, Rita, Darlene, Dr. Thandika, appreciate you being here, and Dalen and Charmaine, Della, Rumidi, appreciate you, and networkers here. Wow, networkers in the house, folks. Give networker a follow, and then we got Coach Les in the house too. Coach Les, thank you for being here, Coach. Hope your night's going well. And then we got Darlene in the house, and Alejandra is here as well. So Alejandra, talk about connecting on stage, connected her to Mari on stage. Now they don't have as many any followers, folks. Sometimes I bring people up to the stage because I just want to hear them, and next thing you know, I'm inviting them back. Not from the community, the community that's been around the longest, but I connected Alejandra with Mari. Now they both live in Japan, and who knows, their friendship can grow, and they might be business partners one day. Like that's the thing, folks. You find people you have something in common with. Alejandra is visiting Japan right now. Well, she's staying there, and Mari's from Japan. So hey, listen, Clubhouse. Let's find people to collaborate with, good people to connect with. They live in your region, even better. Like Alex Stern, I connected him with my buddy Mike Alden. They're both from Boston. Now they're going to be hanging out. So if you got somebody in your region, folks, you know, connect, reach out to them. Hey, you want to go have coffee or something? So thank you, folks. Appreciate you being here. Paul is back. Welcome, Paul. Appreciate you. I'm going to be turning the mic over to Diamond. Diamond, flash your mic if you're here. I've been running this for, wow. I told myself I'm going to stop doing it this long. It's really hard to run a stage for this long. It's 5 hours now. Oh, geez. So it's not good for your health, folks. Do not run stages this long. It's really, really bad. 10 hours. That was my record. The first night on Clubhouse, the longest running room, 10 hours. And I said I'd never do it again. I actually did do a few sixes after that, but today's a five. I'm going to start cutting down to 3 or 4. But anyway, it's a lot of energy, folks. It's a lot of energy to be a great speaker, and a lot of energy to be a great host. But I am honored to have you all here. Thank you again for being here, folks. I want to turn it over to an amazing person who's going to share her experiences. We both did very similar things, and she did it with her club, and we started collaborating probably about a year ago. So Diamond Diva, flash your mic if you're here, and we're going to pass it off to her just a little bit. So Diamond, there she goes. Okay, so thank you, folks, again. Appreciate everyone. I'm going to stay in the background, be supporting in the back channel, get a little bite to eat. Other than that, thank you, folks, and don't forget, next week Tyrone Poole will be our main guest speaker. It's going to be an incredible next round. So thanks, everyone. Dr. Finance signing off.
Thank you for being you. Thank you for the room. Yay.
We all cheer for Dr. Finance for just a moment and thank him properly for all the wonderful work he's done here today. This has been an absolutely phenomenal room. If you could just come off the mic.
Dr.
everyone on
Finance.
stage.
Woo!
Thank you,
Thank
Dr.
Yeah,
you.
baby.
Thank you,
Finance.
Dr.
Woo!
Buddy,
Finance.
appreciate you.
Bravo.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so
Thank
much.
you.
It's all
Thank
Laura's
you.
fault.
Woo! Take care of yourself, guy. Thank you.
Bravo, bravo.
Everything.
Thanks so much.
Absolutely.
You were awesome.
As well, Keisha Moore saying thank you, Dr.
Thank
Finance, for
you. Thank
another
you.
powerful room. We got Charmaine saying thank you, Dr. Finance. We have Darlene saying thank you, Dr. Finance. Networker saying good morning, beautiful souls. Thank you, Dr. Finance. And Diamond for an amazing room. Kamal and so many others in the chat. Thanking you, Dr. Finance. And I'm also thanking you because this has been an absolutely phenomenal room this evening with Dan Clark. And if you all are just now joining us, I want to welcome you to the Finance Club. Click on that greenhouse and join the club today because I will tell you this is the leading club on finance, and every single week, every single week on Fridays, Dr. Finance hosts this amazing room for us, roughly around 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time as the start time. So ensuring that you're able to be in this room and a part of this experience, you want to make sure that you are a member of the Finance Club, as well as following Dr. Finance himself. Giving him a follow here on Clubhouse with his bell set to always is critical, so you can be here when he begins the rooms every single Friday. And I just want to thank you so much, Dr. Finance, for putting together a wonderful interview. Today's topic, which is on how to be a great Clubhouse speaker with Dan Clark. And Dan Clark was absolutely phenomenal. So we're going to make sure we preserve this replay for those who are just now joining in, because trust me, you absolutely want to listen to that replay. I'm actually sending a note to Dr. Finance now regarding when the room ends, so we can make sure that we're within that time frame for the replay. And I also invite you to click on the link at the top. It's the Dr. Finance Live podcast. So PTR, that's pull your screen down to refresh so that you can actually see the updated link. And it's actually directly to the Dr. Finance Live podcast, where he interviews the absolute best entrepreneurs, speakers, innovators, people that you absolutely want to know around the world. He does amazing in-depth interviews there. And so make sure you're subscribing to the YouTube channel here today. They're on YouTube as well, subscribing to his YouTube channel and the podcast on all platforms, because I will tell you, those interviews are amazing. If you enjoy what we did here, you're going to absolutely love the Dr. Finance Law podcast. And so thank you so much, Dr. Finance, for sharing that. You'll also find Dr. Finance in the first position here. Make sure you're following him again here on Clubhouse with that bell set. And then scroll through his bio. You're going to actually see he has his Instagram and his Twitter accounts linked. And I'll also encourage you to take one step further and even follow Dr. Finance in his Facebook community. He literally has millions of followers across all platforms. It's amazing what he does and what he brings. And you'll see his YouTube is also in the millions, and every week it's growing exponentially because of the value that he brings. So thank you so much, Dr. Finance, for what you do every single day. I also like to acknowledge Tyrone on the panel today, who will be our guest next Friday. And so he's given us a few sneak peeks of some gems that he'll be dropping. So I know that's going to be an absolute amazing night as well. So you want to make sure you are in the building to meet Tyrone up close and personal. Also like to acknowledge Dora Cordova, someone who's near and dear to my heart. So happy that she was able to join us tonight. We got Paul Nadeau on the stage. It's been a long time, Paul. Thank you so much for joining us. Hostage negotiator extraordinaire. We got Dr. Finance team also on the moderator panel. We also have Savannah Dova and Tina Laurie. We got Asia and Eric. Okay, thank you. I got the time check. All right, we got Tina Laurie and Asia. We got Eric Flash, and I see you, Eric. Always a pleasure.
I see you.
Thank you, Eric. We have Fred and Benita. We got Laura. We got Natalie, Sharon, Ella, Marco, Suzanne, Angela, Consuelo, Megan, Keisha, Sully in the building. We got Ann, Chris, Noah, David, Anxiety, GB, Ken, and Judy. I always love seeing Ken and Judy here. You guys are amazing. We got Lori Lee, Tracy, Heidi. We got Lori and Simon. We got Mariana. Angel, Kamal, Rita, Darlene, Coach, Dr. Zantika, Dalen, Charmaine, Della, Rumdi, Networker, Darlene, Alejandra, Pete, Michael, and Suzette. I'm so excited to announce each and every one of you. Make sure you're following all other mods, all other speakers, all the guests in the room. These are the people that you want to know. Absolutely, yes. So make sure you're following with those bells set to always and tapping in on those social medias. Slide into those DMs and make meaningful connections happen here today. Now, I just have to say, we set a record with shares in the room. We're not done yet. So I'm going to ask you one more time to click on that square with an arrow pointing up. Right now we have 270 shares, which I believe it's a record. I have to check in with Dr. Finance. If it's not, we're going to keep on pushing until we crush that record. 270 shares. So click on that right now. And I want you to drop a gem. What is the thing that you're going to take away to be an amazing speaker? What is the thing that you heard today from Dan or Dr. Finance or Tyrone or Paul or Dory or any of the great guests and speakers we had here today? There's lots of gems. I have lots of notes, and we want to hear what stood out to you. Also, you can invite in some friends, being in a friend or two. They may not even know we are here, and it's the best way to really share and develop a habit of playing full out. And as a mindset coach, it's very important that we focus on those habits that we want to repeat, because how you do one thing is how you do everything. And so we have just a little bit of time here where we can go through one more round of shares. And so I'll kick things off with some things that really, really resonated with me. I have literally pages of notes. I don't even think I could do a recap justice because there's so many notes. It would definitely run into our time limit here. But what I will start with and just a few of my thoughts regarding, how do you become a great speaker on Clubhouse? And, for my first experience on here was the first time I ever had used a social audio platform. I was very familiar with social media and I was used to the typical platforms where you posted pictures, maybe you did like a live video here and there, but never had I experienced social audio. And so for the very first time, when I actually opened my mic, I started feeling really nervous and I was like, what is going on? This is weird. And so I definitely thought about what we heard from Dan here today. He talked about if you feel nervous, it's because you're focused on you and not on the message, on the people that you serve. And there's a lot of truth in that because that's exactly what was happening for me. I'm typically very comfortable speaking. I love to speak, and this is something that comes natural to me. But I felt nervous because it was unfamiliar and I was very self-conscious. And so I will tell you all, if you are feeling like that, maybe you're in the listening lounge and you're interested in becoming a speaker, but there's a little voice that says, what if you mess up? What if you say something weird? And you have all these thoughts running through your head. Just take baby steps and come up and maybe ask a question. The more that you open your mic, the more comfortable you'll feel with it. And once you begin to realize, and Dan also highlighted this, and I think it's so important, once you begin to realize why you are here, it becomes even easier. And that really goes into my 5 C's, my 5 C's that I think can support you in becoming an amazing speaker here on Clubhouse. And the very first C is clarity. The very first C is clarity. Everything we do starts and ends with the mind. Everything starts and ends with the mind. And so you first have to get clarity within your mind as to what it is that you want to do, right? And why you want to do it. And I love that Dan reaffirmed that here today because he says to be a great speaker, whether it be on Clubhouse or any other platform, you got to know your why. And that's absolutely true. And it starts with getting clarity surrounding what it is that you really want to do, what you really, really want to do. What is it that you want to accomplish by being here on Clubhouse? Many of us didn't know what to expect. I know when I came on, I just came on to kind of check things out. I typically do when there's a new platform out on social media. I'm a big believer in social media marketing and all the great benefits that come from it. And so I just came here to explore and I was really open to the possibilities. And once I realized but this platform in particular had the unique opportunity to build, engage with people in real time from around the world and build relationships in such a powerful and meaningful way. I said, I am here to stay. And it became clear to me that this was an opportunity. And I joke and I say that I manifested this platform because I was at a stage in my life where I wanted a platform to be able to share my message. And my message is all about mindset and empowerment, empowering everyone on a global scale to really leverage the power of mindset, to be effective and leveraging the power of mindset so they can make a positive impact on the world. And what better way to do it than a social audio platform like Clubhouse? And I've been able to really take strides towards that mission. And so what keeps me going is my why. So you want to take the time to figure out what is it that you want to do. Maybe you do start out in the listening lounge. I know I did. And then eventually I made my way to stages in the room and spaces and places where I knew I could add value. But all of that comes from gaining clarity first. So that's the first C to becoming a great speaker. You have to have clarity. The next C to be able to really maximize your ability to speak here on Clubhouse is you want to have great content. The next C is content. And I love what we heard from today on Dan on that as well. He talked about, I'm actually going to reference some of my notes. He gave us lots of different strategies on how we can be able to create content. Is this the right notebook? Actually, I got the wrong notebook here. Let me get my notebook for the notes I took here today. And one of the things I would recommend as a side note on Clubhouse is you should have a Clubhouse notebook. All right. You should have a Clubhouse notebook, whether you're a speaker or if you're a listener in the listening lounge, because there's so many gems that get dropped here. You want to retain the information, and taking notes is a very powerful way to do so. And so I make it a habit to always have my notebook handy, and I have it here now. And he gave us different strategies today, Dan, on how we could create content. He gave us the 4 stories that you can share. He shared the chronicles of your life in one, a transitional experience been another. The third one was a C, or a significant emotional experience. And the fourth one was to create stories or content surrounding those that you want to serve, that iconic person that you want to become closer to. It could be a celebrity or some other person that is important in your life. And when you create these stories, that gives you amazing content. And one of the things that I like to add, particularly here on Clubhouse, is whenever you speak on Clubhouse, you always want to be coming from the mindset of value. You always want to be coming from the mindset of value. And Dan talked about this as well. You always want to be thinking about, how can you drop gems? How can you bring something to the conversation that people can walk away and say, wow, that was really great information. That was really useful. I can apply this in my life. And the more that you do that, the better speaker that you'll become, because you won't be worried about you anymore, right? That feeling of fear and nervousness. You're going to feel really good when you open your mic, because you know that you're bringing value. So that shifts the focus from you to those that you serve. And it's very, very powerful when you do so. And so that would be the next C. I'm going fast here because I want to make sure everyone can really contribute to this conversation as we begin to close. But the first C is clarity. The second C is content. The third C is consistency. The third C is consistency. And, public speaking of any type is just like any other habit, right? It's through the repetition. It's through the repetition that we program our minds, right? That's how you do the mindset program. That's how you create a habit. And it's also how you create the habit and the mindset of being an amazing speaker. And so it's one of those things that you literally want to practice. And I think Clubhouse is an absolutely amazing space to practice your public speaking skills. And so take the opportunities to come on stage and raise your hand and ask questions and add value. Host your own rooms, right? And create platforms and spaces where you can really run the show and demonstrate the value that you have to give. And I will tell you, the more that you show up, the more that you open your mic, the more consistently you do this, the more comfortable you're going to become with being an amazing speaker. And I just think this platform has enhanced my speaking skills. I've seen this platform enhance so many other people's speaking skills. There was even a woman here today that said that, if it had not been for Clubhouse, she wouldn't even be speaking right now. This platform has opened doors for so many people to use their voices, and I encourage you to do so as well. The next C that's really, really powerful to make you an amazing speaker here on Clubhouse is collaboration. Collaboration. And it's so key. In fact, look at this room right now. Look at this stage. We would not be able to put on such an amazing event if it had not been for all these gold badge moderators on the panel. If it had not been for all of you amazing listeners in the listening lounge. It takes the collaborative effort for all of us to create amazing rooms. And the same thing is true for you to be an amazing speaker. You gotta have someone to speak to, right? And you also want to put yourself in spaces and places with people that you can learn from. Every time I hear an amazing speaker like Dan, I mean, a Hall of Fame speaker, I get inspired. I'm like, wow, so many ways that I can up level my skills of speaking, learning from the absolute best. Like you literally, and I'm gonna have to go neuroscience here for a moment. You literally are receiving the seeds of greatness when you're in spaces like this. I mean, I cannot stress enough. And if you think about how the mind works, how the mind operates, it literally is, particularly in your subconscious mind, it's receiving all those gems, it's receiving all those nuggets, and it's planting seeds that will grow. And so be in spaces and places like this where you can collaborate with other mods, other speakers, put your own mod squad together, right? And host some amazing rooms. And you'll find that not only do you become a better speaker, right, but you become a better leader. You become a better team player. You become a better individual because now you're surrounded by giants, right? Now you're surrounded by people who are really leading by example of what you can learn from, how you can improve the quality of your own life. And so I cannot stress enough how important that is. And I think Clubhouse in particular really gives us a unique opportunity to do so in ways that I have not seen on any other social platform. And so, absolutely, you got to collaborate. And the last C that I'm going to share, because I definitely want to hear from this amazing panel, is connection. If you want to be a great speaker on Clubhouse, then you really want to understand who it is that you serve. And everything that we do in this life is a mindset. Everything that we do in this life is a mindset. So, first and foremost, the connection that you initially must have is within yourself. You must have the connection within yourself and really get deep to the core of your identity of who you are. You see, as humans, we never rise beyond the level of what our identity is. So if you identify as someone who is awkward and doesn't feel good about public speaking or is shy or any of these types of things, then you're going to rise to the level of whatever the identity is. And you'll play small and maybe you don't open your mind. Maybe you don't speak and maybe you don't do the things that actually move you forward towards your bigger goals and your objectives. And so you want to go inward first and begin to identify and connect with who you really are. Like if you peel back all those limiting beliefs and you peel back all the fear and you peel back other people's opinion, you peel back what society wants to put on you, peel back all these limitations that we create in our minds, and you get to the real essence of who you are, and you begin to say things like, I am a speaker. I am successful. I am enough, right? I am worthy. I do have value to bring. I do have a message that I want to share. When you begin to connect with yourself in that way, then that is actually what fuels you to be able to make an impact on other people's lives. And Dan talked about this as well. He said, in order for you to be able to influence or to motivate people, you got to do it within yourself. And I say this all the time as well. I love the synchronicities. I can tell that he does quite a bit of mindset work in his own life. In fact, he has books dedicated to his morning and daily routines, which is so essential. And thinking about that, those are the things that allow you to continue to connect and reconnect with yourself daily. You see, it's so easy in our day-to-day lives to get caught up in what other people think or maybe even comparing yourself to what other people do. But when you take the time to look within and love and acknowledge who you are and recognize the value within yourself and really connect to your individual vision, mission, purpose, unique skills, talents, and abilities, then you're able to bring all of that goodness and greatness out into the world. And that is how speakers move other people. You see, in order for you to be a transformational speaker. We talked about that quite a bit as well. I believe Doria Cordova raised the question, and Dan gave an absolute amazing response about what it means to be a transformational leader. And the truth is, you cannot transform, you cannot motivate, you cannot influence other people until you transform within first, until you motivate yourself first, right? Until you influence yourself first to really be that best version of you. And so everything starts from within. And so when it comes to that very last C of connection, it begins with yourself. And then once your cup is on full, then you can begin to connect with others in a way that's authentic, right? We heard that shared today, and it's true. People can feel your energy, right? It's a real thing. You can tell when someone's been inauthentic. And so if you really want to be a powerful speaker, then you want to be able to connect with people in meaningful ways. And it starts with having that connection with yourself, quite frankly. And then you're able to connect with others. Then you're able to share messages that resonate. Then you're able to evoke emotion, all the great things that Dan and so many of the great speakers share with us today. And so the 5 C's, as a quick recap, are clarity, content, consistency, collaboration, and connection. And those are some of the things that work well for me. People always ask me, Diamond, how did you get all these followers? How did you, become such a great speaker on Clubhouse? It came from those things. And a lot of it was organic for me. I just showed up and I did more listening than speaking, right? We got 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. And as I listened and began to understand the culture, began to understand the spaces and places, began to understand where my tribe was and what where I could best serve, is when I was able to really lean in and do the things like I've been doing it and meet amazing people like Dr. Finance and so many people that you see in this room and on the stage here today. And so I'd like to open it up now for our last few moments to anyone else on the panel that like to chime in. What are your thoughts? What are 1 or 2 tips that you would like to share for the room today of how they can be an amazing speaker on Clubhouse? What's been your experience thus far? Have you seen a shift? This is what I'd love to hear. Have you seen a shift from how you spoke publicly prior to Clubhouse, right? And how do you speak now as a result of being here on Clubhouse? You can flash your mic or open if you'd like to chime in. And I see Dr. Santika in the building. Over to you, love.
Thank you so much, Dr. Finance, and thank you, Dr. Diamond Diva. In short, I've done a lot of public speaking for television and for stages and in the medical field. Dr. Finance did speak about speaking on teaching. I think teaching for many years does teach you a lot about speaking because you're explaining concepts. And one thing I've been really good at is explaining very difficult concepts in radiation oncology so that the normal public can understand, can benefit, and can take a message home and not forget the content. Because sometimes we do share, but people forget what we said, especially when we're speaking of a subject and or something that is very foreign to that community, that particular community. But there's something so amazing that you have been sharing. I wanted to just add, if body language has always been so important when we speak, we are online, so it's different. Most of my 18 years of work has been in public eye, where you have to present yourself a certain way and how you pace your speech. So it's so important to mark your pace. And there are some apps that can teach you how to speak in a way that people can understand, no matter what accent you're using and the volume of your speech. Because some people come on stage and they are great speakers, but a lot of people cannot hear the impact of your voice. So the volume, the speed, your body language, I would have loved to edit that. But things changed, Diamond, when I came to Clubhouse, because Clubhouse also is about consistency, which is very difficult if you are full time in whatever you're doing in your real life is really, really difficult. But consistency, I found that on Clubhouse, is building your following. If you're consistent, that's what I've learned from you, Diamond Diva. You are consistent for the past 2 years, and you're doing one and the same thing. I was recorded once. I think I did a speech for the Department of Health, where people were asking me what is the tool to success. The tool to success is doing one and the same thing over and over. Study one and the same thing over and over. And that on its own, showing up, makes you an expert. So a lot of people will go to the department and clean the floor for 20 years, 50 years, and they will be respected more than the CEO. Some are security guards at the gate, but because they show up and they dedicate themselves and they're always there, that makes you a winner. One last thing I would like to mention: show gratitude. I'm such a I'm such a person who likes to honor people. Diamond Diva just won a Woman of Magnitude award for her mental health room. I came as an audience member and I watched her. I watched her toiling. I watched her being there, showing up with her children. She has three amazing boys. And throughout all the challenges, she was there. That we must honor. So I'm a person who likes to thank people. My son always say, "You always thank people like 4 or 5 times," because it must sink in that people are valued. So when we do that, we bring therapy to the brain cells of a person and we make them do more. When we say thank you, we honor you, we showing gratitude. Go back and show gratitude. Go back to your audience, thank them. And I see Dr. Finance does that a lot by mentioning everybody in the room. That's another way of showing gratitude. Gratitude is key for me. Thank you so much.
Woo! This is Diamond, and thank you so much, Dr. Santika. You are absolutely an amazing public speaker, and I'm so glad that you chimed in on this topic. I humbly receive all of your kind words, and I'm still so honored to have received the Woman of Magnitude Award, and it really is a testament to your gratitude for everything that you do in the community. You're always pouring in. Your son is right. I've never once heard you speak without pouring into literally everyone in the room. You edify us all. And so I'd love to be able to extend that right back to you. Guys, if you haven't connected with Dr. Danica yet, please take the time to do so. As she stated, she's often caring for her patients and literally everyone around her. So take a moment just to send that love and light and that energy to her right now. I love one of the things that you said about doing the one and the same thing over and over again. And that is so key. That is how you master the skill and create that habit, just like you stated, and really make an impression in your mind. And it reminds me of that quote from Bruce Lee, where he says, he doesn't fear a man that knows 1,000 kicks. He fears a man that does one kick 1,000 times. And I just really love that you shared that. And the last thing you said, which is absolutely essential and what you do better than anyone I know, which is express gratitude, right? Express gratitude to everyone. And Sharon Lecter also highlighted this in her share about how you honor the person that's hosting the room. You honor the people who spoke before you. You let certain things breathe that was stated, and you honor that as well. And all of those things just create a really harmonious space and a respectful space, which is why rooms like this are really the only types of rooms I frequent, because I want that positive energy all around. And when you begin to express gratitude in that way, it creates that energy and it comes right back to you. And so thank you so much, Dr. Santika. Make sure you're giving her a follow, guys, here on Clubhouse, as well as all her platforms. Support her mission to pour in. She not only does she honor women of magnitude, but she honors men as well. And so I just think that the work that you do, whether it be healthcare or our mental health, you're just always pouring in and healing people in every single way. And we just thank you so much for your contributions to society. You're amazing. All right, all right. I see Eric flashing. Did you want to chime in, Eric, or did
I
you
just wanted to
always
say
have?
thank you for your evening and for the way that you always put a bow on excellent space and excellent share. And it's just been a great night. I just wanted to give you your flowers. I also want to send you a message about next Wednesday as well, and we'll touch base with you later. Thanks for so much for another excellent space.
This is Diamond, and thank you so much, Eric. One thing I just want to highlight about Eric is I've been following his journey on Clubhouse. We both came on roughly around the same time. Has it been 2 years? When you said 2 years, Dr. Vincent, I started thinking, really
Year
been
and
2 years?
5 months, not quite two, no.
Okay,
She said
it's really
two, and I was
been.
like, wait a minute, hold on. That was like maybe almost, not quite though.
I was looking
I
at the
started thinking
pandemic. Apologies for that. I wasn't being like specific, but I was looking at the pandemic
Yes,
because Clubhouse started during the pandemic.
exactly. That's what I thought you were talking
Exactly.
about as well. But yeah, you
Yeah.
said two, and I was going, wait, I was counting. Ha.
I'm sorry. I passed math at school though.
No, we were enthralled. That was an amazing share, and I followed you straight away. Diamond, back to you.
Appreciate it.
absolutely, Dr. T. Actually, we really know what you meant, but it just shows to speak how quickly the time has gone, though. It really has been quite the journey. And what I was stating about Eric is, when you talk about speakers on Clubhouse, I've really seen you evolve as a speaker, Eric. I hear you open your mics in new rooms, in this room, and so many others. And every time that you speak, you always do the things that we talked about here today. You always edify, you always support, you always stay on topic. You're always bringing value. And so I just want to give you your flowers as well for being the type of speaker that I believe is a great speaker on Clubhouse. Guys, if you're not following Eric, please take the time to do so. He's definitely someone that you want to know on the app as well. This stage is filled with nothing but the top leaders and speakers and entrepreneurs and investors from all over the app. So when we say follow everyone, we truly mean that. So take the time to connect with Eric and everyone here today. Is there anyone else that wants to chime in? We literally have maybe 7 minutes left, and I want to hold space for you. I see
Hello.
Dylan flashing his mic, and maybe I heard one other mic. I think it's Marina. So we'll go Dylan, Marina, and then Simon. That should be enough to close us out. All right, Dylan, over to you.
Well, listen, God evening. God bless all of you, Miss Diamond, the gentleman, Dr. Finance. Thank you so much for just even inviting myself up to the stage. I will say this. I came in on a tail end of it, and just a little part that I did get. I love this because I believe that when you are speaking, whether it's publicly or on a platform such as this, all of those C's, I love what you said, Miss Diamond. I'm one that's big on word alliteration as well. And one of the things that I think about when you're speaking, whether it's on this platform or public, is that it has to be contagious. You know, we have to speak in such a way that people will love to listen to us. Listen also in such a way that others will love to speak to you. I've learned that just being on Clubhouse for consistently about 2 weeks and probably 2,000 plus or so followers, just like that, because it's something that when you go into a specific atmosphere, room, be it here on this platform, you know, or whether it's in person, you know, one thing that I go into any room or in any type of venue is I pick up and discern climate, because everybody has to be able to determine or discern a climate when you enter into a room, be it publicly or on a platform such as this. So I commend you, Ms. Diamond, Dr. Finance, all of those on the platform. It's an honor and a privilege to be here with you all tonight. And I'll say this before I yield. I've been one that's very much so strong on following in that which the Lord has given me. And I kind of modeled it after the prophet Samuel, because Samuel was a person that was sensitive, selective, sound, and he had structure. And because he had all of these factors working for him, Miss Diamond, he was never suspect. And we have to live ourselves. We have to present ourselves as speakers, whether public or on a platform such as this. And I promise you, none of your words will ever fall to the ground. And I yield.
Bravo.
Thank you so much, Steven, for the wonderful share. And I love that you added climate. I think that that's very, very important to your awareness of the environment. And, a great speaker is going to fill out the energy that's in the room. And I love that you're able to sense that. Now, I want to do a time check here. It actually looks like we have 1 minute. I did have two more people in the queue, so we may have to close down. I didn't want to be rude and cut anyone off midstream. And so, my apologies to Marina and Simon because I'm looking at the clock here. We want to make sure that we preserve this replay. So, I just want to honor and thank every single one of you who came into the room here today. It's been an absolutely amazing conversation with Dan Clark, been a really, you can tell that he's an all-star speaker, right? But he's got the accolades and the awards to also support that. We also want to thank Dr. Finance, the founder of the Finance Club, the curator of the space, the man of the hour, right? This would not be possible without Dr. Finance. So make sure each and every one of you are giving him a follow, ringing his bell, setting it to always, clicking on his link at the top and subscribing to the Dr. Finance Life podcast. And I would tell you, he's got a full library of nothing but the best on his podcast. So subscribe and listen to those amazing interviews. Watch the videos. A lot of those have the videos as well, not just the audio. And just really take in all the gems that are being shared. So on that note, we're going to close out the room. And we thank every single one of you for joining us in the Finance Club. We'll see you absolutely next Friday. And as always, if you believe it, if you put it into action, you can achieve it.
Hey,
Have a wonderful
Diamond,
rest.
Dr. Finance here. Before we close out, folks, I just want to say thank you again. Appreciate you all for everything you've done. And what an amazing room. Wow, look at that. Almost 2,500 people, unheard of in Clubhouse these days, especially with a community with positivity. There's a lot of those negative rooms where they have 5,000 plus, 10,000 plus people in there, but it's just people yelling at each other on stage. Just imagine 6 hours we had this room, not one profanity at least that I caught, and just an amazing professional space where everyone just support each other and had great opinions and feedback in a very nice way, and we treated each other well. I mean, just think 6 hours like that week after week. I mean, really, isn't this a microcosm of how the world should be? So I want to end on that note, and I thank you folks again. Can't wait to see you all next Wednesday in Diamonds Room, and Friday in the next finance room. We got Tyrone Poole is going to be the main speaker. So thank you, folks, and maybe we can do a countdown. Tyrone and Diamond, and maybe Dory if you're around, Paul if you're around, and folks, if you can chime in with us, countdown 10, 9, all the way down to 0, and then we'll close out the room. So thank you, folks,
Okay.
again. Dr. Finance.
Thank you, Dr. Finance. Thank you,
All
Thank
right.
Diamond.
you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, everyone.
10,
Thank
Bravo,
you.
bravo,
nine,
bravo,
10,
bravo,
eight,
bravo.
9,
7,
8,
10,
7,
7,
Bye,
9,
everybody.
6,
6,
5,
4,
5,
4,
3,
3,
4,
4,
Thank you
2,
so much.
3,
3,
1.
1.
1.
Be
Blessings,
blessed,
Have a
everybody.
Happy
Good
wonderful
night.
Memorial
day.
Day. See you guys.
Namaste. See you tomorrow.